Snowy mountains surround the battlefield as a wounded man, Zeke struggles against overwhelming enemy pursuit. Enemies close in ruthlessly while he hides beneath ice, enduring pain and conserving strength. Zeke realizes his escape failed. While searching for hidden relic, two pursuers, asserting control as they confirm northern phantom coordinates nearby. They question relic importance and his survival, suspecting deeper secrets. Standing him, they decide to toy with him, prolonging suffering before delivering fatal blow. Zeke kneels while enemies prepare execution, yet his resolve begins rising again. They choose method of killing. Unaware energy gathers as he prepares. Power erupts violently as he refuses death, unleashing force that interrupts their control completely. A glowing weapon surges with power as Zeke recalls his past suffering and weakness. Memories flood back, showing his harsh childhood, treated as useless and abandoned by family. A radiant object descends toward him as he senses change approaching his fate rapidly. Zeke grasps a coin tightly, rejecting luck, while asserting control over his destiny completely. Enemies celebrate prematurely, believing chance favors them while underestimating his hidden growing strength. Zeke rises slowly, eyes glowing intensely, revealing confidence built from survival and hardened determination. An enemy attacks fiercely, but Zeke intercepts with overwhelming power. He counters decisively, striking down his opponent while proving dominance through brutal efficiency and strength. Zeke stands victorious yet injured, breathing heavily as battle ends and truth settles within. He bloodied yet calm, as they underestimate his condition completely. The enemies close in cautiously, questioning his strange behavior while preparing to eliminate him quickly. Zeke suddenly moves with speed, striking decisively and disrupting their formation with unexpected power. After the clash, Zeke collapses among fallen enemies, his body pierced and severely weakened. Despite injuries, he reflects on unfinished goals, acknowledging death while recalling something he must achieve. He grips a mysterious object tightly, sensing its importance as his life begins fading slowly. As blood drips, Zeke remembers Alicia, his emotions stirring while darkness begins consuming him. Golden energy erupts suddenly, enveloping his body as a powerful transformation begins unfolding rapidly. A system activates, presenting choices and signaling a new opportunity that will reshape his destiny. Zeke awakens confused, questioning whether time has reversed completely. He touches his surroundings, recognizing familiar sensations, and recalling the fatal wound from before. Looking around, he confirms he has returned to the cradle. The Draker household appears, a powerful Dragon Slayer family with history. Their founder defeated the Dragon King, establishing dominance and passing strength through generations consistently. Descendants inherit power easily, forming knights, while Zeke remained the only disappointing exception among them. Zeke reflects calmly on his past weakness, accepting he alone failed. Suddenly, an unfamiliar system activates, startling him as messages begin appearing before his eyes. System granting authority and signaling a new path unfolding for Zeke ahead. He realizing an artifact-like system has activated before him suddenly. The status window reveals his identity, abilities, and unique title tied to ancient dragon power. He discovering he can interact freely, controlling the interface with simple gestures. Zeke studies his class and skills, recalling teachings about ancient classifications and specialized techniques. He realizes he is already a healer, despite past training that forced him differently. Understanding this, he decides to test his abilities, curious about their true potential now. Energy gathers around him as he attempts awakening, focusing on recreating his past transformation moment. His body emits strong aura, indicating the healer class has successfully activated once again. Zeke opens his glowing eyes, his regained power completely, releases energy confidently, he realizing his abilities awakened earlier. He understands his advantage, having returned with memories, skills, and knowledge from his previous life. Calmly, he deciding to explore resources available to maximize his current potential. Zeke examines the system carefully, considering how to utilize it before others discover changes. A servant calls outside, interrupting him, while he struggles to deactivate the unfamiliar interface quickly. Before he finishes, the door opens suddenly, leaving Zeke unprepared for unexpected interruption inside. An older servant named Decker enters calmly, observing Zeke while questioning his readiness and current condition. Zeke reacts with surprise, recognizing the servant from past memories and recalling his importance. Sensing something unusual, Zeke realizes a powerful presence has manifested, merging with his body. Zeke activates his class skill, feeling nervousness vanish, as the system confirms successful completion instantly. He studies the skill, realizing its importance while recalling teachings about mana attraction and control. Suddenly intense pain strikes his body, overwhelming energy surges uncontrollably. The Draker training begins early, where children endure strict discipline. Students fight without rules, facing chosen opponents while proving strength through harsh competitive battles. The weak are discarded as survivors advance, shaping ruthless warriors forged through relentless combat. At the arena, students gather as head instructor Pen Mark announces the pancration evaluation. He confirming readiness before ordering them to prepare for immediate combat. The students respond firmly, standing in formation. Zeke stands among students, hearing whispers while silently observing those who underestimate him already. As the match begins, fighters charge forward, engaging violently while chaos spreads across arena floor. Zeke moves swiftly into battle, preparing to confront opponents and prove his true strength. Another fight ends instantly, recognizing weakness among current competitors easily. Zeke reflects on past battles, realizing these opponents lack the strength he once faced. A nearby student shows hostility, revealing violent intent. Zeke is called forward, learning his opponent will be Leon, his usual rival again. Leon approaches confidently, attempting intimidation while Zeke remains composed and unaffected by threats entirely. Zeke recognizing this opponent from past experiences and understanding his predictable behavior. Zeke remembers manipulation behind the scenes, realizing someone influenced matches to target him repeatedly. He recalls cruel cousins from his past life who constantly bullied and humiliated him. Determined now, Zeke prepares himself mentally, ready to change his fate and overcome them. Leon mocking his return while attempting to provoke him emotionally again. Zeke remains calm, activating his composed mind skill while ignoring Leon's repeated insults completely. He steadies himself mentally, preparing to respond with controlled actions. Leon grows aggressive, insulting Zeke openly while stepping forward with clear intent to attack. Without hesitation, Leon launches a powerful strike, activating his skill to deliver a decisive blow. The attack lands heavily, sending Zeke crashing backward as impact force overwhelms his current defense. Leon screams in pain, clutching his face as blood spills from the brutal strike. Zeke examines his hand, realizing his skill activated automatically during the exchange unexpectedly. The instructor intervenes immediately, criticizing Zeke for attacking before the official start of combat. Zeke displays overwhelming intent, asserting dominance mentally as his opponent senses danger immediately nearby. The instructor shaken by Zeke's aura, while maintaining authority over the situation. Leon regains composure quickly, assured that he was fine. The signal is given, and both fighters charge forward. Zeke moves efficiently, evading attacks while analyzing his opponent's movements and weaknesses during combat. He counters precisely, striking without hesitation, as his opponent struggles to react to his speed. Leon grows cautious, recognizing Zeke's strength and adjusting his stance to defend properly. Zeke anticipates the counterattack, positioning himself strategically to exploit predictable movements during the exchange. With decisive force, Zeke lands a clean strike, overpowering Leon and shifting control completely. Zeke's strike lands cleanly, leaving Leon stunned as confusion spreads. Leon struggles to understand the sudden shift. Zeke stands calmly, showing confidence while the instructor realizes the gap between their abilities. Leon attempts a counterattack, believing he can regain control and secure victory through force. Zeke responds instantly, breaking free and landing a precise strike that disrupts Leon completely. The instructor realizing Zeke's technique surpasses expectations and delivers effective damage. Leon panics internally, acknowledging his attacks are ineffective. Zeke creates distance, striking strategically while controlling the pace and limiting Leon's reactions effectively. Overwhelmed and frustrated, Leon prepares another desperate move, refusing to accept his inferior position. Zeke overpowering Leon while maintaining calm focus during the fight. He activates heightened senses, enhancing perception as familiar energy flows through his body again. With refined control, Zeke launches a decisive attack, aiming to end the battle swiftly. Powerful strike erupts, sending shock waves outward as Zeke overwhelms Leon with raw force. Leon is thrown back violently, struggling to recover as debris scatter across arena. Zeke activates another skill, preparing a precise attack targeting vital points for maximum damage. Zeke pins Leon down, asserting dominance while delivering controlled strikes. He continues attacking relentlessly, demonstrating skill and precision as observers watch in stunned silence. Leon collapses completely, defeated under Zeke's assault as the fight reaches its clear conclusion. Zeke steadies himself, clarity returning as he recalls familiar faces among surrounding students. The crowd watches cautiously, recognizing his sudden change while maintaining distance from him. Zeke signals confidently, challenging others to step forward as he asserts control openly. Jake and Vardek steps forward, confidently selecting Zeke Draker as his chosen opponent publicly. Zeke observing Jaken's challenge without hesitation or visible concern toward him. Jaken determined to prove superiority over Zeke in upcoming duel. Zeke asked Liam Stone to joining the arena with Jaken. Jaken felt the insult after heard that while Zeke confirmed that. Reacts aggressively, Jaken driven by pride and anger, fully intent on defeating Zeke decisively. The match setup begins as participants take positions, preparing for the official start signal. Zeke analyzes Liam carefully, recalling his identity and strength from past experiences and knowledge. He remembers Liam as a future powerful figure. Understanding the importance of this encounter now, Zeke, understanding his future strength and dangerous influence over battles. The match begins instantly as Jaken charges forward, attempting to overwhelm Zeke with force. Zeke reacts quickly, intercepting attacks while maintaining control and assessing both opponents simultaneously. Jaken strikes aggressively, but Zeke blocks and counters, disrupting his rhythm and balance easily. Zeke moves precisely, coordinating actions, as if expecting teamwork, despite Jaken's reckless solo attack. Jaken grows frustrated, realizing Zeke anticipates movements and resists his attacks without difficulty. Zeke exploits an opening, delivering a clean strike that forces Jaken to stagger backward. Jaken attempts recovery, but Zeke follows instantly, maintaining pressure and controlling the battlefield pace. Zeke advances with enhanced speed, preparing another decisive strike, while Jaken struggles to respond properly. Gathers energy in his fist, he preparing a controlled strike while maintaining focused composure. Jaken sensing danger as Zeke closes distance with calculated movement. Zeke feints smoothly, slipping past defenses and landing a precise hit that disrupts Jaken. Zeke reminds them silently of teamwork necessity, exposing Jaken's weakness. He strikes again swiftly, overwhelming Jaken and forcing him backward with sustained pressure continuously. Jaken calls desperately for Liam, recognizing he cannot defeat Zeke without immediate assistance. Liam prepares to intervene, observing Zeke carefully while analyzing his movements and hidden strength. Zeke advances confidently, aura intensifying as he anticipates Liam's involvement in the escalating battle. He raises his guard, preparing to counterattack first before Liam can fully engage him. Zeke channels energy into his arm, deciding to dominate the battle. He activates his skill, unleashing rapid slashes that disrupt enemy movement instantly. Spectators react in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden display. The instructor analyzes Zeke, noting his unusual strength despite lacking traditional training. Zeke's body adapting quickly while sustaining attacks, without losing momentum or focus. Meanwhile, Liam prepares seriously, recognizing Zeke's strength and deciding to confront him directly now. Zeke acknowledges Liam's power, preparing to break through his defenses using calculated offensive strategy. He launches a concentrated attack, channeling energy forward to overwhelm Liam's guard with force. The impact shaking Liam's stance as Zeke presses forward to maintain dominance. Zeke and Liam exchange intense looks, both recognizing each other's strength. They clash fists directly, neither yielding as raw force and technique collide violently together. Zeke pushes forward aggressively, striking downward and forcing Liam into defensive retreat under pressure. Zeke activates enhanced senses, allowing him to track movements and predict enemy actions precisely. He moves fluidly, overwhelming both opponents with speed and coordination. Jaken suffers heavy damage, realizing strength alone cannot overcome Zeke's superior combat awareness. Liam counters fiercely, refusing to yield against Zeke's relentless assault. The battle intensifies as both fighters exchange blows, pushing limits and testing endurance fully. Observers watch closely, understanding the outcome will determine dominance. Liam grips the ground firmly, recovering from impact while both fighters struggle to regain balance. They pause briefly, breathing heavily as tension builds. One observer smiles confidently, acknowledging Zeke Draker as a worthy opponent. A warm breeze passed through the towering estate as Zeke returned, still bearing the marks of the recent Pancration tournament. Though appearing calm, his unexpected survival raised suspicion. A loyal retainer approached cautiously, requesting to check Zeke's pulse, a polite gesture masking a deeper intention. The old knight sought confirmation, hoping to sense the awakening of an aura, a milestone among warriors. Reluctantly, Zeke extended his hand. The moment contact was made, a faint blue glow enveloped both of them. Energy flowed between their palms as the knight's aura probed deeper, tracing lines through Zeke's body with uncommon precision. It wasn't a casual scan, it was intense, invasive. Zeke immediately questioned the knight's identity. Only those of the Blue Knight rank or higher could wield such refined control. As the scan progressed, a vision of the aura hierarchy unfolded. From the basic white swordsman to the elite red knight, Each rank reflected one's mastery of aura manipulation. Most began as novices, only a rare few surpassed the limits. The Elder's technique revealed traits known only to 2 individuals in the world. Zeke remained still, silently guarding his secret. The knight, sensing hesitation, subtly pressed him. Yet Zeke offered no answer, only silence and a steady gaze. Zeke broke the silence with a half-hearted joke, brushing aside the suspicion that had filled the room. Though the knight smiled, he couldn't hide his unease. Attempting to understand the drastic change in the young master's demeanor, he questioned it directly, but Zeke countered with clarity it wasn't about why he changed, but why it took him this long. The statement signaled a decisive shift. Whatever restraint had once defined him was now gone. Acknowledging the change, Decker conceded and pledged to follow. He had already prepared everything Zeke might need, a sign of silent loyalty. Zeke dismissed him and moved alone through the estate, piecing together the silent movements of others. Someone had placed Decker to watch him, likely one of his siblings. That realization confirmed the growing tension beneath the surface. Later, he entered a private training hall, impressed by the facility's quality. He turned his attention to the system within him. A status window displayed his class, abilities, and locked potential, including a mysterious draconian skill. Noticing a skill had improved through use, he began analyzing the structure. Progress required karma. Karma came from monsters. Dungeons held those monsters, but entry was restricted. He would need strength, and this system might be the key. 2 dominant forces governed the world: the aura of knights and the mana of mages. Most were bound to one or the other, destined to grow within its limits. Yet Zeke stood outside those rules, cast aside by his own bloodline. He had been nurtured in secret during his exile. His master taught him ether, a rare and natural energy that defied both conventional schools. That single knowledge set him apart not as a knight or a mage, but something entirely different. Harnessing ether, Zeke adapted the healing arts into personal recovery. The system recognized his skill use, updating his progress. Alone, he tested its strength, healing himself in secret. He avoided attention that might mark him as a deviant. Public use of such ability risked isolation. Instead, he waited, recovered in private, and continued his silent ascent. Fatigue caught up as day turned to night. Realizing it was already dinner time, Zeke paused, considering what explanation he'd offer Decker, but doubts faded as resolve settled. A week later, whispers spread across the cradle. Rumors of his transformation echoed in the cafeteria. Some mocked, others speculated dark means, yet all sensed a shift. Zeke Draker was no longer the same. Change had begun. 8. A lavish dining hall. Tension simmered beneath silverware and platters. Reyna Turan bit into her steak, with restrained aggression, clearly burdened by more than hunger. Owen Zimmons sat calmly, reminding her of the duel ahead and urging her to eat. What seemed like concern quickly turned into provocation, igniting sharp exchanges between seated peers. Reyna's frustration boiled over as another trainee mocked her defensively. The conversation spiraled when an insult about her inferiority complex surfaced. Her response was swift fury overtaking restraint, slamming her plate in defiance. Silence followed, but only briefly. Whispers about Zeke Draker resurfaced, each voice laced with doubt, envy, or disbelief over his recent victory. The table turned solemn when someone questioned what Zeke could possibly offer in a swordsmanship duel. They recalled his need for a customized blade, mocking his past weakness. One dismissed his pancration win as sheer luck. But Reyna stood, voice steady and eyes sharp. She wasn't buying the excuse, calling out their arrogance. She delivered a final statement. If they genuinely believed Zeke's win was luck, then they didn't deserve the Draker name. Her words cut deeper than steel. And with that, she walked away, leaving behind silence that none dared break. The sword duel marked the deadliest test within the academy. Real blades clashed, revealing the cadets' true abilities. As final exams neared their end, tension built across the training grounds. This was not just another spar, it was where future warriors proved their worth. Zeke Draker, once overlooked, was called to the stage without hesitation. He approached calmly, eyes steady, while whispers stirred among the watching crowd. His opponent stood tall, bursting with confidence, and chose Zeke publicly to assert dominance. Despite the provocation, Zeke answered with composed readiness, drawing a massive claymore that stunned spectators. Those who had mocked him now stared in disbelief. His aura flared potent and unfamiliar. Across from him the chosen challenger hesitated. Doubt crept in as he recalled the weaker Zeke of the past. Yet what stood before him was someone transformed, shaking off uncertainty. He reaffirmed his resolve, trying to suppress his unease. As the match began, Thoughts of Reyna to run, the lightning knight surfaced. Her early aura awakening had set the bar for excellence. Zeke, having trained relentlessly since his regression, prepared for the opening strike. The signal echoed, steel flashed. The battle had begun, and Zeke intended to prove he no longer lived in anyone's shadow. Zeke's opponent launched forward, swinging with speed and force, aiming to overpower him through brute momentum. Dust scattered with every step, each strike pushing the limit of the sparring ground. Despite the aggression, Zeke held his position, claymore firm in his grip, slicing through the air with practiced precision. Their blades collided mid-charge, a flash erupting from the impact. Observers debated the nature of the match. Some claimed Reyna was merely playing with Zeke, while others recognized something deeper, a duel far from one. Sided blow after blow, she pressed the attack, yet Zeke countered with measured control, never falling behind. Inside the flow of battle, he analyzed every movement. As openings flickered into view, he attempted to exploit them. Yet no matter how fast he moved, her sword met his each time, perfectly aligned. Each clash felt intentional, as if she welcomed his strikes to expose his thought process. Patterns emerged, gaps closed as quickly as they opened. In that moment, Zeke realized something unnerving. The duel had shifted from competition to instruction. Every exchange resembled a training session more than a fight. Sparks exploded once more between them, shaking the ground, and for the first time, it became clear. Reyna was helping him improve. Zeke pressed forward with decisive speed, attempting to conclude the duel in one clean strike. His movement blurred as he launched himself across the arena, blade sweeping with precision. Reyna reacted immediately, her eyes tracking his arc, but even she appeared caught off guard by his burst of momentum. Though surprised, she maintained composure and prepared to meet him head-on. Momentum built rapidly. Zeke's blade cleaved the air with crushing force, but Reyna narrowly adjusted her stance in time. The two exchanged several more swift collisions, though Zeke's attacks came faster and sharper than before. Recognizing that her defense alone would no longer suffice, Reyna began shifting her posture. Each time Zeke advanced, his aura intensified, pushing the limits of his borrowed power. A sudden clash threw her balance off, forcing her back. Despite recovering quickly, the pressure mounted. For a brief moment, panic flashed in her eyes as a surge of Zeke's energy enveloped her. Then a final charge. Zeke descended like a hammer. Aura-infused blade aimed at a decisive blow. But in that instant, a subtle shimmer glowed around Reyna. A faint trace of aura, nearly imperceptible, answered his strike. The impact hit, and Zeke, narrowly bested, fell to one knee as silence swept the field. Outrage erupted from the spectators. Many cadets condemned Zeke's tactic, declaring it disgraceful for a knight to fight without a sword. Accusations of dishonor echoed as Reyna stood over him, seemingly victorious. Yet even as criticism poured in, Zeke remained silent, unmoved by their judgment. Still kneeling, he was asked if he would continue. Internally, he blamed his loss on a momentary lapse. He believed he could have turned the tide had he remained focused. Thoughts of what-ifs clouded his mind. Eventually, Zeke admitted defeat. His calm declaration shocked the crowd. Whispers turned to awe as the official results were announced. The one once scorned had earned recognition. Zeke Draker, against all odds, stood acknowledged beside the elite equal to Reyna to run. A raging fire engulfed the fortress as chaos erupted across the land. Survivors scrambled over broken debris, desperately fleeing the destruction. Flames devoured everything in their path, leaving only ruin behind. Amidst the collapse, a lone figure descended into darkness, buried beneath the weight of war and betrayal. Time shifted. In a lavish hall, nobles discussed the upcoming blessing rite. Though calm filled the room, one man's gaze remained fixed. He wasn't there for diplomacy. His interest lay in the awakening of the youngest family member. Curiosity, not duty, drove his presence. Meanwhile, Zeke had quietly returned to the training facility. Despite a recent shocking victory, he resumed practice without fanfare. As the day of the rite approached, he reflected on how little he understood about his reborn strength. Activating his status window, he reviewed his advanced skills, a result of both effort and hidden potential. In solitude, he analyzed his ranked abilities, noting his improved technique. Gains from a past duel had pushed his limits. Interrupted by a call to prepare, he responded with calm readiness, determined to face what lay ahead. The journey to the family estate began. Zeke's carriage moved steadily toward the Dragonheart stronghold, where his true awakening would be tested. Inside the grand ceremonial hall, the cadets stood in perfect formation as the blessing rite commenced. High-ranking nobles and dignitaries watched from the gallery, their presence a heavy reminder of the stakes. Zeke stood among the crowd, tension rising as he realized the significance of those watching powerful figures he had only read about before. His instincts told him some were family informants, likely sent to monitor his progress. Despite his composed appearance, unease simmered beneath the surface. He believed that once he failed the rite, those eyes would simply turn away, erasing him from memory. But his thoughts shifted the moment he noticed a particular presence in the room: his older brother, Abel Draker, the feared Lion Blade. Abel's arrival wasn't expected. In Zeke's past life, his brother had never attended this event. Abel's appearance stirred confusion. While he spoke politely to others, it became clear his main reason for being there was to observe Zeke. The tension between them was unspoken yet palpable. Zeke's internal conflict deepened. Could his actions in this second life have already altered the course of fate? Before he could dwell further, the ceremony officially began. Another cadet was called forward, stepping into the magical pool that marked the rite's first stage. As the ceremony progressed, ether surged around the cadets undergoing their awakening. One by one, the energy responded, revealing each candidate's potential. For the earlier participant, the swirling blue aura affirmed a strong, stable power, one achieved through dedication and rare talent. Whispers followed his success, noting the rarity of such an early awakening. Moments later, an unexpected phenomenon unfolded. The mana lamps flickered red, a signal of a rare bloodline trait. Gasps spread across the hall as this revelation indicated a pure blood awakening, a status few ever reached. With such power came expectations, and the recipient was quickly fitted with mana, inhibiting gloves, necessary to control the overwhelming energy. Now, all eyes shifted. Zeke stepped forward at last, attendees murmured, anticipating a grand display. He recalled his previous failure, the shameful outcome that once labeled him unworthy. Despite the grandeur of the setting, he remembered the bitter taste of humiliation. But this time was different, no longer weak or uncertain. Zeke carried the knowledge of another life. He had honed his skills, mastered ether, and reclaimed his will. As he placed his hand upon the ritual sphere, determination surged through him. This was not a repeat, it was a reckoning. The hall fell silent as the ritual abruptly halted. Confusion spread among the spectators. The reaction from the terminal had unexpectedly stopped midway. No one had witnessed such an outcome before. Abel, watching intently from above, remained still, eyes narrowing in quiet evaluation below. Zeke pulled his hand from the basin, expression unreadable. Though disheartened, he masked his disappointment. Internally, he blamed his own misplaced confidence. Around him, whispers surged. Some scoffed at his apparent failure. Others speculated in disbelief. To many, Zeke's collapse of awakening confirmed their doubts that he remained a disgrace to the Draker lineage. Despite the harsh stares, Zeke held firm. Suddenly, the terminal flickered. A delayed system message appeared, revealing a processing error during class identification. As the missing data resolved, the system recognized his talents and issued a rare classification. Red light erupted across the room. The aura intensified, confirming not just a blood awakening, but a rare and unprecedented connection. The crowd gasped as the awakening reached a level beyond expectations. With the fusion of multiple bloodline talents, a unique class was formed. The title Immortal flashed before all. Zeke's class had awakened not late, but stronger than any could have imagined. A golden light erupted in the awakening chamber, drawing whispers from the crowd. No one could easily identify the phenomenon. It strayed from the expected signs of a pure blood awakening. Confusion rippled across the room. Some questioned the mana lamp's readings, while others blamed the sword statue's response. Still, the ritual had completed. Despite the uncertainty, the outcome was too rare to ignore. From the balcony, a commanding figure broke the tension, drawing attention to the rarity of not one but two pure blood awakenings in a single batch. The hall erupted in cheers, the crowd eager to celebrate what seemed like a historic event. Even so, unease lingered behind the protagonist's eyes. Soon after, instructions were issued to present the ceremonial glove. Zeke accepted it in silence. The weight in his hand did little to ease his thoughts. His name was called, and the next candidate stepped forward. Yet beneath his calm demeanor, Zeke remained wary. While formalities concluded, Zeke stayed detached. Abel's praise and influence hovered nearby, his gestures too polished to be sincere. Though applause filled the hall, Zeke quietly excused himself. He didn't get far before Abel intercepted him, offering false warmth and a handshake. Suspicion tightened in Zeke's mind. Despite the congratulations, Zeke hesitated as Abel extended a gloved hand. A handshake seemed harmless, yet accepting it would signal false trust. Refusing, however, would reveal his animosity too early, masking his contempt. He prepared to play along until a sudden vision surged through him. Crumbling bodies, violent echoes, fragments of a memory or a warning. Instinct halted his hand, the moment turned awkward. Abel's expression tightened with amusement, concealing irritation behind a thin smile. He teased Zeke with feigned warmth, but the tension lingered. Despite his efforts, Zeke couldn't bring himself to touch the man he despised. His will rejected the act, no matter the cost. Abel stepped back gracefully, feigning indifference. A smirk followed as he offered parting words and turned away. Zeke watched him leave, his mind echoing the ominous farewell. Determined not to forget, he quietly vowed to be ready for their next encounter. Later, away from the crowd, he unfastened the formal attire, his body finally at ease. Whispers about the golden light and the rarity of his awakening spread across the halls. Yet a contradiction disturbed him. Pure blood awakenings caused mana inhibition, disabling any mana-based machine or device. But despite removing the glove, nothing malfunctioned. That single fact shattered the certainty of his so-called awakening. Zeke summoned his status window, scanning the new details closely. His title now read The One Who Reversed Time and the Blessing of the Ancient Dragon. With his class upgraded from Healer to Immortal, confusion deepened as he noticed the skill mana reflection instead of the usual mana inhibition. Reading further, he found it wasn't a passive trait, but an active skill, something that nullified surrounding mana. That anomaly alone set him apart from other awakenings. As the realization settled in, fragments of memory clarified the event. Graduates had typically shown blue auras, with Reyna being the only one marked by red, an unmistakable sign of a pure blood. His aura had turned red too, but only briefly. Somehow it shifted into gold, a color never before seen. The system logs confirmed a loss of classification data during the awakening. The bronze statue, long thought to validate pure blood status, had only been identifying class types: red for rare, gold for unique. No one had understood its true function. It had misled generations. Frustration crept in. None of the family heads had ever realized this misinterpretation. Sitting back, Zeke accessed the karma points he'd regained, unlocking Dragonkin skills. With narrowed eyes, he reviewed new abilities: Dragon Eyes, Might of the Dragon, and one still locked, Devour. Zeke unlocked the Draconian skills one by one. Dragon Eyes and Might of the Dragon activated without issue, though he refrained from using the latter due to its potential destructiveness. Curious, he engaged Dragon Eyes instead. Magical circles lit up across his vision, transforming his perception. Initially underwhelmed, he soon noticed a shift. He could see through structures as if they were transparent. Peering into the distance, he focused on the statue in the garden, now appearing vividly close. A prompt surfaced offering detailed information about the object. Upon accepting, data flooded his vision. Overwhelmed, Zeke stumbled as the information spiraled from every item in the room: furniture, ornaments, even the carpet. His body tensed from the overload. The skill, while powerful, drained him significantly. Collapsing into the chair, he questioned whether all draconian skills came at such a price. Before long, an unexpected sensation emerged. His body, damaged from the exertion, began healing on its own, without intent. His healing abilities had activated. Realizing that his class skills were now passive, he inspected further. Healing Factor had evolved into an automatic regeneration trait. Though healing usually had limits, this ability was infinite. To confirm, he picked up a knife. Moments later, blood hit the floor, and his wounds began to vanish. Zeke confirmed his healing ability was real as the wound sealed instantly. Sitting alone, he calculated his next move. The Academy's 5-year plan didn't suit him. With renewed ambition, he decided to compress the journey into just 2. Draker Academy, renowned across the continent, stood as the pinnacle of combat training. Each year, its grand plaza swelled with aspiring knights, all drawn by the promise of power and status. Beneath the spring sun, the new semester began, and elite students filled the grounds, each polished and proud, groomed to perfection by noble bloodlines. Among them, the most dominant hailed from the 3 great families: Turun, Zimmons, and Vardek. Though youthful, they carried themselves with arrogance, already asserting dominance among their peers. Whispers of corruption and entitlement surrounded them, products of lineage, not merit. Observing silently, a lone figure judged their decay with a cold gaze, choosing not to involve himself in their affairs. The Platinum Mansion loomed behind them, a fortress for the Academy's elite, reserved only for top-ranking students and pure blood awakeners. It contained unrivaled facilities and a sacred space, the Platinum Floor. Entry was a privilege, not a right. Inside, attendants awaited the arrival of a new master. Zeke Draker stepped into the grand hall, greeted with excessive reverence. Though a pure blood himself, the display struck him as unnecessary. Still, he moved forward without complaint. The true reason for his return to change everything had only just begun. Inside the luxurious platinum floor, Zeke met Decker, who awaited with a formal welcome without delay. The attendant presented a locked case inside, a new pair of gloves crafted exclusively for Zeke. Impressed by their quality, Zeke appreciated the gesture, but soon turned his attention to acquiring a matching sword, recognizing the opportunity. Decker suggested commissioning a weapon locally. Due to the region's proximity to the Giants Mountains, the Duchy of Troy boasted top-tier iron and renowned blacksmiths, forged in the flames of tradition. Trojan steel had become the hallmark of every elite graduate's first blade. Zeke accepted the idea, but insisted on visiting the craftsman personally, wanting to ensure his weapon met his standards. The name Galleon Halbert caught his attention, a name unfamiliar, yet promising. While the day progressed, the platinum floor's quiet solitude gave Zeke a moment of clarity. With its isolation, he realized the freedom it offered to train his draconian abilities uninterrupted. Just as he settled into thought, a knock on the door brought a new development, an invitation to dine with floormaster Reyna Turun. Curious about the unexpected call, Zeke accepted. As he arrived, Reyna greeted him directly, an air of rivalry veiled beneath a courteous welcome. Zeke took his seat at the elegant table where Reyna Turun awaited, her demeanor calm, despite her escort's earlier mockery. She dismissed their behavior with a polite apology, redirecting the mood toward diplomacy. With the meal served, she postponed formal talks until after dining. While eating, Zeke silently observed Reyna's control over her aura. Her technique revealed intense training and effort, focused on precise energy control through her core. Despite her disciplined aura manipulation, her swordsmanship lagged behind, confusing him. To Zeke, her raw potential was being wasted, likely due to misguided focus or lack of proper instruction. As the dishes cleared, Reyna finally revealed her intent. She formally proposed that Zeke accept the support of the Turun family. Her tone shifted from courtesy to conviction. She reasoned that even pure bloods like them, privileged with status, lacked growth resources. Unless backed by strong families, the Academy's knowledge alone wasn't enough. Instructors, training, and opportunity came through influence. She cited the case of Abel Draker, who became the youngest White Knight, all with support from his maternal branch. Acknowledging Zeke's lack of such backing, Reyna offered to fill that void. Zeke, unmoved, rejected her offer without hesitation. His ambitions refused to lean on borrowed power. Reyna was stunned by Zeke's rejection. For someone with no backing, declining the Turun family's support seemed irrational. Yet Zeke remained calm, insisting he had no need for anything beyond what his pure blood status already granted. As he stood to leave, he paused briefly and offered a single piece of advice, his only return for the hospitality. He pointed out the flaw in Reyna's swordsmanship. Excessive force clouded her technique. He explained that her fixation on proving herself, likely to those around her, disrupted her balance. Under the shade of the training tree, he elaborated further. True strength wasn't in brute force, but in control and clarity. A refined strike, not an overwhelming one, made all the difference. Zeke's words struck deeper than expected. As he left, Reyna reflected in silence. She had long been obsessed with proving her worth as a Turun, unknowingly projecting that weight into her every swing. His advice, blunt yet precise, unveiled a truth others had ignored. No one had ever given her genuine guidance. Praised as a genius, she had never been corrected. Now, with a single leaf drifting from the table, one thought lingered in her mind. Who exactly is Zeke Draker? Zeke Draker sprinted across the academy grounds, his body unfazed by exhaustion. After regression, every class skill he possessed functioned with exceptional efficiency. Among them, infinite stamina allowed him to push beyond human limits, never tiring, regardless of how far he ran. What once felt like a prison now seemed like an ideal training ground. In his past life, this institution had been a nightmare, but now it was merely a stepping stone. As a pure-blooded awakened, his perspective had shifted. He moved confidently past his peers, his calm demeanor masking the storm of plans in his mind. From a distance, familiar faces watched. Among them was Owen Zimmons, a name that once meant torment. Owen approached, hiding venom behind a courteous smile. Though he spoke kindly, Zeke remembered the truth. Owen had orchestrated relentless bullying while preserving a clean reputation. Zeke played along, feigning ignorance about an invitation, observing the false friendliness with amusement. The mood shifted when a subordinate confronted Zeke with arrogance. Responding with sharpened words, Zeke questioned the need for pleasantries. A sudden strike followed, but he remained composed. With dismissive calm, he humiliated the attacker. Reminding them all this, Zeke wasn't the same helpless boy from the past. Without hesitation, Zeke launched forward, his figure engulfed in arcs of blue energy. The force of his movement shattered the ground beneath him, startling everyone nearby. His speed and precision overwhelmed Durbin, who had stepped in arrogantly to defend Owen. Despite bold declarations and a confident stance, Durbin's strength crumbled under Zeke's devastating counter. One strike was enough. Durbin, known among students as the Mighty, was sent flying, bloodied and humiliated. Zeke barely regarded him, dismissing his threat with quiet contempt. His attention turned calmly to the crowd, challenging them with a glance. Owen hesitated, reluctant to intervene. Zeke's words struck with venom, daring Owen to pick his next move wisely. The power dynamic had clearly shifted. Back in the Academy's halls, Zeke reflected on the structure of Draker Academy. Two classes existed: the normal class, built on discipline and routine, and the elite special class where students shaped their own paths. Initially, he'd expected greatness from those in the special division. Instead, he found mediocrity wrapped in prestige. Seated in the classroom, Zeke scanned the faces around him, all familiar products of the cradle. The so-called special class was nothing more than a glorified continuation of what he had already surpassed. The grand hall erupted in applause as Dean Howard Draker took the stage. Hailed as a legendary war hero, praised for his tactical genius, he was introduced as a symbol of valor. Yet, beneath the acclaim lay a hidden truth. His rise to glory came not from strategy, but betrayal, leaking critical information for his own survival, unintentionally turning the tide. Zeke, seated quietly among the cadets, saw through the illusion. Howard wasn't a hero in his eyes. He was the man responsible for Zeke's expulsion, the catalyst for a spiral into slavery and ruin. Memories of hardship resurfaced: the isolation, the betrayal, the chains. Zeke clenched his fist, determined to repay the humiliation. Training soon began. The special class was ordered to gather in the arena for basic dragon-slaying practice. Zeke was surprised to find even elites starting with fundamentals. The instructor arrived, a tall figure clad in a distinctive uniform. Andre Draker, the renowned Rose Knight, introduced himself. Known for his unmatched skill and early graduation as valedictorian, he stood as proof that the Draker name still bore weight. Zeke studied him closely. Unlike the others, this man earned his title through merit. A new challenge had entered the stage. Silence swept the arena as Andre Draker's cold command cut through the noise. His piercing gaze immediately subdued the cadets. Once the class regained order, he instructed them to draw their weapons. Among the students, Zeke unsheathed a sword, noticeably larger than standard issue. The unusual choice drew the instructor's attention, prompting a challenge to explain the decision. Without hesitation, Zeke demonstrated complete control over the weapon, swinging with precision and strength. He anticipated the reaction, purposefully choosing the blade to provoke scrutiny. When questioned, he responded calmly, stepping into the center to prove his intent. Andre criticized the mismatch, warning that such recklessness could backfire. Instead of retreating, Zeke declared his confidence. The moment escalated as Andre activated his defensive skill, signaling the start of a duel. Steel clashed. The instructor moved first, intending to discipline, not defeat. Zeke dodged and countered fiercely, drawing a thin line between disrespect and dominance. Stakes had shifted. Despite his confident appearance, Zeke approached the duel with careful calculation. Aware of Andre's weakness, he knew he could secure a win, but such a move would draw unnecessary attention from Abel, who was monitoring the match. Choosing caution over pride, he decided to fake a loss, opting to graze Andre's uniform, rather than reveal his full potential. As the clash began, Andre's strength surged. Even without aura enhancement, his strikes carried weight and precision. Zeke dodged and parried while intentionally restraining himself. A single sweep sent him flying. Yet he recovered quickly, maintaining the charade. Observers were impressed, especially as the duel stretched on longer than expected. Andre's frustration grew. Though he held back his aura, he found himself struggling to dominate a mere cadet. Zeke's relentless pressure, despite seeming inferior, exposed the flaw in Andre's stamina. Suppressing mana while fighting proved taxing. The match continued, and Zeke's endurance became the turning point. For someone trained under the peculiar Draker method, where aura is maintained even during sleep, Zeke had mastered energy control. Andre, on the other hand, fought as if holding his breath. While the crowd saw a cadet losing, only Zeke knew he had won by outlasting his opponent, without ever being serious. Andre's strikes were growing reckless. His stamina, already strained by unconventional swordplay, began to falter. Zeke observed each motion carefully, noting the gradual breakdown in form. A calculated deflection sent Andre tumbling, yet a strange sense of dissatisfaction settled in. Winning like this felt incomplete, almost dishonest. Realizing that a clean victory wouldn't expose Andre's limits, Zeke shifted strategy. His next movements forced a harder clash, pushing Andre to the edge. Standard pressure was no longer enough. Zeke understood that only by creating true danger could he compel his opponent to instinctively unleash aura. Without hesitation, he dove into an aggressive assault, launching a feint so intense it mimicked a killing blow. In response, Andre instinctively activated swift steps. Purple trails tore through the air as he dodged faster than the eye could follow. Surprise flickered in his eyes when he realized his aura had triggered unconsciously. Zeke pressed the advantage. With perfect timing, he chained into critical strike, delivering a blow designed to break rhythm, not bones. Andre's confusion deepened. How could a cadet wield such refined techniques? Then Zeke drew his blade again. This time, dragon-slaying arts emerged, with energy spiraling upward. His sword fell like divine judgment. Sky slice carved through the arena, stunning even the onlookers into silence. Zeke's body trembled from the impact of Andre's final strike. Pain surged through his arms, but he forced himself upright, activating his innate class ability healing factor. Energy coursed through his limbs, mending damage just enough to hold his posture. With the pain suppressed, he allowed himself to collapse, perfectly timing his fall to align with his strategy. Andre, observing the destruction caused by his own attack, stood stunned. The aftermath of the battle painted a clear message: this cadet was no ordinary trainee. From above, an instructor surveyed the arena and made his decision without hesitation. Zeke was no longer required to attend class. His performance had exceeded expectations. Silence filled the hall as no other cadet dared to step forward. The instructor's gaze swept the room before he declared the session over. Meanwhile, Zeke lay in the infirmary, satisfied with the results. Though he hadn't landed a clean blow, he had drawn out Andre's aura and gained recognition. Reflecting on the final technique used Sky Slice, Zeke realized the danger he'd faced. Despite surviving it, the attack's strength proved Andre standing as a blue knight. Yet for Zeke, victory wasn't enough. To gain true freedom, he would need power no one could restrain. Lying in bed, Zeke's thoughts focused on gaining power that would leave him unbound by any force. Just as resolve took root, a loud entrance shattered the quiet. A wild, unkempt man barged into the infirmary, reeking of alcohol and shouting nonsense. Without warning, he grabbed Zeke and recognized him as Arthur's son, the patriarch of the Draker clan. The stranger's presence was unsettling. Despite his drunken appearance, Zeke hadn't sensed him approach. The man's casual insults toward Arthur revealed a deeper familiarity, one that hinted at hidden strength. Zeke stayed cautious, deflecting questions while assessing the danger. Yet the man pressed on, referencing Zeke's healing and identifying the internal wound he had sustained earlier. Catching on to Zeke's healing factor, the intruder tested him further, forcing Zeke to activate his mental defense skill. When words failed, their exchange turned physical. Zeke launched into a counterattack, surprising the man with swift, precise movements. Their clash turned fierce, prompting both to activate skills: swift steps, precise stab, and critical strike. Reacting on instinct, the man realized Zeke wasn't just talented, he was dangerous. His adaptability mirrored that of a seasoned warrior. Alarmed and intrigued, he questioned his own assumptions. Was this cadet really just a student, or something far more lethal? The cadet met the older man's sudden strike, their blades locking with enough force to shake the room. The pressure revealed that his opponent was far stronger than expected. The red-eyed man leaned in with an unsettling grin, observing the cadet's technique as if studying something familiar. His gaze sharpened with recognition. With a casual step back, the man stopped the clash and let his cloak settle. His calm posture contrasted the intensity of the exchange, leaving the cadet tense and alert. The cadet wondered who this man truly was and why he spoke as though he understood his past. The word he had used echoed in his thoughts. The man evaluated him openly, remarking that his stance and habits resembled those of someone outside a knight's discipline. Realizing the intent behind those words, the cadet lowered his sword, acknowledging that the man was testing him rather than provoking him. A familiar pressure surrounded him, reminding him of a strength he had known long before. He understood the man's level instantly, recognizing the overwhelming aura of a seasoned warrior. Before he could reflect further, Andre appeared, surprising him with the timing. Andre addressed the stranger as the academy's garden keeper, confusing the cadet. Dexter reacted casually, revealing he had been watching earlier. Andre dismissed the cadet, sending him back to his duties. As he reached the door, Dexter called out. He invited the cadet to the western greenhouse, offering guidance. The cadet declined and left, aware this encounter was far from over. As the cadet closed the door behind him, he heard Dexter mockingly compare his attitude to someone named Anthony. The familiarity in his words stirred suspicion. The cadet hesitated. Dexter's casual use of Arthur Draker's name didn't match someone of a mere garden keeper rank. His tone implied authority. Piecing it together, the cadet recalled a man known for having one disciple, Andre. That connection narrowed Dexter's identity to someone once feared. The memories returned. Duke Draker, the Gale Knight, was a warrior who earned Black Knight status through raw combat power. He once fought an entire kingdom alone, his strength infamous throughout the Empire. His sudden disappearance had shocked the martial world. Now, it made sense. Duke Draker had vanished not to retire but to hide in plain sight within the academy walls. Rumors claimed he earned Black Knight status simply because he liked the color black. The cadet dismissed that as exaggeration, realizing the Duke was observing him closely. The cadet saw opportunity not in idle admiration, but to extract true power. He decided to transform that interest into something deeper, a chance to uncover the Duke's secret technique. The next day, the academy resumed as usual. The classroom buzzed with half-hearted attention. Professor Fannin asked a question no one dared to answer. Students ducked or dozed off to avoid attention. The professor laughed nervously, still hoping someone would participate, though he clearly didn't expect it. The cadet raised his hand, surprising the entire class. He asked about a previously skipped mana transfer law. The professor lit up with excitement, shocked by genuine curiosity. For once, someone engaged with his lesson. In that moment, the cadet took his first step, not only toward mastering mana, but preparing for the Gale Knight's hidden teachings. As the academy bell rang, students poured out for break. Inside the classroom, one cadet questioned why they studied magic in a knight's academy. Zeke remained thoughtful. Unlike others, he found the professor's teaching effective. While others dismissed it, he recognized the professor's unique approach. When he stood to leave, the professor called out hesitantly. His awkwardness hinted that something meaningful was behind his words. The professor admitted he hadn't felt this engaged in teaching for a long time. Zeke's interest had reignited something in him. He invited Zeke to his research lab anytime, revealing his background as a Delphoa Scholarship alumnus, a prestigious title in the magic world. Zeke processed this quietly. The professor was no ordinary mage. Earning a scholarship from Delphoa meant unmatched magical expertise. Walking through the corridor, Zeke reflected on the benefits of staying close to a mage. Knowledge was power. He recalled Fannin's teaching style and analytical mind, deciding to observe him further as a valuable ally. Suddenly, he spotted Dexter collapsed near the entrance, calling out with his usual casual tone. Dexter greeted him as if nothing had happened, questioning why Zeke never visited the greenhouse. He reminded Zeke of his offer to teach something useful, implying Zeke had misunderstood the opportunity. Zeke's answer was blunt. He simply wasn't interested, but Dexter didn't seem discouraged. Dexter exploded in frustration, demanding to know why Zeke refused. Zeke explained he was already focusing on personal training and had no room for distractions. With a grin, Dexter struck the ground, unleashing pressure. His tone shifted. Training had only just begun. Zeke's senses flared as energy surged near his eye. Before he could react, Dexter's blow landed cleanly, knocking him unconscious. He awoke, groaning under sunlight, the scenery now unfamiliar, a distant greenhouse framed by foliage, rising slowly. Zeke realized the older man had knocked him out cold. A full week's delay had apparently tested Dexter's patience. Surveying the area, Zeke confirmed it. He had been brought to the western greenhouse against his will. Dexter appeared beside him, nonchalantly asking if he was awake, his tone unbothered. Zeke accused him of abduction. Dexter didn't deny it. He confirmed it with a smile, not treating the situation seriously. Dexter admitted openly that he was interested in Zeke, though his delivery was too casual. Zeke activated his speed skill to escape, sensing Dexter's impatience as the man gave chase. Their sprint became a test. Zeke tried to outrun him, but Dexter was relentless, closing the gap quickly. Zeke launched an attack mid-motion, but Dexter dodged effortlessly, treating the skirmish like a game. Thrown aside by the shockwave, Zeke recovered with irritation. Dexter still wasn't taking him seriously. Zeke knew he had to raise the stakes. Provoking Dexter's true intent might be the only way forward. Dexter asked about Zeke's strange healing ability. Zeke realized that had caught his interest. Rather than answering, Zeke challenged him, saying he'd only reveal the secret if Dexter earned it. In an instant, Dexter vanished. Zeke stood alone, wind swirling where his opponent once stood. Zeke scanned the area cautiously, sensing Dexter's presence, but unable to locate him among the trees. Suddenly, a large blade cut through the air behind him, forcing him to spin around defensively. He blocked just in time, eyes wide as the force of the hidden strike pushed him back into position. Zeke dashed forward, sword drawn, committing fully to the confrontation without hesitation. Dexter appeared nearby, proposing a wager tied to the outcome of the duel: victory for truth, defeat for secrets. The older man's expression turned dark, revealing intense curiosity masked beneath a playful challenge. Zeke crashes through the air, slammed into the distant ground as dust and leaves explode upward. He rolls through the bushes but rises again, his body bruised but his stance unshaken. His opponent watches, baffled. It's been 3 hours, and Zeke still refuses to collapse. Zeke advances, showing no signs of slowing. His body heals even as he fights. His class skills Healing Factor and Infinite Stamina activate again, restoring him instantly. The older warrior realizes Zeke isn't just enduring, his regeneration is unnatural. Zeke channels hidden strength, the might of the dragon awakens within him. Dark energy engulfs his body as dragonic aura courses through his limbs. He steps forward. His eyes sharpen, the real fight is just beginning. Zeke rushes in, blade glowing violet as he launches another charge. Swift Steps activates, turning him into a blur of repeated strikes. His attacks are fast but predictable. His opponent begins to adapt. Zeke fights on, fueled by pure spite beyond pain or fatigue. His aura flares golden. The opponent answers with full force. Their clash explodes. Neither side holds back now. The Duke's eyes widened in shock as Zeke vanished into a blinding blast of wind and force. A massive dust cloud erupted, obscuring everything in sight. The Duke squinted, trying to regain visual contact. He muttered under his breath. Zeke had vanished from view, but in the chaos, even he had lost track of the fight. Zeke's Dragon Eyes skill activated, piercing through the veil of dust and motion. Both warriors re-engaged in close combat, their weapons clashing violently under surging pressure. The ground split beneath them as the Duke unleashed a secret technique with devastating force. Zeke watched the wind explode from a single dash. The sheer power left him stunned. He braced to strike, but was suddenly caught in a red aura that disrupted his charge. The Duke grabbed him mid-air. Their clash ended in a deadlock. He called it a draw. A final blow landed. Zeke spiraled through the air, sword flying from his grip. He crashed violently into the ground, body pushed past all limits by his skill usage. His consciousness shut down. The system forcibly deactivated his abilities for survival. Zeke awoke to the golden light of his room. Time had passed. He realized he'd been brought back. The Duke must have carried him to safety. Sitting up, he clenched his fist. He hadn't won, but he'd come incredibly close. Zeke sat up in bed, his expression calm but thoughtful. His efforts had failed against the Black Knight. He recalled every tactic he used: repeating attacks, striking with Might of the Dragon, and activating Dragon Eyes. None of it worked. The final skill Duke used overwhelmed everything. Zeke knew it had been a hidden trump card. Despite being knocked out, Zeke had seen the truth. Duke's body moved unnaturally, guided by intense muscle control. That strange high-speed movement, paired with his trained physique, allowed him to compensate for his poor stamina. Zeke regretted failing to copy it, but considered witnessing the secret move a victory in itself. He replayed the moment again. Duke's aura, heavy and oppressive, would have broken weaker minds. As he lay reflecting, a system alert appeared, offering to open a message linked to his progress. His Swift Steps skill upgraded, and his soul development unlocked new system functions. Zeke's interface expanded. New options appeared: minimap, quest book, inventory, and karma points. He focused on the inventory, first choosing to activate and explore it. The system explained that space was limited by item size, but karma could expand it. Zeke tested it by thinking about storing his sword, mimicking skill activation. The claymore vanished instantly, occupying 2 of his available storage boxes. Understanding dawned. To retrieve it, he only needed to think of its form or name. Zeke summoned his sword from the inventory. The weapon instantly materialized in his grip. He admired the system's design. It surpassed subspace storage in both speed and efficiency. He remembered how hard it had been to store items in his past life, even with expensive artifacts. Now, he could even expand inventory space using karma points, giving him complete flexibility. His status window revealed something unexpected. He held the low-rank administrator designation. If this much power came from a low rank, he began to wonder what a high-rank administrator could do. A knock came at the door. Decker entered with a message, breaking Zeke's thoughts. The message was from the Duke, one final remark calling the battle a draw. Zeke smirked. That parting note confirmed it hadn't been a total loss. He realized the opportunity wasn't over. The future still held possibilities. Decker delivered new information. The blacksmith Zeke had requested had been found. But something was off. Decker's expression turned serious. The blacksmith had refused the appointment outright. Zeke's shock was immediate. Why would someone turn down a client like him? The truth was heavy. This blacksmith no longer forged weapons at all. Zeke arrived at a quiet rural town, once home to a legendary forge. He stepped down from the carriage, eyes fixed on the smithy ahead. The old sign, Halbert's blacksmith, remained untouched. Time had passed, but the place still held its weight in memory. Inside, silence ruled. Dust-covered tools and scattered debris showed a forge long abandoned. Zeke called out, receiving no reply. Galleon Halbert, once the greatest blacksmith, now sat drunk, gulping from a bottle. His fame had turned to decay. He dismissed Zeke without care, unable to recognize the visitor. His tone was cold, his gaze distant. Zeke noticed the state of the room: ruined, empty, lifeless. Something inside Galleon had clearly broken. Zeke fetched a bucket of water without speaking. The blacksmith barely noticed. Water crashed into Galleon's face, knocking clarity into his eyes. Zeke stood calmly, asking if he was awake now. Galleon recognized Zeke's emblem and froze. Zeke questioned why his commission was refused. Galleon collapsed, ashamed, claiming he couldn't forge for others anymore. Zeke silently watched as Galleon trembled in regret. He remembered never hearing Galleon's past before. Now he knew he had only met Galleon after he'd already lost everything. Galleon bowed deeply, ashamed of his earlier behavior. Zeke, however, remained calm and asked to see the discarded blades. Galleon hesitated, then led Zeke to the back of the forge. His inner thoughts revealed a new resolve. He would guide Zeke properly this time. They entered a cluttered storage area. Galleon apologized for the mess, but Zeke showed no concern. Outside, countless swords were displayed, each marked by imperfection. Despite that, Zeke found them intriguing. Galleon warned Zeke about their flaws, but Zeke picked up one blade after another, testing their feel and balance. He concluded that these were not failures. The craftsmanship was comparable to the continent's best. Activating his draconian ability, Zeke observed the weapons with enhanced perception. He noticed inconsistencies in the metal blend. Galleon was shocked by Zeke's insight. Zeke identified the unique smelting technique and explained the intent behind it: a lighter, refined alloy. However, Zeke demonstrated the sword's weakness as it shattered from a single strike. He explained the issue stemmed from poor heat treatment that left impurities. Galleon agreed without hesitation. Zeke's knowledge stunned Galleon. He had not only recognized the technique, but also diagnosed the flaw instantly. Moved by Zeke's precision, Galleon gained confidence. Perhaps, he thought, this person could understand his true work. With newfound hope, Galleon requested something unexpected from Zeke. He unrolled a blueprint on the table and asked Zeke to review a weapon design, one born from his own ambition. Zeke examined the blueprint. Galleon presented a detailed design of a magic-powered brazier. It was Galleon's secret invention, a forge that used magical control to stabilize temperature and support advanced smelting. Revealing it without hesitation, Galleon lit the device and shared it openly, trusting Zeke completely. Zeke questioned why it hadn't been built, despite the complete design. Galleon admitted the core part required an expensive energy link from the magic tower costing 10,000 gold. That amount was unimaginable for most. Zeke realized it had taken Galleon a decade to save up. Galleon proposed a deal: if Zeke could obtain the core, he would forge anything for him, free and forever. Zeke was torn. He wasn't in a position to use family funds or give up the Sword of Radiance. After thinking it through, Zeke agreed. He had a mage contact who might help secure the item. With confidence, Zeke rolled up the blueprint and accepted the challenge. Galleon was overwhelmed with gratitude, swearing eternal loyalty and sobbing uncontrollably. Zeke firmly told him to stop drinking, promising to contact him once the core was acquired. Leaving the forge, Zeke made his way to the Academy research buildings to find magical support. He reflected on how far things had come from an abandoned smith to a powerful ally. Now, with Galleon's loyalty and a purpose in hand, Zeke walked toward his next objective without hesitation. Zeke recalled a fellow student named Fanon, a researcher of mana energy laws, who might help with Galleon's request. Walking through the academy grounds, Zeke traced Fanon's last known location to a narrow alley beside the research wing. Before he reached the lab, Distant sounds of shouting and scuffling echoed through the alley. A bruised student begged for forgiveness, clutching another's leg, his voice trembling with fear. Leon Conrad, the aggressor, watched coldly as the student groveled. The victim apologized profusely, blaming himself just for touching Leon in panic. Leon mocked Zeke's words, praising him with a sinister tone while kicking the kneeling student. He offered the student a humiliating chance to clean the alley as punishment. Disgusted, Zeke turned away, muttering in frustration over the abuse he just witnessed. In the alley, another student was attacked while insults were hurled targeted solely for his background. The enraged victim released uncontrolled energy, lashing out in pain and humiliation. One attacker dismissed the anger, demanding the victim stop speaking and continue suffering. Elsewhere, Leon brooded over a past defeat to someone he called inferior, blaming it on a surprise attack. He raged over how a recessive awakened had bested him, despite Leon's pure bloodline. A new presence interrupted his thoughts, calling out mockingly. Leon's expression twisted in recognition. A silver-haired student smirked, provoked by the presence of someone he considered his inferior replacement. Zeke stood firm, his expression unshaken, dark energy already rising from his body. With his sword ignited in violet flame, Zeke issued a silent threat, demanding submission within seconds. At the Academy's tower, students rushed through a narrow training corridor. Startled by a sudden disturbance from above, a lone figure drops between the buildings, landing ahead of them without warning. Confusion spreads instantly. One student mocks his heritage, but the black-haired boy raises a hand, silencing him with a single command. Dark energy radiates from the boy. The others freeze, unnerved by the sudden pressure in the air. A student recalls the same boy once crawling on the floor, now radiating fear. Shaken, one shouts to attack. The group charges together, unaware of the danger. Zeke calmly warns them, then moves as one attacker lunges forward. He strikes cleanly, sending the enemy flying. More attackers rush, but he remains composed, countering swiftly. Zeke's blows send bodies crashing midair. With precise force, he dismantles their formation. Several fall together, crushed by the shockwave. One student stares, overwhelmed. He questions if this is the same Zeke. Cornered, he threatens weakly. Zeke doesn't flinch. Leon draws his sword, ignoring the arena rules. Zeke, expression cold, accepts the challenge without hesitation. Leon falters as Zeke announces formal retaliation. His voice is calm, but his sword radiates killing intent. Zeke declares vengeance in the name of honor. Red energy engulfs his blade as tension sharpens. The spectators freeze as Zeke invokes the rule. The duel won't stop until death. He appoints a witness to confirm the terms. All responsibility is declared void beyond this point. Leon panics, but Zeke steps forward, signaling the battle's continuation. Leon drops his sword, pleading for mercy. He's no longer defiant, only terrified. Zeke stands firm, unmoved by the cowardice, now replacing arrogance. Leon begs again, remembering how Zeke once did the same. Zeke raises his blade, condemning Leon's weakness. With one swing, he slashes Leon across the face, severing his ear. As Leon screams in agony, Zeke calmly states, he'll be taking the ear as payment. Zeke warns that next time, it won't be the ear, it'll be the head. Leon collapses in pain and blood, overwhelmed by fear and humiliation. Zeke exhales, the fight done, leaving silence behind him. Liam stares at Zeke, confused and wounded. He asks why Zeke stepped in during the chaos. Zeke doesn't turn around, he remains silent, as Liam repeats the question. Without answering directly, Zeke simply tells him not to worry about it, leaving Liam speechless. As he walks away, Zeke mutters. He wasn't helping Liam, he was helping himself. Alone in the hallway, he reflects on his actions, unsure why he intervened at all. He wonders if Galleon's influence changed him more than he realized. Outside the academy, Zeke nearly blurts out something sentimental but holds back. At the research lab, Zeke meets with a professor, requesting technical support. The professor agrees to help, but insists on explaining the situation thoroughly. The professor confirms Zeke's design is functional but complex, due to the unstable core. The required circuit demands high power and tight regulation. Zeke asks if it is still possible. The professor says yes, but there are two methods. Redesigning the core would take over 15 years, an impractical option. The alternative is to use a rare material to skip the redesign process entirely. That material is a high-compression manastone, difficult to obtain. Zeke reacts in shock when he hears the required material is a high-compression manastone, an ancient artifact beyond modern production. The professor confirms its rarity and the challenge of retrieving one from ruined relic sites. He explains the cost would exceed 3,000 gold, a price far beyond reason. Zeke sits in silence, knowing his inability to use aura could get him expelled. Despite the risks, he remembers the event during the blessing rite, and how people mistook him for an aura user. In truth, he only controls ether and healing, and his swordsmanship lacks aura-based skills. He can only swing using physical strength and ether, not aura's versatility. That's why he needs Gram, the Sword of Radiance, to compensate. Suddenly, he realizes the blueprint resembles a Golden Age relic. Zeke asks the professor to manage the design while he's away. Instead of waiting 15 years, Zeke promises to obtain the Mana Stone himself. With a confident smile, he vows to return with the key material. High above the skies, dragons soared through clouds, dominating the world below with unmatched power. This was the era known as the Golden Age, where dragons ruled and humanity remained under their shadow. A lone hero emerged and changed history by slaying the Dragon King, bringing peace through strength and sacrifice. The Draker Academy's central library stood as a monument, its origins tied directly to that ancient age. Though rarely visited, the library was maintained, housing relics rediscovered during magical excavations across the continent. 10 years in the future, these discoveries would shake the world, but today they remained forgotten in silence. Inside the quiet records room, a student named Zeke searched in vain, lost among endless scrolls. Suddenly, his draconian skill, Dragon Eyes, activated, illuminating his vision with glowing clarity. Light sparked in his eyes, guiding him towards something hidden within the vast collection of ancient texts. Zeke stepped forward and triggered a magical trap, his instincts reacting as energy flared around him. Channeling the soul of the spirit, he neutralized the enchantment just before it could strike. Although effective, the skill drained his strength, proving dangerous if used too often or recklessly. A glow emerged from the darkness, a torch ignited by proximity to the awakened relic. Following the path revealed by its light, Zeke descended deeper into the forbidden library corridor. Far below the surface, he realized this path was not marked in any official record or map. Zeke sensed movement and paused, eyes narrowing as footsteps echoed faintly in the shadowed ruins. Climbing over stone and moss, he speculated someone might have explored this hidden area before him. Then came the answer. Skeletal figures emerged, armed with tools, standing as guardians of the ruin. Recognizing the threat, Zeke unsheathed his blade, channeling mana into his stance for swift elimination. Activating his spectral slash technique, he sliced clean through with force amplified by draconian skill. With precision, he dismantled both skeletons instantly, watching as their remains crumbled to dust. A system notification confirmed 2 karma points earned, reminding him of the combat reward structure. Grinning, Zeke realized he could gain power by hunting monsters hidden in these ancient halls. His focus shifted to efficiency clearing. Enemies became a strategy to farm advancement points. Zone Swing felled another skeleton, his karma total rising steadily with each defeated enemy. AA System Window revealed the breakdown of his unlocked skills and remaining locked abilities. Many powerful upgrades lay ahead, but each demanded high-point investments he hadn't yet reached. Activating the minimap, Zeke watched as a glowing layout of corridors materialized before him. It resembled a magic map, guiding his steps deeper into the complex maze below. Suddenly, the map shifted from flat to 3-dimensional, revealing new unexplored paths and secret rooms. Zeke marveled at the evolving 3D minimap, watching as the system highlighted a glowing red chamber. Curious about the anomaly, he noticed the room labeled differently, the Dragonslayer storage room. Prompted by the system, he accepted guidance to the location, and the path ahead illuminated instantly. Zeke followed the glowing route deeper into the ruins, the red marker growing closer with each step. Soon, he stood before a massive door, ancient, sealed, and clearly protected by more than steel. Attempts to force it open failed. The barrier rejected simple entry. Shielding something truly valuable within touching the surface triggered a security spell. Red energy surged up his arm and bound his body. The enchantment reacted violently, magic woven by powerful hands, possibly from Nirvana's own archmage. Only his gloves saved him from injury. The door's defenses were designed to maim intruders. He requested system assistance, which confirmed his administrator status, and began reactivating internal protocols. The spell's seal failed to resist the override. A response indicated connection to a device called Mandala. Zeke realized, stunned, the system was speaking back, recognizing him directly as its administrator. Seizing the moment, Zeke demanded answers. Why was he forced to regress in the first place? The system denied every critical question: origin, creator, and purpose, all locked behind silence. Frustrated, Zeke clenched his fist, gaining power, yet still unable to unlock the truth behind it all. Zeke issued a direct command to the system, and the massive sealed doors began to unlock. Ancient magic released with a thunderous vibration, parting the barrier and unveiling the hidden chamber. Stepping into the vault, Zeke stared in disbelief at the countless chests piled across the room. Realizing they were all treasure chests, he shouted in awe, each likely containing rare artifacts. In past eras, discovering even a single relic like these would have been a historic achievement. But here, before him, were hundreds of glowing containers filled with glittering magical wealth. He began selecting items carefully, some chosen for allies, others for personal use. Among the finds was a high-compression mana stone, valuable beyond measure, and 4 more like it. With limited inventory space, he used system points to expand capacity, yet knew he'd return. Later Zeke concluded the day's gathering, confident in his haul, but unease crept into the silent room. As smoke shifted unnaturally, he felt a cold sensation, as if the chamber had awakened. Turning back cautiously, he sensed an ominous aura building. Something was no longer dormant. His hand brushed against a strange relic, triggering a sudden burst of red magical energy. Seals activated instantly, surrounding him with glowing restraints, catching him completely off guard. A violent surge erupted, the artifact reacting to his presence, initiating a dangerous unknown protocol. A red energy circle forms beneath Zeke, surging upward as space twists violently. The teleportation activates with overwhelming force. Zeke appears in a dim storage chamber, confused and alert. He questions the system, trying to grasp his new location. The system confirms he's in the home of the Dragon Slayer. He stands alone in its dark, forgotten halls. Zeke walks among ancient stone tiles, surprised to find a chamber filled with coffins never mentioned in any record. He checks the minimap. His location is isolated, not connected to known paths in the Dragon Slayer estate. Realization hits this area is hidden, undiscovered until now. He prepares to explore further. Driven by curiosity, Zeke runs into the depths. Dust stirs with each step. He finds a sealed knight's armor. The system confirms its exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment. He inspects it, noting its old design, but sensing great value. A mana socket lies in the chest. Zeke inserts a glowing battery. Energy surges, activating the armor as magical light spreads. The system confirms equipment activation successful. Power overloads. The armor shakes violently. AA system alert warns of failure. Explosion is imminent. The blast erupts. Zeke coughs in smoke. The system quietly apologizes. Zeke examined the destroyed armor. The system confirmed it ran on a high-compression mana stone, an unusually powerful energy source for ancient gear. He questioned why such a device would need extreme energy. The answer wasn't clear, but it suggested the armor had hidden capabilities. Choosing not to linger, Zeke moved deeper into the ruin, determined to uncover more relics from the past. He checked every room. They were all empty, except for a large one with a single object placed at its center. Inside stood a glass cube. It was the only thing in the spacious room surrounded by silence. As he approached, data revealed the object belonged to Terracon Draker. Zeke recognized the name and its notorious history. A vision appeared. Bahamut, the cursed dragon, roared in his mind. Terracon had sealed the dragon's heart within this vault. The heart pulsed violently, reacting to Zeke's presence. Its energy remained intact. Zeke now understood the heavy pressure he felt upon entering the area. The source was this cursed relic. The heart resonated unnaturally with him. Energy surged toward him, as if seeking recognition. A dark force flooded his thoughts. Words echoed inside his mind, trying to manipulate his will. His mind bent to the influence. The heart's command was clear, it demanded destruction through him. A defense mechanism activated. His mental barrier pushed back against the corruption. Pain erupted as he resisted. His mind trembled, fighting the overwhelming voice. His vision cleared briefly. Black smoke surrounded him. The cube glowed ominously in the center. A vortex of dark energy erupted from the cube. Zeke was pulled into a sudden system. Generated trial linked to Terracon Draker's curse. A quest appeared. Defeat the spiraling curse from Bahamut's heart. The air turned dense, and Zeke's body weakened. He activated his mental defense skill, but it failed to resist the spreading corruption. The curse pushed deeper into his consciousness. Violent thoughts overwhelmed him. The curse repeated one command: annihilation. Zeke struggled as the words embedded themselves in his mind. A phantom form offered him freedom in exchange for surrender. Zeke staggered under the pressure, despite the mental assault. Zeke refused. He rejected the illusion of freedom and fought back against the influence. With force of will, Zeke shattered the illusion. He resisted the heart's madness and overcame the dragon's curse. The quest completed. In return, Zeke received control over the cursed heart and awakened new class skills. Healing and stamina surged through him. The system confirmed he had begun assimilating Bahamut's heart. The heart's power didn't stop. Mana rushed into him at a dangerous rate. Without mana circles, the pure energy flowed uncontrollably, threatening to destroy his body. Realizing the danger, Zeke desperately searched for a solution before the power overwhelmed him. The system responded. A new command activated: Spirit of the Soul Seal. Zeke condensed the unstable energy. His body radiated power as the mana began stabilizing. The sealing completed. For now, he had survived, barely controlling the dragon's power within. Zeke endured the chaotic surge of mana as energy swirled violently around him. His body strained under the pressure of unstable power. To contain it, he activated a technique designed to trap the excess mana. He directed the flow and sealed it in a controlled space. A focused blast erupted upward. The force was intense but controlled, creating a deep crater where the sealing completed. Smoke lingered as red light faded from the broken ground. The energy storm had ended, leaving silence behind. Zeke pulled himself from the rubble. His movements were weak, but he remained conscious. The mana had been contained. He checked his chest. The source of the energy was no longer external. It had been absorbed directly into his body. The cube that once held the dragon's heart was now empty. The process had fully transferred the mana into him. A visible mark appeared on his chest. He identified it as a result of the sealing technique during absorption. He noticed a system response. It indicated further changes had occurred due to the successful fusion. System alerts confirmed that Zeke had absorbed Bahamut's heart. His physical structure had been modified into a divine-type body. Due to the overwhelming power, most of it had been sealed automatically. He was granted access to Tarakon's hidden archives and tools. Faced with multiple updates, Zeke postponed further review. However, one notification stood out and drew his attention. Among the many system prompts, one offered access to a second dying gift, left behind by Tarakon Draker. Zeke observed the message. It was a direct invitation to unlock another relic stored within the legacy system. The interface presented the final prompt, a choice to open Tarakon's other parting gift. The system waited for his decision. A system alert confirmed the administrator's request, triggering the second activation of Tarakon Draker's legacy. The surroundings pulsed with magical energy as ancient protocols initiated. Zeke stood motionless, overwhelmed by power. His body trembled, eyes glowing, as unfamiliar strength surged through him. His expression shifted from confusion to awareness. Moments later, he appeared in front of Platinum Mansion. With determination, he entered a secured room, holding a box, ready to uncover what had been granted to him. A status window unfolded. Zeke's class, Immortal. His new skills and stats reflected immense upgrades, including control over dragons and a divine body. Reviewing each section, he noted authority over dragons and vastly increased combat growth. The unfamiliar powers were proof of his evolution. A quest book and library access were unlocked, but information was incomplete. He needed to update the system before continuing. Zeke asked to access Tarakon's data. The system responded it required an update at a designated location. A map appeared, highlighting a single destination, Valhalla. Confused, he requested visual confirmation. Recognizing the name, he stared silently. Valhalla, an elite academy, even he wouldn't normally enter, was now his next step. Valhalla's crest shined. Only administrators could enter. Ordinary candidates wouldn't even see the map, though he never planned to join. Zeke realized the key to Tarakon's secret lay there. With energy resonating from the crystal in his hand, he prepared to change course. He activated the questbook. The tutorial for low-rank administrators began. It explained, rewards followed successful quests. Progress would strengthen him further. As blue light enveloped him, Zeke braced himself. The true beginning had arrived. Blue code surged around Zeke as his body was pulled through a data stream. Light and energy twisted, dragging him into a digital void. He landed on a glowing grid. Surprised, he looked around, unsure if he had been transported like before. He quickly realized this wasn't simple teleportation. The entire environment had transformed into a combat-ready space. Without warning, monstrous orcs emerged from the shifting grid. One roared, charging with a brutal weapon raised. The tutorial quest appeared: defeat the enemies using at least 2 different skills. A time limit was set. Zeke observed the enemies and readied himself. He had to act fast and precisely to survive. The orcs attacked in unison. Zeke unleashed his first strike, using a forceful dash skill. His second skill activated Swift Step. The impact scattered the enemies with a powerful blast. The system recognized his combos, confirming successful skill usage. He pushed forward without hesitation. Wielding a claymore, Zeke noticed its weightless feel. His strength was now clearly enhanced. His divine body allowed perfect movement and power output. The sword moved as an extension of himself, with one final strike. The orcs fell, the tutorial quest was marked complete, and he returned instantly. Back in the chamber, Zeke questioned if it had all been an illusion. It felt too real. System messages confirmed rewards, critical bonus, time bonus, and shop access with 40 points. He explored the shop window, stunned by the rare relics. A new strategy formed profit through system trading. Zeke attempted to sell items in the system's marketplace. The training claymore was unsellable, but an elven dagger was worth a few points. Realizing only ancient relics held real value, he hesitated to trade it. The auction could yield far more gold than the meager points offered. He decided to keep the dagger for emergencies. The long day weighed on him, and he stretched before heading to rest. As the lights dimmed, Zeke confirmed everyone else had gone to sleep. Silence blanketed the mansion. Morning arrived at the Academy's research center. Inside, scholars discussed Zeke's quick completion of a difficult mana analysis. One professor was amazed by the speed. Zeke remained calm, subtly avoiding unnecessary attention. Zeke noticed the professor was cautious. He sipped tea, aware of the man's scrutiny. The professor explained how mana stones were registered and tracked using ancient texts and numbers. Yet the mana stone Zeke delivered was unregistered, something that should have been impossible. The professor guessed Zeke had found the stone himself. His expression softened, impressed by Zeke's hidden skill. He encouraged Zeke not to waste his talent in obscurity, sensing potential beyond expectations. Zeke agreed quietly, preparing to adapt. Outside, new coordinates lit up on his system interface. Magic formations surged in the lab. Zeke and the professor worked together, adjusting parameters for the device. As the process completed, Zeke smiled in satisfaction. Another step forward had been secured. The professor left for a lecture. Zeke gave a respectful bow, thanking him before heading out. Zeke and the blacksmith exited the workshop. After completing the magic brazier, Zeke reminded him of their deal. With a serious look, Zeke presented a wrapped object and requested it be made into a sword. The blacksmith reacted with shock, recognizing the item as something dangerous and rare. The box opened, revealing Bahamut's cursed fang, an item of legendary origin and immense value. The blacksmith was stunned. He had never seen a dragon fang so pure or perfectly preserved. Zeke explained it was part of Terracon Draker's final gift, a relic collected before his death. The blacksmith stood speechless. Zeke had given him a priceless crafting opportunity. Gripped by emotion, the man shouted his resolve to exceed expectations. Flames ignited in the forge as he poured all his passion into the task. He introduced himself as Galleon Halbert and declared he'd finish the blade even if it cost his life. The scene flashed back to a vow Galleon made long ago, promising to return the favor that saved him. Zeke, smiling faintly, remembered it all and left the task in Galleon's hands. Zeke departed, trusting Galleon to fulfill the promise. Outside, the forge's sign read, Papine's Breath. As he walked away, Zeke quietly anticipated the result of the blade, yet to be forged. Inside, Galleon struck metal under roaring flames, already devoted to crafting a masterpiece. In his room at the Platinum Mansion, Zeke examined the sword, recalling how much effort it took to forge. His mind drifted to the duel with Duke, a memory sharp with regret and unfinished business. A week had passed since the cryptic note arrived. He waited, sensing something was bound to happen. Darkness crept in as a figure stepped forward. Zeke's instincts screamed Duke had come. A cold voice demanded answers. Zeke froze, guilt and tension coiling tightly. Duke's aura flared. His intent was lethal. Zeke realized escape wasn't an option. Duke lunged. The strike smashed Zeke down, shattering any defense. Grabbing him violently, Duke repeated his demand for truth. Zeke was thrown with force, crashing through the air, confused and overwhelmed, hitting the ground hard. Zeke groaned, stunned. Falling from a great height, panic seized him. He couldn't heal in time. Just as death loomed, someone caught him mid-air. Duke's grip tightened. His words cut deep. Zeke had ignored the challenge. Each missed encounter was a deliberate slight. Duke began counting down. Zeke had 5 seconds left to speak, or fall. Zeke smirked through the pain, mocking Duke's threats. The countdown continued. 4, then 3, tension rising. Duke's grip held firm. He reminded Zeke that his real identity was still unknown. The pressure intensified, calling him Garden Keeper Dexter. Duke exposed what he knew. Zeke's eyes narrowed, hiding his alarm. Duke hurled Zeke down, ending the standoff with force. The impact shattered the floor below. Zeke rolled, groaning in pain. Duke's voice admitted the truth: he had once been a Black Knight. Zeke looked up, stunned. The revelation shifted the power dynamic between them. Duke struck again, punishing Zeke for disrespecting a knight and a noble. Zeke bowed, offering sincere apology. It caught Duke off guard. Zeke asked, for clarity, was Duke truly no longer a knight? Duke dismissed it as unimportant. Zeke questioned if a knight could fall in rank. He taunted lightly, then paused as Duke called him out. Zeke fell silent, aware he'd pushed too far. Duke's glare said enough. Zeke nodded. Since Duke had spoken truthfully, he would too. He confirmed Duke had known his identity all along. Zeke admitted, boldly, he had approached Duke to become his apprentice. Duke slapped his knee and laughed, agreeing to accept Zeke as his apprentice without hesitation. Zeke was stunned by how easily it happened, silently deciding to accept before Duke changed his mind. He knelt formally, declaring his intent with respect and pledging to bring honor to Duke's name. Duke praised Zeke's awareness, noting that few observed such formalities these days. Zeke deflected the compliment with modesty, then cautiously asked why Duke accepted him. Thou known for rejecting disciples, Duke had accepted only one before Andre, after years of effort. Zeke speculated that the duel revealed potential even greater than Andre's. Duke smiled, challenging the assumption. Zeke claimed it was because of his family genius. Duke laughed again, denying it. If genius was the reason, he would have chosen someone else. What impressed Duke was Zeke's tenacity, the will to endure and push forward. Talent alone couldn't reach the top. Those who never suffered often crumbled when tested. Zeke silently agreed, understanding the truth behind Duke's words. Even prodigies sometimes failed to grow beyond limits. Struggle forged true strength. Duke ended the talk and ordered Zeke to follow. It was time for his first lesson. They arrived at a hidden gym beneath the greenhouse. Zeke stared in surprise at the secret facility. Zeke continued running laps in the gym, unsure of Duke's true intention behind the task. Time dragged on. 3 hours had passed, yet Duke remained silent, merely observing, unable to bear the silence. Zeke finally stopped and asked Duke a question directly. Duke responded with action. Without warning, he lunged at Zeke with full force. The impact was explosive, knocking Zeke off balance and throwing dust into the air. Zeke tumbled across the floor, his body dragged by the force of the attack. Duke watched him closely, then calmly raised a pointed question. Zeke recalled several moments. Every time Duke's aura had been oddly absent. With narrowed eyes, Zeke asked directly, was Duke unable to use aura? Zeke walked through the training grounds in silence, recalling the commotion surrounding the mysterious golden light during the awakening. A man approached, speaking casually about the statue and the light, hinting at deeper suspicion hidden beneath his curiosity. He requested to examine Zeke's pulse, stepping in closer, trying to confirm if the boy was hiding something unusual. Zeke kept a calm expression while thinking fast. He knew Duke valued knowledge above assumptions. To avoid exposing his regression, he activated mana reflection, a skill that disguised his lack of aura with false feedback. He maintained the illusion silently, determined not to repeat the humiliation of his failed awakening in his past life. Zeke apologized and pretended to be scared, trying to appear fragile and harmless. He acted panicked about being exposed as aura, less playing into what others expected of a failed Draker. His performance was convincing, covering truth with fear, manipulating perception. Duke examined Zeke's glowing hand again but couldn't detect aura. Zeke asked nervously for a verdict, masking anticipation behind fear. Duke hesitated, sensing the boy's malice fade, mistaking him for a naive child. Though confused, Duke considered the possibility of error in reading the pulse. Zeke knew the family's right couldn't be denied, not even by truth. So even if he lacked aura, the man would find his own reason to believe the illusion. A heavy hand landed on his shoulder. Being called an irregular didn't surprise him. It was the logical label for someone like him. Thoughts sharpened. If someone couldn't explain your abilities, that term was a natural fallback. Weapons hung on the wall, a reminder that some wielded power beyond rules. Irregulars, for instance, could merge aura and mana or even glimpse the future. Jogging across the field, he questioned the reasoning behind the label. From behind, Duke observed his unnatural stamina wounds that should have lingered were gone in seconds. Quick healing like that burned through massive energy, and Duke believed that energy was aura itself. Concern flickered. Did this mean aura would forever escape him? Instead of confirming doubts, Duke reassured him with laughter. His own technique, Gale Arts, required no aura. Unlike traditional methods, Gale Arts relied on raw physical training, not spiritual energy. A step forward, cracked the floor. Wind burst outward from a single stomp, shock lit up the student's eyes as dust, and force tore through the chamber. In stillness, Duke turned and asked if the display left an impression. Permission was granted to imitate the technique, but just once. He leapt, focus intense. He mimicked the stance and planted his foot. Cracks exploded beneath him. Watching from afar, Duke smiled as pressure surged forward, vision sharpened mid. Movement, imitating Duke's technique, revealed hidden structure behind each step. Footwork wasn't random, every motion served intent, evading, closing gaps or gaining space. Purpose anchored every move. What seemed simple now radiated strategic depth. Dust curled as his steps mirrored the form with uncanny precision. Shock stirred behind observing eyes. Duke watched, stunned by the boy's leap in skill. Barely a week passed since training began. Perfection had bloomed fast. Just days ago, this level was unimaginable. Even Duke couldn't explain the rapid transformation. It was like night turned to day. A grin spread across his face. Talent like that couldn't be taught, only uncovered. When praised, the young trainee tensed. Praise was good, but secrecy was better. Inside the dining hall, plates stacked high, food piled, appetite roaring. 1 month had passed since training started. Hunger grew with strength. Between bites, an unexpected voice called out, requesting a talk. Andre stood, calm but clearly testing the waters. Zeke welcomed him with caution. Questions fired fast. How did Zeke win Dexter's favor so quickly? Feigning innocence, he shrugged. Destiny chose him, not ambition. Yet unease brewed across the table. A fork clattered onto the plate as tension filled the air. The atmosphere between the cadets turned sharp. Red eyes flared with irritation. The accusation of inferiority stung deeper than intended. Metal fingers tightened. Words weren't finished. Pride pushed for a response, driven by more than emotion. Zeke countered calmly, questioning whether Dexter would ever choose a disciple based on bloodline alone. His point struck deeper. Dexter's choice reflected ability, not heritage. Rather than feeding his own bitterness, the cadet should try improving himself. Boots echoed inside the arena. The confrontation shifted from words to training ground. Neither understood the sudden shift in attitude, but they watched as the challenger approached, despite exhaustion. He begged for a chance to stay, even offering to serve. Endurance spoke louder than excuses. 300 laps without aura left him gasping. Initial judgments faded. Determination replaced assumptions. Ice water soaked tired muscles. No longer a nerd now, a cadet with grit. A summons echoed through the academy, pulling students from their routines into immediate formation across the grand courtyard. Whispers spread quickly. The Patriarch was visiting today, a rare and critical event for all Draker trainees. Armored guards marched ahead of the approaching carriage, signaling the entrance of someone far above their rank. Howard, a high-ranking officer, barked orders to ready the formation. The moment demanded flawless discipline. The Patriarch's carriage rolled in, escorted by elite riders, halting precisely at the central plaza. The Patriarch emerged, calmly greeting Howard with familiarity. His presence instantly commanded respect. The students saluted. The master of the Drakers stood before them, cloaked in power and history. The academy's great clock struck. Noon had arrived, a signal for what was to come. Dark energy began swirling around the Patriarch, marking the beginning of a transformation. Arthur Draker stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the students. His identity stunned the gathering. A wave of power pulsed outward. Howard braced himself as reality shifted around them. Arthur addressed the crowd, declaring them the future of the Drakers. A cadet stood tall, inspired. Arthur's message had struck deep. Arthur's eyes reflected confidence. The burden of leadership was clear. As light pierced the sky, the Patriarch turned. The next chapter had begun. Inside a grand chamber, Zeke Draker introduced himself with formality, honoring the leader of the Knights and guardian of the Dragon Slayer name. He bowed with dignity, showing full respect. His tone reflected pride and tradition. The man before him smiled, amused by the old-fashioned gesture, and welcomed Zeke to sit. Zeke was served rare tea and pastries. The gesture surprised him, revealing how closely he was being observed. He quietly noted how even his tastes had been reported, a sign of the Patriarch's reach. As he sipped, he recalled a saying, "There's nothing a Draker cannot achieve." That phrase now felt true. The Patriarch revealed his reason. He'd heard the Duke had accepted a disciple. Zeke confirmed it, grateful for the favor. He didn't hide his respect. The Patriarch encouraged him. If Zeke followed the Duke's path, he could become the continent's strongest. Zeke declared his goal to grow strong without restrictions. He would walk his own path, not just survive, but lead. The patriarch understood. Zeke aimed not to follow, but to surpass him. Zeke struggled under pressure as blue energy crackled around him. He stared in shock. The patriarch had summoned the astral sword. This aura technique ruled everything within range, the peak skill only Black Knights could master. Zeke stared cautiously as the aura settled. He crouched low, tense but focused, fully aware of the power on display. The patriarch sat calmly amid the swirling energy. His composure showed complete control over the astral sword's overwhelming force. Zeke recognized the truth. This was the strength of a true Draker patriarch. For the first time, he felt genuinely intrigued. The patriarch voiced his support but admitted it wouldn't be enough. His tone hinted at deeper motives. Zeke silently compared the patriarch to the Duke. He realized this man stood on an entirely different level. A black card was handed to him, an elite credit card, carrying immense privilege. Zeke was left speechless. Zeke immediately recognized the card's significance. It was rare, unlimited, and powerful. The patriarch offered it under both their names, insisting it be used when needed. But Zeke saw through it. The card was a tool to track him, a quiet method of surveillance. Zeke concluded that the patriarch didn't view him as a threat, not yet. With polite dismissal, the patriarch released Zeke, acknowledging his training goals. Zeke exited quietly, deep in thought, as shadows passed across the window. Back inside, the patriarch sighed. The meeting was over, but unease lingered. The Duke entered, voice cold and sharp. He accused the patriarch of hypocrisy. Their exchange turned bitter. The Duke blamed him for long neglect, while the patriarch defended his actions with political justification. The Duke collapsed into a chair, frustrated and sarcastic. His tone showed exhaustion from constant responsibility and tension. The patriarch revealed a rare drink, signaling an attempt to ease the atmosphere and reconnect. As the bottle opened, the Duke lit up. Recognizing the high-grade liquor, the tension slightly softened. Talk shifted to growing unrest across the continent. The Duke admitted he'd been isolated inside the academy. The patriarch hinted that the Duke already knew the answer, exposing his broad intelligence network. The Duke revealed the Emperor's obsession with immortality, noting it had become a continent-wide search. The Duke dismissed immortality as fantasy, declaring that magic only masks age, not stops death. The patriarch agreed, but raised a darker thought: the Emperor might be seeking a relic tied to the Elder Dragon. Shocked by the idea, the Duke stared in disbelief. The possibility had never crossed his mind. In a quiet chamber, echoes mocked the idea of reversing age. Magic could deceive the eye but never defy mortality. A lone man sat still, shadows twisting. An unnatural force stirred as energy gathered around him. His body glowed. A strange power, soul manifestation, awakened within. His hearing expanded beyond the living. Far away, nobles discussed the northern continent. A relic was rumored hidden beneath the ice. The Emperor's spies hadn't found it, proving its secrecy and danger. Won recalled past war. An Emperor's conquest had scorched half the continent before peace was forced. Warnings were clear. Another war could ignite if the relic resurfaced. A noble prepared to travel north himself, abandoning his post to act first. His ally was stunned but understood. The risk demanded action. They exchanged drinks, veiling tension in smiles. Elsewhere, the young man trembled as power surged again. The energy burst violently. Silence followed. He collapsed, breath short, mind flooded with foreign visions. He saw an elder dragon's soul and a forgotten war. The relic pulsed with mystery. He awoke with more questions than before. The red-haired noble finished his drink and rose with a smirk, pledging action. Trust was exchanged with few words. His footsteps echoed through the corridor as he departed with purpose, leaving behind the quiet of strategy. The remaining noble stood alone, eyes narrowed, preparing for the weight of the next move. Doubt lingered in his gaze. A relic that promised immortality was now in play, far away. The young warrior questioned the artifact's true nature. If it was what the Emperor sought, how did it tie to eternal life? The noble burst through the chamber doors, startled by the possibility that someone had reached it first. The room was empty. Whoever had triggered the relic was already gone. Elsewhere, the young warrior resumed training, unaware of the growing attention on him. Told a student had come to visit. He was confused. He had no friends at the academy. Liam Stone entered clumsily. The warrior recognized him but questioned his intent. Liam pleaded. Desperate to be accepted, he dropped to his knees, seeking allegiance. With a sigh, the warrior asked if he truly meant to serve. Liam swore loyalty. Asked about Jaken, Liam confessed he had been abandoned. His obsession with Valhalla had not changed. Even across timelines, the warrior recalled it from his past life. Despite Liam's pleading, he was blunt. Valhalla wasn't for him, he should go elsewhere. Refusing to sugarcoat his stance, he reminded Liam he had no ties to support clans, nor interest in securing anyone's place in Valhalla. With slow steps, he turned away, doubting the sincerity of Liam's desperation and questioning his true allegiance. Suspicion deepened. Jaken could have easily planted a spy. Kneeling, Liam trembled under the weight of mistrust. Without warning, Liam drew a blade and pierced his own arm, blood spilling in crimson arcs. His expression twisted in pain, but his grip never wavered. He pushed the knife deeper as a sign of resolve. "I'll prove myself," he muttered through clenched teeth, lowering the weapon as blood soaked the floor. Silence held for a moment. Liam placed his fate in the other's hands with full sincerity. No grand rewards were offered in return, just his ear, sacrificed to prove loyalty. Even as he begged, eyes burned with determination. He didn't seek mercy, only strength. Staring down at Liam's battered face, he remained quiet. No pity, only assessment. A single spear flew down. Challenge, given one strike to land if Liam was worthy. Failure was expected. Liam collapsed, defeated in one blow, but still breathing. Acceptance followed. A quiet nod and faint smile signaled he would be taken in, bruised but grateful. Liam nodded quickly. Wounds meant nothing in that moment. Curiosity sparked. Despite his aura being suppressed, Liam sensed something deeper. Could this man truly be his equal? Liam's shoulders trembled, his breath unsteady. The weight of the aura pressed on his chest. Sword raised. He struggled, just to remain standing as pressure mounted with every heartbeat. He lunged forward, muscles straining. His opponent countered swiftly, the clash sending shockwaves across the arena. Debris scattered as the floor cracked under the force of the impact. A spear dropped again from above. Dust settled while Liam staggered, bruised and dazed. Without emotion, the warrior questioned Liam's resolve. Disappointed. He called the effort pitiful. Liam stands bruised, facing Zeke with unsteady breath. Zeke holds his blade ready, posture calm but dominant. The battle is clearly one-sided. Zeke acknowledges Liam's persistence, but warns that continuing is pointless. Valhalla, the elite academy, is out of reach for someone of Liam's background. Zeke recalls his own expulsion despite being a direct descendant. Entering the cradle was already beyond Liam's status. Failure would be expected. Zeke watches as Liam clings to his pride. Anxiety clouds Liam's eyes, knowing how much is at stake. Zeke questions Liam's obsession with Valhalla. What value lies in pursuing something that may break him again? In another life, Liam was expelled and lost his order, yet reached the Scarlet Realm and earned the title Mercenary King. Liam pleads for another chance. His voice shakes, but he doesn't retreat. Zeke senses unyielding determination. Liam has no plans to quit. Zeke offers a chance with a condition: he won't make it easy. Zeke explains the cost. Sacrifices required: speech, pride, or flesh. The trial: sever his right arm. Zeke makes it clear. Liam freezes, horrified. Zeke questions if his goal is worth the price. Zeke acknowledges the cost is near suicidal. No sane person would accept. He warns Liam to walk away if he can't commit. There's no time for hesitation. Still, Zeke offers a path forward. Valhalla isn't the only way. The Scarlet Realm remains. Liam braces himself. The blade falls fast, inches from his arm. Zeke's expression is unreadable, watching closely for Liam's reaction. Just before contact, Zeke shifts the blade. Liam doesn't flinch. He stands still, resolved. A single teardrop hits the ground. With precise force, Zeke changes the trajectory. The sword crashes beside Liam. Wind swirls violently from the swing's force, but Liam remains standing. Liam trembles, breath uneven, struggling to stay upright. Zeke watches him, unimpressed by the recklessness. Zeke scolds him, angry that Liam didn't hesitate. He questions what would have happened if Liam had regretted the decision mid-swing. Liam tries to explain but stops. Zeke waits for the answer, not accepting silence as an excuse. Liam admits the risk wasn't just physical. He feared losing something more important than an arm. Zeke warns him. One more reckless act will lead to being cast out. Regardless of loyalty, Liam's eyes widen. Zeke's words carry meaning. He passed the test. Ladder. Zeke urges Liam to move quickly. He jokes about public image. Having a one-armed subordinate wouldn't look good. Liam hesitates before using the high-grade potion. He questions if he deserves it. Zeke assures him, it's an investment, not charity. He believes in Liam's potential. Zeke asks what drove Liam to such lengths. Liam reveals it wasn't about pride or status. It was his mother. She fell ill right after he was abandoned by Jakin. Though she recovered, the fear stayed. Liam's choice wasn't about ambition, it was about protecting someone irreplaceable. Liam explains his mother's worsening illness. Her body is covered in red, rose-like spots. The village healers remain clueless about the disease. Zeke understands the real reason behind Liam's obsession with Valhalla: access to advanced medical support for students' families. Hearing the symptoms, Zeke begins writing. The term red spots resembling roses triggers a memory from a future epidemic. Zeke recalls the red blossom disease marked by recurring fever and red flower-shaped marks. It once devastated the continent. The plague claimed countless lives due to its rapid spread and lack of treatment. It only ended when a cure was found. Zeke hands Liam the formula. The remedy is simple enough for local healers to prepare. It's a solution from the future. Liam asks how Zeke knew what no healer could name. Zeke gives a vague answer, mentioning a skilled alchemist. He recalls the two genius brothers who developed the cure, but later withheld it due to guild greed. Zeke hides the truth of his regression, simply stating he knows an alchemist. He then releases Liam from his need to join Valhalla. Zeke tells Liam he's no longer required to become a cadet. The cure removes his reason for applying. But Liam refuses. He remembers the moment he pledged his life. That resolve hasn't changed. Liam kneels, reaffirming his loyalty. He chooses to remain as Zeke's subordinate, regardless of his mother's condition. Zeke reflects on the unusual pledge. Having the future mercenary king as a follower is a rare advantage. As the sun sets, Zeke warns Liam to keep up. The journey ahead won't wait for anyone. Elsewhere, a new scene begins. Cadet Owen stands before the headmaster, awaiting orders as the next chapter looms. Cadet Owen stands before the headmaster, proposing to raise the difficulty of the semester evaluation. He explains that the current first-year students are exceptional, including elite bloodlines and awakened candidates. He argues that a tougher exam will better reveal true capabilities. The headmaster listens in silence. The headmaster acknowledges the logic and credits Owen's lineage. He agrees to consider the proposal seriously. After Owen leaves, the headmaster sits alone, visibly thoughtful. The conversation lingers in his mind. Gazing out the window, he reflects that Owen's ambition resembles someone he once knew. Legacy holds weight. The headmaster recalls a past figure who shared the same proactive mindset toward future threats. He visualizes Zeke training with Liam, preparing ahead, just like Owen now suggests. With danger inevitable, the headmaster silently agrees. Eliminating threats early is the wise choice. On the day of the dungeon evaluation, cadets gathered at Draker Academy, prepared to face the semester's trial in the forested outskirts. The academy's rules were clear. 2-person teams had to escape a randomized dungeon within the time limit. Liam, standing beside Zeke, admitted his nerves as the pairs waited to be called forward. Another cadet reminded Liam that nerves were normal. Too much led to mistakes, too little to arrogance. Their names were called. Zeke and Liam responded immediately, stepping toward the entrance. A cadet halted them, correcting their direction with a simple gesture. They turned accordingly. As they approached the gate, another senior cadet watched their steps closely. He ordered them to stop wasting time and move forward without delay. Zeke acknowledged the command and entered the dungeon with Liam. Inside, the rules activated. Each team had 96 hours to escape. Combat and survival mattered. Monster kills granted extra points, but failing to escape in time meant automatic failure. After eating, Zeke let Liam rest while he kept watch. He moved quietly through the dark tunnels with a lantern in hand. 16 hours had passed. Zeke hadn't slept in days, but remained focused. Zeke stood alert in the dungeon, knowing his infinite stamina only restored physical energy, not mental strain. Recalling the dangers of unpredictable dungeons, he reminded himself to reduce risks and stay calculated. As lanterns swayed gently, he resolved to rest after Liam awoke, planning to rotate shifts cautiously. Suddenly, a bell rang in the fog. Liam stirred from sleep, his senses overwhelmed by a chilling presence. A strange vision followed. A red-cloaked figure marched through the mist beside towering mountain peaks. The dream ended with chaos. Flames, shadows, and an ominous figure clashed violently in the snowstorm. Liam woke in panic, sweat dripping from his brow. The nightmare returned again. He sat up, breathing hard, recalling the sound of a bell echoing in the night. Outside the tent, Zeke stood alone, suddenly alert as the temperature dropped sharply. Explosions shattered the silence. Zeke rushed to wake Liam, instructing him to avoid using light. Relying on the dungeon eye, Zeke stepped into the shadows, seeking information first. A burning scent, confirmed its sulfur. He recognized the signs of a dangerous predator. Hellhounds. Memories of his past life resurfaced. He remembered collecting cores but never encountering hellhounds. He sensed something was wrong. The ground shook with more force than any pack leader could cause. Realizing the weight behind the tremors, he suspected a mutation, something far more powerful than expected. Zeke dodged falling debris as the structure cracked under a violent impact. Dust clouded the area. Liam rushed over, blade drawn, shielding Zeke from further danger as the ground trembled. Zeke cursed the orchestrators behind this chaos, the Seaman's group suspecting foul play in the dungeon setup. He had sensed it earlier, someone was plotting against him. The hellhounds weren't random. One of the beasts lunged forward, eyes glowing with fury, its fangs bared for blood. Chaos erupted as a monstrous troll emerged, forcing Zeke and Liam into full defense. Zeke identified the troll as a Tier 4 threat capable of leading hellhounds and regenerating from wounds. Understanding the risk, Liam stepped forward, volunteering to act as bait and buy time. Zeke rejected the idea of retreat, placing full trust in Liam's strength and resolve. Zeke reminded Liam that no true leader abandons his ally in battle, not even now. He encouraged Liam to fight with confidence, declaring he would support him through it. Liam smiled, reassured by Zeke's words, and prepared to engage without hesitation. The fight ignited. Blades clashed against the troll's hardened flesh as energy flared with each strike. Liam moved swiftly, exploiting the troll's joints and coordinating attacks alongside Zeke. The troll acknowledged their precision, recognizing them as opponents worth noticing. The troll's immense strength shattered the ground, launching debris as Liam was thrown back mid. Charge Zeke retaliated with a precision strike, but the troll's massive limbs blocked the attack, unshaken. As Liam regrouped beside Zeke, he admitted the risk was higher than expected. Tension rising. The troll's regeneration negated shallow cuts, healing its wounds before any real damage took hold. Zeke realized their basic strikes weren't enough, and the monster's resilience demanded a final blow. With calm resolve, Zeke stepped forward, gripping his sword tightly, ready to end the fight himself. The troll's body collapsed, blood dripping from its shattered face. Its core, now exposed, flickered dimly. A system message confirmed the kill. You have defeated a troll, gained 30 karma points. Zeke stayed composed. He ordered Liam to collect the loot. Suddenly, a surprise quest appeared: slay 100 monsters of 10 types within 72 hours for double karma. Zeke checked the timer. 79 hours remained, but gathering 10 types would be difficult in this dungeon. Most dungeons only held 3 Fey4 types. This one, a trap, might be different if explored fully. Liam returned with a loot bag, basic, but enough for storing monster heads for the quest. They advanced immediately. Monsters fell one after another under their coordinated attacks. Time passed rapidly. 67, 61, 41 hours left. Their pace didn't slow. With 12 hours left, they had slain many but still lacked monster variety. Zeke asked about Liam's condition. He wasn't confident yet. Only 5 minutes remained. 9 types were recorded. Still one short. There was no area left unexplored. Desperation set in. Zeke sensed danger. His expression shifted. A figure attacked. Liam stumbled, caught off guard. Zeke shouted, "Drop the bag." The enemy wasn't just a threat, it was the final monster. Liam turned in confusion just as a shadow lunged from behind. A flash of steel and sound erupted through the air. The ground shook from the impact. The creature tore through the space, nearly catching them off guard with its speed. Blood splattered across the floor. Liam stared in shock, only realizing the danger as it passed him. Barely missing vital organs, he stumbled back, shaken. Zeke approached calmly, asking if he was all right. Liam insisted it was just monster blood. Zeke gripped his sword and told Liam to stand back. He intended to handle it alone now. A massive worm erupted, its screech echoing. Zeke prepared to face it without hesitation. Zeke identified it: a dungeon worm, extremely rare in lower zones, yet deadly. He lunged as the worm opened its maw, spiraling toward them like a vortex of teeth. Liam watched from afar, wide-eyed, as Zeke charged forward without hesitation. Liam panicked but quickly checked the bag. It was intact. His lord still fought. Zeke leapt through the worm's spiraling force, meeting it mid-charge. A massive shockwave shook the cavern. Dust exploded outward, masking Zeke's position. The ceiling cracked under pressure. The worm's thrashing threatened to bring the entire dungeon down. Zeke knew that if the roof gave in, they'd all be buried alive with the monster. He raced toward the beast's body, His blade gleamed. He would end this before the cave collapsed. Zeke dashed forward, sword glowing with power. He met the beast head, on his strike brimming with precision and force. Purple energy erupted as his blade cut into the worm's side. Sparks and gore scattered with every movement. Clenching his teeth, Zeke shouted with rage. He poured strength into the next swing, determined to slice the monster in half. The worm thrashed violently, destroying the ground as it reeled in pain. Zeke was launched into the air. He spun mid-air and grabbed the worm's flesh, dragging his blade through its hide while resisting the pull of gravity. The worm's scream pierced the cave. Zeke didn't flinch, using its massive body as a platform to launch again. Another deep slash carved its body. Zeke's strike echoed, and Liam watched in disbelief, landing atop the beast. Zeke pierced deep. Liam called out, worried but alert. Zeke confirmed his blade was coated in anesthetic. Liam had used belladonna to enhance its effect. Zeke realized the worm's reaction was extreme. For monsters, belladonna was toxic, not just numbing. He acknowledged Liam's quick thinking. Turning an anesthetic into poison mid-battle showed true adaptability. That judgment under pressure impressed even Zeke. Liam had lived up to his reputation. Zeke instructed Liam to target the soft tissue. The poison was already working internally. Liam responded, piercing the exposed flesh. The worm recoiled violently as its body convulsed. Zeke called out. The final strike had landed. The deadly creature was now at its end. Zeke activated his technique and lunged toward the worm's open mouth with intense focus. His blade, infused with purple energy, sliced down the creature's length in one powerful arc. The system declared the quest complete. Zeke had earned 700 karma points from the final, decisive kill. Survivors gathered as instructors began score evaluations. Tension filled the air as groups lined up, waiting their turn. One cadet's results drew attention, escape points and numerous monsters defeated, including an orc. His total reached 180, placing him just below the Academy's highest record. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Cadets compared his score to Abel's. His name Turin was now firmly noted among the elite. Another cadet's score of 120 impressed the evaluators. He remained composed while receiving praise. Beneath the surface, envy brewed. The cadets silently evaluated one another as rivals. Seated confidently, Reina Turin attracted bitter glances. One cadet muttered ominously. He hinted at using Zeke's downfall as a model. Tension thickened with the memory. A familiar figure emerged into daylight, unknowingly shifting the atmosphere. A dungeon worm broke through the arena. Chaos erupted instantly. The cadets froze. This monster exceeded test parameters. Its defeat hinted at something far greater than expected. One cadet was shocked to see a rival return alive. Mockery followed. Words aimed to provoke, pride flaring. The cadet turned and left in silence, humiliated. One cadet burned with resentment, vowing revenge on the purebloods who had humiliated him in front of everyone. Meanwhile, the group that had returned with the dungeon worm's corpse approached the evaluation point calmly. Instructor Andre greeted them. The tension shifted as he prepared to score their performance. Despite objections, Andre insisted on a proper evaluation. He refused to overlook protocol, even for unusual circumstances. The cadet admitted to losing the monster head collection bag, leaving no direct proof beyond the massive worm carcass. Onlookers murmured doubts, but Andrea remained strict. He warned the cadet not to expect leniency. Flashbacks revealed the intense battles, waves of monsters surrounding the team, overwhelming in number and strength. Among the horde were goblins, orcs, and even trolls, monsters far beyond normal training level. As students watched in shock, whispers spread. Trolls weren't supposed to be part of this exam. Andre explained his ruling. Only one of each monster type would be counted, despite blood traces of many. Using monster equivalency, he awarded 50 points for the troll and 180 for the dungeon worm. The final score announced, 368 points. The cadet passed with overwhelming results. Veteran cadets were stunned. Scores had never reached that level during their own trials. Some questioned the legitimacy, pointing out that only the worm corpse was visible. Others grew suspicious. But then, someone reminded them encountering a dungeon worm or troll meant death for most. This was no ordinary feat. Zeke walked beside his companion, unaffected by the stares. Others began to wonder, could they have even survived what he had faced? Despite the tension, Zeke remained calm. Their mocking had turned to awe, and he sensed the change in their tone. Though the atmosphere was different, Zeke knew admiration could shift quickly. He accepted it silently, but cautiously. Doubt returned. He recalled Seaman's past schemes and manipulation of the dungeon to eliminate him. Zeke questioned whether Owen acted alone or if Seaman's was behind everything. The threat felt larger than before. He realized his actions had drawn attention. Suppressing his strength too much might bring suspicion. Zeke decided to stay alert and blend in. Watching quietly would serve him better. Now, Reina approached and acknowledged him. She admitted his victory this time without hostility. Zeke was surprised by her sincerity, but remained composed. The tides were shifting. Alone, Zeke reviewed his system. A skill he had ignored, gluttony, now drew his interest. He spent 50 karma points to activate it, thinking little of the cost. A menu appeared. The skill allowed digestion and energy absorption, more powerful than expected. The system updated. Gluttony now converted anything into energy and allowed ability absorption. Zeke realized he could gain powers from monsters. He reached for an orc's remains. As the energy surged into his hand, his eyes widened. This changed everything. Zeke observed the black fluid forming beneath him as the gluttony skill activated. It absorbed the remains like a consuming void. The meat offering vanished into the shadows. He stayed still, monitoring how the energy was taken in. Energy began circulating inside him. The system confirmed the restoration of stamina and power using absorbed essence. His fatigue began to ease. Headache and mental strain faded as if reset. His body showed signs of complete recovery. Both mental and physical stress were reduced, including ether capacity. With gluttony active, he saw clear benefits: risk reduction, restored stamina, and better energy balance. The young lord gripped the dark blade, its cold weight pressing against his hand as he lifted it from the table. Though dull on the surface, the sword exuded a heavy, ominous aura. It wasn't meant to shine, it was meant to endure. The blacksmith clarified that the blade's rough edge wasn't an error, it was intentional. The sword was forged that way. The lord acknowledged its form without question. It matched him not in appearance, but in purpose. Few could have understood the sword's intent, yet the blacksmith saw his choice was exact. Though complete, the sword remained nameless, waiting for the one who could claim it fully. The blacksmith invited him to name it. His memories stirred past weapons, false loyalty. This sword was different. It had no legacy, no deceit, only potential. Without hesitation, he cut his palm and let his blood soak the blade. Suppressing his healing skill, he focused entirely on the ritual. A system prompt confirmed the override. His blood continued dripping. The sword absorbed it silently. Something ancient had begun. The ritual, an ancient dwarven practice, linked blood and weapon. As his consciousness faded, the blade sought its name. The blacksmith, stunned, recognized the rite, but how did he know it? As the ritual began, his body descended into a realm of swirling shadows and glowing symbols, suspended in a void between consciousness and memory. Red petals spiraled around him, drawn into a black vortex. His presence stirred something ancient that echoed beyond the material plane. He floated toward a reflection of himself below, unaware of the massive shadow, silently watching from the depths. A system alert echoed. Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as equipment. His eyes lit up with crimson glow. Before him, the sword hovered, pulsing with red light. Its identity was now bound to his will. Realizing the name Bahamut had come from his own subconscious, he questioned why that dragon's name had surfaced at all. The blacksmith, amazed, praised his knowledge. Even dwarves barely remembered the ancient ritual. Calmly, he explained, he learned it while studying dwarven history, downplaying the act. The blacksmith stepped away briefly, asking the lord to wait while he retrieved something meaningful. Alone again, he quietly requested his healing factor to deactivate. Wrapping his injured hand, he reflected, controlling a passive skill let him conceal his strength from enemies like Duke. There was no need to show all his cards yet. He'd reveal them only when necessary. Turning to the blade, he felt urgency. There was more to understand. The sword's details appeared, forged from Dragonfang, sealed until mastery, and indestructible. He was stunned. This wasn't just a weapon, it was a key tied to his future strength. The sword shimmered with restrained power. Though incomplete, it radiated potential, even before awakening. He studied the markings, aura conversion, a rare and powerful trait few could understand. This ability transformed energy into aura, a skill possessed by Graham, the legendary forger who made the blade. Purple flames enveloped his body. Mana and ether surged, refined into usable aura. He gripped the sword, and it resonated. The aura flowed naturally, as if made for him. Though born without the ability to use aura, this power let him rival elite knights. Galleon returned, apologizing for the delay, unaware of what had changed. When he saw the aura around the sword, his expression shifted from relief to awe. The clear aura proved the sword had fully awakened in its rightful owner's hands. He'd surpassed the rank of Purple Knight. The sword's absurd strength confirmed it. Galleon offered a special scabbard, one forged by his own master. Curious, the young lord examined the piece, sensing it held more than just craftsmanship. An ancient dwarven name was etched into the metal Gulren Yober. He recognized it instantly. Gulren Yober was no ordinary smith. He was a legend, known for forging near-perfect weapons with magical traits. His works were priceless treasures. The blacksmith's connection to Gulren Yober was confirmed. The scabbard bore hidden functions beyond ordinary use. He demonstrated a mechanism on its side. A twist of a dial activated the transformation. The scabbard unfolded rapidly, reshaping into a shield made of layered metal and runes. The shield's material was identified as mithril and wyvern bone, suitable for blocking high-level attacks. Adjusting the dial again reversed the transformation. The shield compacted into a scabbard once more. Despite its value, the blacksmith insisted on gifting it. The young lord accepted it formally, testing the fit. He noticed the scabbard seemed slightly shorter than the blade. Sliding the sword and triggered a reaction. Magical parts extended to enclose the weapon. The system synchronized it perfectly. The craftsmanship surpassed his initial expectations. Outside, he acknowledged the gift's worth. The blacksmith was visibly satisfied. He then examined another item, a gauntlet made of meteoric iron. The gauntlet's effect would activate only when the full set was worn together. He turned to the second reward box, opening it without hesitation. A glowing energy emerged from within. Its nature wasn't immediately clear. He stared at the unknown contents, unsure of what he was now holding. The young man unrolled an old map he found by chance. The parchment was worn but marked with strange, precise routes. He stared at it, stunned, as system text revealed it contained traces of Grand Master Kaiser. His eyes widened in disbelief. A vision of hero King Kaiser and the Clock Tower Knights appeared. Though legendary, their existence was considered fiction due to lack of records. He initiated analysis on the ancient item. Magical energy pulsed through the room. Restoration succeeded. The final location was revealed on the minimap. The destination was the giant mountains. He confirmed it matched the fragment's origin and felt relief. Due to his skill level, the tutorial ended early. A system prompt confirmed a quest item had been discovered. A new quest appeared. Retrieve Kaiser's secret technique. Rewards included elevated administrator authority. He accepted. With the tutorial over, the real challenge began. He eagerly spent saved points to unlock level 2 draconian skills. Dragon Claw skill stood out. Though costly, it offered unmatched offensive capability, lacking more points. He accepted this trade-off and prepared to test the skill. Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw activated. Energy surged. Flames erupted from his hand as he leapt forward with power. With a thunderous strike, he smashed the ground. The result exceeded all expectations. He gripped his weapon and activated Dragon Scale Armor. A golden shimmer covered his arms as energy pulsed outward. The system confirmed the armor's activation. He charged, aiming to test its defensive strength in motion. Though the attack didn't pierce through, it exposed flaws in his technique. He realized his strength needed refinement and synergy. At Draker Academy's Central Hall, students gathered for the semester's practical aura exam under the high dome. The instructor explained that the training dummies were specially crafted. Physical attacks alone wouldn't even scratch them. To pass, aura had to be infused. Those who couldn't damage the dummy with aura would fail immediately. Failure meant being held back, starting over from scratch. The tension in the room rose quickly. Students exchanged worried glances. The next name called was Aaron, who stepped up with shaky confidence. Aaron reassured himself. The training mirrored what he'd done at home. Confidence returned to his face. Aaron boasted silently, convinced no one could rival his aura control. He took his stance. Owen's name was called next. Calmly. He readied his sword as a faint hum filled the air. With a burst of power, Owen moved. Blue energy crackled around his blade. It was a clear 5-sword resonance. Observers were stunned. At just 13, Owen wielded sword resonance. The instructors praised his natural talent. His attack shattered the test dummy. Cracks split across its frame, proving undeniable aura precision. One swing was enough. The dummy was destroyed entirely, leaving no doubt about Owen's superior control. Gasps echoed across the hall as Owen stood surrounded by destroyed training dummies, leaving the audience in awe. He caught his breath, surveying the results. His dominance was undeniable, and praise followed from peers and instructors alike. A senior student commended Owen's rapid growth, suggesting he might soon surpass Abel, another top cadet. Despite applause, Owen abruptly exited the stage. Some viewed his behavior as arrogant or disrespectful. the instructor quickly resumed the exam, calling one student after another. Most failed to damage the dummies. Confused by their struggles, one cadet noted how even basics seemed difficult for others to execute under pressure. Though none failed, all participants struggled. The instructor acknowledged that even among elites, skill levels varied greatly. Suddenly, a confident student stepped forward and requested to be graded using dragon-slaying standards. The hall grew silent. It was an unusual request, reserved for only the highest-ranking cadets. The examiner reminded her of the difficulty, but she accepted, unfazed by the risk or consequences. He doubted her capability. Controlling aura for dragon-slaying arts was complex, requiring precision and stamina. He predicted she'd fail in a few swings. Her determination, however, suggested otherwise. The instructor confirmed the harsh penalty for failure. Without hesitation, she declared she was ready. Permission granted, she bowed respectfully and prepared. Her resolve was firm. With one deep breath, she raised her glowing sword high, drawing everyone's attention. She raised her sword overhead, aura condensed tightly around the blade. Her posture was firm, unwavering. In an instant, she launched a powerful slash. The energy released split the dummies apart with blinding precision. The room was filled with intersecting aura waves. Destruction followed each arc as her control remained unshaken. Her final strike landed. The ground trembled from the sheer impact of her concentrated aura. Broken debris scattered across the arena. She stood in the center, calm and composed. Onlookers whispered in disbelief. Even those once compared to her could no longer match her performance. Jealousy flared. One cadet clenched his fist, overwhelmed by her overwhelming display. She calmly sheathed her weapon and returned to her place, as murmurs spread across the hall. Her sword was now a symbol of status admired and feared by all gathered. He questioned why she seemed so distant, his pride quietly cracking. The truth settled in. She had never acknowledged him, not even once. Her focus had always been elsewhere, leaving him behind without a second thought. Zeke surveyed the training room, unimpressed by the disorder left behind. He adjusted his glove calmly, unfazed by the lingering tension. He sensed a hostile gaze. Red eyes bore into him with killing intent, but Zeke merely smiled, acknowledging the pressure without flinching. Deciding to raise the stakes, he boldly requested to be graded by dragon-slaying standards, surprising everyone with his confidence. A trainer glared in disbelief, unable to understand why Zeke treated the exam so lightly. He questioned Zeke's seriousness, pointing out that Reina, a pure blood, was exceptional. Zeke responded confidently, agreeing to match Reina's evaluation terms, without hesitation. Others whispered in confusion. Zeke hadn't attended a single class session. Another instructor explained Zeke had earned the right by winning a bet with an upper-rank trainer. Zeke was a rare golden light pure blood, and had already broken exam records. Flashes of Zeke's past achievements surfaced, proving his strength. His weapon activated, absorbing aura as purple energy swirled around him. Blue flames erupted as he struggled to stabilize his overwhelming power. Zeke tightened his grip, readying his stance. He raised his glowing sword, shocking the observers. With explosive energy, he unleashed the first verse Sky Slice stance. A sharp gaze scanned the brilliant stance, analyzing Zeke's form with a hint of disbelief. Aura crackled in silence between them. Both swords clashed with pure energy, yet Zeke's movements remained smooth, each technique drilled into muscle memory through relentless training. Without hesitation, his feet shifted and blade twisted, flawless coordination, instinctive flow, no conscious effort needed. Everything felt automatic. Dust settled after his demonstration. Several figures watched in stunned silence as faint purple energy still shimmered around the ground. Leaning casually, Zeke remarked on using aura efficiently, noting that it should be more than enough for proper technique display. He blinked, realizing too late his aura had leaked out. Chairs lay split, Mark scorched the floor. His control had slipped unconsciously. Lifting his sword, he shrugged and noted he simply aimed to match Reina's level. Sparks still danced faintly around him. Across the room, cadets stood rigid. Whispers spread fast. One clenched his fist tightly, frustration visible in his expression. Hidden in shadow, a green-clad figure narrowed his eyes. From behind, a glare filled with jealousy began to build. In a quiet office, a teacup rattled slightly, as an instructor addressed Zeke's recent test results with veiled amusement. Zeke gave a modest reply, brushing off the attention as mere luck. His voice didn't match the power he'd shown. A laugh echoed across the room. Reaching Purple Knight rank at 13 was far from accidental. It demanded real power. Eyes narrowed behind a cup, the senior asked about Zeke's interest in skipping grades through advancement exams. After clarification, the offer became clear promotion would depend entirely on performance. It wasn't guaranteed, but tailored for elites. Grinning slightly, Zeke accepted the challenge without hesitation. Confidence pulsed beneath his calm demeanor. A door creaked open as heavy steps echoed through the hallway. Someone had already moved ahead with purpose. Zeke sensed the shift. Choosing not to interfere, he walked forward calmly, deciding to observe where things led. Inside the bright office, a conversation unfolded. The decision was clear: Zeke and Reina, both pure bloods, would take the advancement exam. Agreement came with subtle intent. A firm voice promised to act, taking unspecified measures in preparation. A smile curled behind a mustache. Anticipation grew. The pieces on the board were moving, and this match would be different. At Draker Academy's upper-class training hall, tension rose as both candidates arrived. Rivalry simmered behind every glance. Neither one spoke, but the tension between them filled the room. Eyes locked briefly before shifting away. Reina broke the silence first, casually remarking on the weight. Trying to maintain composure, an imposing figure appeared: the examiner. Not just any knight, but a direct member of the main family, Sir Owl Draker. Recognition hit instantly. Eyes widened at the sight of the man. A single title echoed in memory: Dieback Blade. The nickname carried a heavy reputation. A flashback struck. The same knight, once seen walking through ruins, carried a lifeless body from battle's aftermath. Broken ground crunched beneath boots. A survivor dragged himself forward, bloodied and half-conscious. From the dirt, the wounded stared upward, stunned to see a Draker among them. Confusion and fear collided. He clenched his weapon, unsure if he faced salvation or death. Kneeling in silence, the silver-haired man gripped the dirt, his cloak dragging across the battlefield's edge. Crosses marked the graves, scattered across the desolate land. Another figure approached quietly, stopping a few paces away. A sword pierced the soil beside the kneeling man. He stood up and turned, offering calm presence, rather than hostility. Despite receiving no answer, he began digging. His intent was clear: help offered with or without permission. The wounded man slowly lifted his gaze, quietly asking about his identity. Without hesitation, the other replied he had left the Draker name. Now, he answered only to Dieback Blade. Back in the training hall, Zeke watched Owl closely, internalizing the name now tied to a legend. His demeanor perfectly matched the title: cold, silent, and sharp. Owl was introduced formally. His role as upper-class knight signaled the exam would be anything but simple. Examination rules were explained: participants could continue, unless they gave up or lost consciousness. Reina tried to volunteer first, but was immediately stopped. Dual participation was ordered, expression steady. Owl challenged both at once, daring them to attack together. Zeke stood motionless, eyes glowing with cold determination, as he faced his opponents without hesitation. There was no fear in his expression, only unwavering challenge. He raised his voice, telling them there was no need to fight him separately. His presence alone sent a wave of tension across the room. With firm resolve, he invited them all to attack at once. Two students prepared, acknowledging the intensity of the moment as the test had officially begun. One student advised the other to stay calm, fully aware of their skill gap against Zeke. Their measured response showed tactical awareness. Despite the pressure, they maintained their composure. A brief breath was shared as they steadied themselves, thinking critically under stress. Reina looked to Zeke for direction. He responded confidently, already analyzing the opponent and forming a strategy suited for the situation. Zeke explained that reckless action would have cost points. Reina absorbed the correction silently, considering the lesson. They calmly assessed their surroundings, breaths visible in the cold air. No words were wasted. Zeke identified Reina's insight as sharp. A plan was forming: swift, calculated, and precise for a clean strike. Across the arena, Zeke's opponent drew his sword, holding it in a stance that revealed years of mastery. Zeke recognized the weapon instantly: the Wango, a rare blade from the Eastern Empire, wielded only by seasoned warriors. He observed Reina's pride stir, but reminded himself that pride meant little without power to back it. Zeke issued one last reminder: not to lose control. The test demanded clarity, not emotion. Reina nodded in understanding. Their opponent moved first, closing the gap in a blinding dash. Steel clashed as sparks lit the space between them. Zeke deflected with measured force while Reina struck from the side. Their plan executed flawlessly, overwhelming the attacker in unison. The clash intensified. Reina launched herself forward, sword flashing as she aimed directly for the opening Zeke had calculated. With calculated steps, She moved swiftly, recognizing this was her only chance to pressure the enemy, while he was on the defensive. But the enemy was no amateur. His stance changed. As Reina charged, he activated a dragon-slaying technique, forcing her to attack with full intent to kill. The enemy unleashed the half-moon slash, sending out a powerful arc of energy that distorted the air and shattered the floor beneath her. Reina was caught in the blast. The impact knocked her back, slamming her into the ground violently. Observers called out in panic, worried she might be seriously injured. Dust rose from the crater where she fell. Reina emerged, bruised but conscious. She steadied herself and waved off assistance. She recalled how easily she blacked out under the force. Her pride was wounded, but her resolve remained. Zeke, meanwhile, watched the enemy's overwhelming power. He knew Reina alone couldn't create an opening, but perhaps he could. Reina questioned Zeke's approach, calling it dishonorable. She struggled with the idea of using deceit in a formal duel. Zeke responded bluntly, this was not a duel but an exam. Victory was judged by survival, not chivalry. Reluctantly, Reina accepted the truth. She doubted the tactic's success against an elite knight. But Zeke insisted it only needed the right situation. Zeke reminded Reina of their past encounter, how she failed to dodge an unpredictable strike during their training. That moment had exposed her rigid reliance on formal technique. She now understood the advantage of unconventional methods. Zeke smiled, confident. The enemy, too, could be caught off guard not through strength, but through the unexpected. Zeke assured Reina that this strategy would work. It wasn't brute force he relied on, but precision. Just a small gap was all he needed. He activated his technique, the applied dragon, slaying arts, fusing it with shadowless steps, amplifying his movement into an unpredictable blur. His figure split into afterimages, surrounding the enemy. The knight staggered in confusion, unable to track Zeke's true position. Zeke struck without hesitation, clashing swords with his opponent. The enemy's grip tightened, forced to respond seriously to the pressure. Suddenly, the room's lighting flickered. Sparks danced across the ceiling as Zeke disrupted the environment through mana interference. The knight analyzed the disturbance, recognizing the interference. He deduced Zeke's traits resembled those of a pure-blood war mage. The battle escalated. Swords rang as each clash intensified. Despite the flurry, Zeke's flow remained composed. The knight underestimated the tactics, expecting simple force, not coordination, and controlled chaos. Zeke dove into the darkness, knowing the obscured view would help him conceal his strongest move. Zeke saw his moment. Mana surged as he activated the draconian skill he'd been saving, Dragonclaw. Golden energy enveloped his arm. Flames surged with the shape of a claw as he unleashed a sweeping slash. The knight raised his sword just in time, shocked by the overwhelming force behind the strike. Zeke's energy exploded. The knight was pushed back as sparks scattered across the battlefield. He tried to recover, but Zeke followed up mid, air-chaining magical and physical pressure with unrelenting precision. The force peaked as dozens of strike points collided at once. The knight struggled to maintain form under the crushing momentum. Zeke's movements accelerated, glowing flames swirling around his arm. His opponent noticed the improvement. Zeke was faster now than before the lights went out. A slash of energy narrowly missed its mark as the knight swung. Zeke dodged, slipping into the shadows with calculated steps. From the enemy's perspective, Zeke vanished. His outline blurred, indistinguishable from a phantom. Fighting him now felt like facing pure shadow. Reina leapt across the arena, setting her part of the plan in motion. Their coordination was razor-sharp. Meanwhile, the knight tried creating mana lights to illuminate the battlefield and regain control of his senses. Instead, the ceiling burst in scattered beams. Mana threads spread across the sky, disrupting all visibility and confusing his focus further. A sudden flash caught the knight off guard. He turned too late. Zeke struck from the side, blade clashing into the knight's guard with explosive force. At the perfect moment, he shouted. Reina, positioned overhead, launched her final blow as instructed. An instructor observed from a distance, analyzing their teamwork. Though simple, the strategy proved effective. The attack struck with a deafening boom. The explosion sent ripples across the arena floor, overwhelming the knight's stance. In the blinding aftermath, Reina's precision landed true. The instructor realized he underestimated her role in the plan. From above, it was clear, ignoring Reina as a secondary threat had been the knight's critical mistake. Now in position, Zeke prepared to finish the technique. He initiated Dragon, Slaying Arts, Chapter 4. With a wide arc, Zeke unleashed the full moon slash, a massive sweeping strike that closed the final gap between them. A surge of energy burst across the ground as Zeke's slash made impact, sending shockwaves outward with crushing force. The explosion formed a towering spike of blue energy, shaking the entire battlefield. Through the fading light, the enemy emerged, bruised, panting, yet still standing, his body glowing with residual power. Exhausted cadets returned from combat training, some limped while others were carried on stretchers. The atmosphere was heavy with silence. A senior knight stood observing them. His eyes locked onto Zeke Draker, who was being carried by his comrades, unconscious but unharmed. The knight muttered in acknowledgement. Another approached and commented, surprised at the damage done to his disciple. A red-haired man greeted the knight formally, revealing himself as Zeke's instructor. He tried to lighten the mood with casual remarks. He clapped the knight's shoulder, asking how his disciple performed. The knight said nothing, still deep in thought. He recalled how Zeke abandoned his sword mid-duel to guard, instead of counter. The choice puzzled him. Zeke lay unconscious. The knight questioned if Zeke's goal was not to win, but to improve. Zeke had only shown enough strength to pass, not to dominate. His intent was calculated. The knight admitted Zeke's skills were beyond his ability to judge. In the Academy's advancement meeting, the board finalized student promotions. No objections were raised. Decisions were accepted, formally. Reina and another cadet were promoted to 3rd and 5th grades. Zeke kept a low profile afterward, staying unnoticed. After mastering the Gale arts, he stepped down for Andrea to take his place. He kept ties with Fanon, who later left for Delphoa's royal lab. No longer entangled with elite family heirs, he maintained distance from academy politics. Others passed by, but his focus remained forward. Unexpectedly, one figure kept returning: Owl. Each quarter, he arrived seeking another duel. Eventually, Owl withdrew, submitting a leave of absence to train alone. 2 years slipped by, graduation followed. Sunlight bathed the towering institution. Praise echoed he had become the youngest admitted to Valhalla. Relaxed in posture, he acknowledged the recognition with quiet restraint. A letter of recommendation rested at his side. Despite gratitude, he reflected inwardly those 2 peaceful years now seemed meaningless under the weight of his title. Plans formed swiftly. With 3 months until the entrance ceremony, he chose solitude over celebration. Decker hesitated, but the decision was clear. Time alone mattered more than applause. Respectfully, the butler obeyed, recognizing the request without argument. Study focused on the mountain where Kaiser's remains lay. Every movement had purpose. Intent on secrecy, he plotted to travel under the guise of vacation, avoiding unnecessary attention. A visitor interrupted. Liam arrived, still formal. Manners hadn't changed. Liam departed. Another guest questioned the sudden Platinum Mansion transfer. Unmoved, he explained preparations for special class challenges. Documents were already arranged. Advised to seek Fafnir's breath for a sword. He learned his expenses were covered, everything planned ahead. Confidence shone through his voice as he spoke to Liam, placing trust in the path he'd follow. The words struck harder than expected. Emotion surged. Without hesitation, Liam dropped to his knees, pledging to live up to the expectations. A sigh escaped. Moments earlier, he'd asked for less formality. Still, Liam insisted on changing himself. Eric's kingdom stood at the heart of the continent, one of the 4 great central powers alongside Thurba and Valencias. Support from imperial rule brought order to the wilds. Mountains were transformed into guild outposts and trade hubs. Adventurers streamed in from all corners. Inside the hall, names echoed as each was called forward. One document confirmed his registration. A polite exchange followed as a new card was issued. Maintaining a low profile meant adopting a common identity. Wig became the alias. Crowds filled the streets. With preparations done, the journey ahead began. Wagons rolled across dusty trails. Inside, travelers rested in silence. Having secured a spot despite peak demand, he stayed quiet, avoiding attention. A stranger's voice broke the stillness, casually starting a conversation. Others chimed in. Light banter mixed with cautious questions about dungeon experience. Veterans invited him to join their group. Their tone was friendly, but something felt off. Whispers warned of hidden dangers. Some parties exploited newcomers, or used them as bait. He sat in silence beneath his hood, unmoved by the others' words. Outside the window, cliffs loomed in the distance. Without warning, he cut through the noise with a firm command to be quiet. Tension shifted sharply. One man flinched, unsure of what had triggered the sudden shift. Confusion settled in the cramped wagon. Remarks continued, dismissing the threat of monsters in the region. Assumptions spread easily among the careless. Despite claims of safety, concern remained etched on his face. Something felt wrong. He asked one simple question: what was that behind them? Panic followed, as glowing red eyes emerged. Chaos erupted. Creatures charged from the forest, striking with ferocity. Screams tore through the air wagons, scattered. Warriors overwhelmed, no formation held. Confusion gripped those who had once boasted now. They ran with fear, blood spilled. Survivors cried out, begging for help that wouldn't come. A sharp cry was the last sound before silence fell. Bodies littered the broken road. He watched calmly from the edge. This so-called safe zone had been a trap from the start. Destroyed gates stood open. Blood and steel painted the battlefield, exactly as predicted. Not even Argos soldiers were spared. The scale of failure was massive. With so much strength stationed here, defeat shouldn't have been possible. Something more dangerous was at play. Shock widened his eyes as he stood near the fresh corpse, blood dripping violently. The wound was too precise. No beast would strike like that. Amid glowing red glyphs, realization struck. This was human work, brutal, intentional, and skilled. Zeke examined the corpses strewn across the battlefield. The wounds were deliberate, designed to resemble a monster attack, but the method was too clean. A real monster wouldn't have left such surgical strikes. The lack of chaos around the bodies indicated the attackers were trained, not wild beasts. With almost no defensive marks on the victims, Zeke concluded, this was the work of a powerful human, perhaps a purple knight. He couldn't afford to linger. Deeper in the forest, he encountered bone structures, barbarian markers that warned trespassers of sacred ground. His minimap confirmed he was near Kaiser's ruins, but something felt off. His instincts warned of danger, then he spotted them. The Empire's hunting dogs were nearby assassins rarely deployed without purpose. They were elite warriors, trained in secrecy for tracking and elimination under the Emperor's command. Only top officials knew of their existence, yet now they moved openly, signaling a high-stakes mission. Zeke had tracked them before. Their presence here could only mean the ruins were already compromised. Memories of battle returned. Zeke had witnessed their brutality, first-hand precision honed by imperial obsession. The Emperor sought immortality. He tore the continent apart, searching for forbidden knowledge. Artifacts weren't enough. His ambition grew toward eternal life, a dream wrapped in destruction. Skulls lined the path. Zeke considered the possibility the Empire had reached the ruins before him. He pushed forward, needing to see the truth himself. From the shadows, cloaked men prepared. One activated a device. Zeke was already detected. Zeke's blade struck fast, slashing across the enemy's chest. Blood sprayed through the air as the cloaked man collapsed with a pained gasp. As Zeke stood ready, a golden flare burst into the sky. It was an emergency signal used only by unit leaders under threat. Zeke noted the gun on the ground and scanned the area. If the leader was here, there should have been a full 12-man team. Yet, only a few were present. Two men confronted Zeke, demanding to know who he was and why he had come. Their tone betrayed panic more than authority. Without answering, Zeke closed the distance. His swift movement forced the men into a defensive stance. They underestimated him. As he overwhelmed them, another figure appeared, one with glowing green eyes and quiet control. He declared himself the one in charge now. A third party threatened the two captives. One wrong move, and both lives could be lost. Tension filled the clearing. Zeke discovered a hidden map inside the leader's belongings. It revealed their temporary base nestled deep within the canyon. He recognized the layout. These were the same people responsible for attacking the kingdom's knights. They were covering their tracks. Zeke reached a marked location. The tree bore a warning. All who opposed McCain would perish. He had to proceed cautiously. Below, a deep passage stretched underground. The area was eerily quiet, almost abandoned. Inside, guards chatted carelessly. They couldn't fathom why anyone would enter barbarian land. Their arrogance made them blind. One guard sensed movement and looked up before he could react. Something struck. Blood erupted from his arm as a purple beam tore through the air. The second guard stared in disbelief. Their outpost had been breached. The real threat had arrived. Footsteps echoed from below. One guard asked why the other hesitated, but unease filled the air as the second guard dismissed the sound. A sudden blur swept in. Steel flashed without warning. Caught off guard, both men were slashed down in seconds. Their reactions came too late to save themselves. Panic spread, cries of intruder rang out, but another man was already falling, blood pouring from his side. Gripping a blood-stained dagger, Zeke moved through the shadows. Each movement was a reminder of his brutal past. Long corridors revealed scattered bodies. The aftermath resembled a one-sided massacre, a tactic he had seen in covert attacks before. A cloaked figure blocked his path, recognizing that no one should have made it this far. Escape wasn't an option now, sizing him up. Zeke realized this opponent barely matched the lowest tier of knight candidates. Compared to past enemies, they felt insignificant. Still, the man threatened him with death, unaware of the danger he faced. Bitter words filled the room. Zeke's silence ended with an attack, swords clashing, sparks flying from every impact. Momentum shifted instantly. He overwhelmed multiple opponents with speed and strength they couldn't match. No hesitation marked his strikes. Their formation collapsed under the assault, leaving only chaos behind. Amid battle, something felt strange. These so-called elites were too easy to defeat. Spinning blades deflected each blow. Either he had grown too strong or they had become too weak at that moment. Mana reflection activated. Lights flickered, followed by a sudden energy disruption. Something unexpected had begun. Mana flickered unnaturally, casting suspicion among the soldiers. Some questioned whether this was Dragonslayer level interference. Doubt rose. The intruder had started empty-handed, showed no aura, and hadn't activated any known skills. Movements revealed a southern knife-fighting style, too clean, too efficient. A hitman's work, not a warrior. Simone barked orders not to panic. They assumed the blackout was temporary and urged others to defend. Floodlights roared back to life just in time to expose a field of corpses where comrades once stood. One soldier trembled. This wasn't an attack. It was an execution. His muttering barely hid his fear. Kaiser's ruins were no longer a myth. Even whispering the name made the guards uneasy. As panic set in, the intruder made his move. Blades flashed, threats silenced in an instant. Gripping one survivor, he demanded no answers. His tone made clear he'd find what he needed regardless. A pillar of energy surged skyward as he exited. Sparks danced across the canyon's rim. McCain's name echoed in his thoughts. All traces of conflict would be linked to them. Aunt's Nuko kingdom collapsed. McCain carved up its lands. Their influence had poisoned everything here. He could have used Dragonslayer techniques, but chose otherwise. Southern knifemanship left a false trail behind. A symbol carved on the wall would mislead Imperial trackers. It was intentional misdirection. Even if suspicion arose, it would only summon chaos, not clarity. His deception was already working. Inside a dim chamber, a man reviewed his mission. He had only one goal: locate ancient ruins. Spread across a wide map were red markers. These weren't random, they covered war zones, ceasefire zones, and the dark seas. Each dot marked the deployment of hunting dogs. Their movements proved the Emperor's desperation had already surpassed what Zeke remembered. Suddenly, light pierced the sky. A crimson flare rose above the forest, catching Zeke's attention mid-step. His eyes narrowed. That color wasn't just an alert, it symbolized something far worse than a regular emergency. Red signaled disaster. Whatever happened ahead had gone beyond control. He knew he had to move quickly. The forest was quiet until the flare rose. Zeke moved quickly through the trees, aware the signal had exposed him. He sprinted across the path with urgency. The sound of pursuit grew louder. His escape window was shrinking. Looking back confirmed his fear. The hunters had already found his trail. The red flare had done its job. The flare activated the absolute snare. It linked a wide tracking network across the terrain with him as the center. This tactic was known to eliminate its targets without fail. Zeke had once seen it claim a high-value Imperial site. This time, however, he had the system. It gave him a chance to counter. He prepared to engage the closest pursuer. The first clash disrupted the ground. Zeke dodged between strikes, using speed to avoid direct hits. He retaliated fast, landing a blow. Confidence formed. These opponents were manageable. Breaking their formation, he dashed forward toward an open path. Zeke analyzed their movement. These enemies were more advanced than those inside the cave. Their formation was disciplined. One led while the rest covered all escape angles. Zeke kept running. Their numbers and tactics forced him into rapid decision-making. He reached a narrow point in the terrain. He was now boxed in by the terrain and enemies. He prepared to defend himself. The chase had escalated into a full confrontation. His system map showed options, but escape would risk exposing his real objective, involving McCain. Zeke evaluated the situation and realized he had no other option. He prepared to activate a tool he had avoided using. As he triggered the item, a sudden pulse surged upward into the sky. His movement drew the enemy's attention. A gust swept through the forest. The signal confused the surrounding pursuers. They hesitated, unable to interpret the disturbance. One of the leaders noticed the change and quickly assessed the scene. He recognized a concealed explosive was just used. It was a smoke bomb. The sound it produced was a deliberate distraction intended to scatter their attention. Amidst the confusion, Zeke launched his escape, using the clouded forest and the panic to slip through the perimeter. Commanders stabilized the group, reminding them that the absolute snare was still active and escape was limited. Troops reorganized. They spread out methodically, searching for unusual movements through the trees. One sensed nothing. Another questioned whether Zeke escaped or used the noise to flee with allies. Suddenly, a new force appeared, unfamiliar and fast. Moving, the troops were caught off guard by the interruption. It was a group of barbarians, charging in numbers. Their appearance confused the hunters further, unaware of what provoked them. The attackers overwhelmed the perimeter. The situation turned chaotic. Their leader shouted, demanding answers. He could not understand why the barbarians attacked in force. A female warrior intercepted one of the attackers, clashing blades without hesitation. Her defense was strong, but the enemy's strength was greater. She was pushed back in shock. The barbarian warrior struck with overwhelming force, cutting down multiple enemies in succession. Blood scattered across the battlefield. The enemy formation began to collapse. They recognized the threat level was too high to contain with their current numbers. A signal flare was fired into the sky. The order was clear: withdraw the absolute snare and retreat from combat. The barbarians advanced aggressively. Their charge caused the enemy troops to break formation and flee in disarray. Zeke, hidden nearby, watched the chaos unfold. The opposing forces retreated deeper into the woods. Once the battlefield cleared, he exhaled. The plan worked. The conflict ended faster than expected. The item he used was called the Barbarian's Horn. It served as a tool for sending battlefield signals. In his previous life, Zeke had formed a peaceful connection with the Mohawken tribe and learned their customs. The signal he activated declared outsiders had invaded their sacred land. The tribe responded immediately. Despite being seen as uncivilized, the tribe had structure, beliefs, and long-standing traditions. Zeke examined the horn again. The replica had worked once, but would not function a second time. With the diversion complete, he continued moving through the forest toward his actual destination. Zeke approached a hidden ruin. His goal had always been to reach this forgotten location. Inside, the air grew cold. He walked into the inner chamber, unaware of what waited. A corrupted, fallen dragonborn emerged. The system recognized it as a powerful contaminated entity. Zeke stood before the sealed structure, recognizing it as the Hero King's domain. He initiated a system override to access it. The system connected successfully. Authorization was granted to open the door to the Hero King Kaiser's sanctuary. As the gate opened, the corrupted dragonborn inside reacted violently. Multiple heads roared and surged forward. Zeke positioned himself behind cover. It was clear he could not avoid battle and had to act immediately. Activating dragon-slaying arts, he began his assault, launching directly into the enemy's path with enhanced movement. He executed techniques Gale Arts and Shadowless Steps to avoid the dragon's strikes while closing in for attack range. Dodging between heads, he advanced toward the inner chamber. Each movement required precision. The dragon reacted swiftly. A tail strike followed his position as he reached the central point. Zeke narrowly avoided being crushed. The enemy's mobility matched its size, keeping pressure constant. He summoned energy for a decisive strike. The technique Dragon Head Severance. Executing the dragon-slaying arts, Chapter 7. He launched a direct hit on one of the heads. The impact was successful. Zeke landed with his arm burned by acidic blood. The system activated his healing factor to counter the acid damage. The wound began to close. Zeke identified the monster Hydra, a 9-headed dragon with acidic blood. Even his master once struggled to defeat it. He faced the full Hydra form. Despite the odds, he prepared to continue the fight. A tremor shook the corridor as the monster burst through, scattering debris. Zeke blocked the strike with his sword, sparks flashing from the clash. The beast lunged again, crashing down and shaking the floor beneath them. Zeke recognized the creature as a dragonborn, the closest thing to a dragon. His attacks failed. Every wound healed instantly with no lasting damage. Realizing escape was his only option, he measured the 30 meters to the door. He called on the system, activating stored power through his glove. The door behind him sealed shut, blocking the monster momentarily. He unleashed Gale Arts. Fifth form wind gathered violently around him. Wind Splitter struck the beast, staggering its front line. Zeke sprinted forward, seizing the opening before it recovered. The door's crystal lit up as the monster turned in pursuit. Zeke crossed the threshold as the door activated. A head broke through, striking him mid-air and drawing blood. He hit the ground, injured but alive, as the Hydra advanced again. The Hydra's head pierced through the sealed chamber, dragging blood from its prey. Its eyes gleamed with malicious persistence. Following the trail, it slithered further inside. Resistance from the earlier barrier failed to stop its pursuit. Grimacing, the wounded fighter clutched his bleeding arm. He no longer showed hesitation teeth. Gritted, he tore his arm free, letting pain fuel his next move. Crimson wrapped in poison flared across his skin. Without delay, he launched a violent surge of energy straight into the beast's maw. Toxic mist seeped from the hydra, surrounding him. His skin began to glow unnaturally. The venom had entered his system. Purple light rained down with fury. The Gale Arts technique cut deeply into the monster. Across the floor, the hydra writhed, leaking dark blood from its wounds. Weakened, but standing, the warrior steadied himself. His legs trembled under the weight of exhaustion. As the hydra charged again, a sudden flare in his vision altered everything. Dragon's dignity activated. A new power surged through his body. Eyes locked, glowing with purple light, he issued a silent threat. For the first time, hesitation flickered across the monster's face. The creature froze, its instincts warned it of danger greater than death. Collapsed, he gasped for breath. Fatigue tightened his chest, and his limbs barely responded. A system prompt appeared. Fear had been struck. Authority was his to claim. Possibility surfaced. Control over the Dragonborn seemed within reach. Eyes narrowed, he considered the implications. Resolute, he accepted the challenge. A faint glimmer of hope lingered behind bloodied features. System denied access. Authority fell short, and subjugation failed before it began. Poison surged through his veins, the warning flashing repeatedly. Vision blurred as strength drained. Healing failed to neutralize the toxin. Desperation tightened his breath. Lone option came to mind: the gluttony skill, a risky bet, but the only one left. A quick decision followed. Blood and pain meant nothing if survival lay ahead. Energy coursed through him as the gluttony ability consumed the Hydra's bloodline trait. Recovery started. Resistance against the poison slowly emerged with each second. Fingers clenched the ground. Strength returned in waves, steady and focused. A new status window confirmed success. Poison resistance acquired. Energy restored. Realization hit. Unlocking hidden potential reshaped his path entirely. Steps echoed into the corridor as he walked forward, no longer bound by limits. Behind him, the story of his resistance ended. Ahead, a new legend stirred. History shifted focus. Hero King Kaiser's tale was about to begin. Kronos rose as a beacon for humanity, built by hero King Kaiser after he freed the oppressed. Its towering structure symbolized human unity. Everyone from the central continent knew the legend of Kaiser. However, the truth behind the myth remained obscure. Only ruins and scattered relics were left, offering little proof until now. A surviving trace of Kaiser's kingdom stood before him. Stone pillars flanked the ancient path, leading to a scaled replica of Kronos, preserved perfectly beneath the ruins. He confirmed the structure's alignment with historical accounts. Its accuracy made it clear this was no imitation. Giant doors opened, triggered by his presence. The system acknowledged his entry into Kaiser's sacred domain. Blue light pulsed from a floating crystal resting above the pedestal. The air inside shifted, reaching forward. He activated it. The system recognized the trigger as Kaiser's secret technique. Suddenly, a warning appeared. The trial had begun. Escape was blocked until success. Footsteps echoed behind him. Another challenger had entered the domain. The system assigned a linked quest. He was to retrieve Kaiser's wisdom sealed within the ruins. The reward was unlike any other: the fairy monarch's tears, an artifact of boundless power. The young man examined the glowing crystal, sensing its immense power. Though unsure of its purpose, he believed it held rare treasure, level value. He asked the system about advancement. Recognizing him as administrator, the system began processing a hidden data source. From 546 magical records, 12 matched his query. The first recording began, revealing lost knowledge. The system translated the ancient video into the common language. A man's voice echoed from within the crystal. It was hero King Kaiser, casually dismissing sword philosophy. He valued practical strength above theory. Another knight, Shatten, appeared. The viewer realized these legends were once real warriors. Kaiser spoke plainly. Sword mastery came from repetition. No tricks, just effort. Suddenly, a red light beamed down, stopping at the young man's chest. A test pain surged through him. The projection was more than visual, it was real. He collapsed from the pressure, heart pounding. It felt like a trial by force. As Kaiser's image faded, inspiration filled him. This was true advancement. Smirking, he demanded the system replay it. He wasn't done learning. 4 days passed in training. He'd adapted quickly to the facility's harsh routine. 3 chambers supported him, one for food, one for rest, one for study. This wasn't coincidence. It was a training ground made for Kaiser's successor. He examined his reflection, mimicking the sword form with precision. Though his movements looked right, they lacked the power he once felt. Suddenly, a message confirmed his progress. He had obtained the Hero King's elemental sword, Fey basic form. The name alone stunned him. The basic stage ended, triggering the next phase, the advanced application stage. The atmosphere shifted as the crystal responded once more. Light spiraled upward as a glowing spirit began to take form. Power condensed into a humanoid shape, radiating immense pressure. A foot landed firmly on the ground. The full figure appeared: Hero King Kaiser, sovereign of the ancient kingdom, now reborn in spirit. The young man stood frozen. The Hero King wasn't a projection this time, he was facing him in reality. Without warning, Kaiser launched an attack. Their swords clashed violently, sparks flying in every direction. Thrown off guard, the youth struggled to keep up. Kaiser pressed forward without hesitation. A final blow shattered the ground. Dust surged. He barely rolled away in time, breath ragged. Kaiser mocked his stance and skills, doubting he could inherit anything with such poor form. The young man questioned why he was under attack. Perhaps this was the true test, not technique, but resolve. Kaiser lunged again, faster than before. His strikes left shockwaves through the chamber. Fear surged. The youth realized this was no sparring match. Kaiser was trying to kill him. Despite panic, he steadied his grip. He knew this enemy couldn't be reasoned with, only challenged. Exhaling slowly, he cleared his thoughts. No hesitation, no need to overthink it. The young man tightened his grip and dashed forward, sparks dancing off his blade. He was done hesitating, it was all or nothing. He shouted his intent and surged with energy. Kaiser, observing calmly, recognized the technique. He recalled the name, Aurora. Kaiser acknowledged his connection to Shatton. The clash that followed was fierce, but the Hero King remained unshaken. Steel clashed again as the young man attacked. The aura surrounding him surged violently, but Kaiser deflected without effort. The youth struggled to comprehend how so little movement from Kaiser produced such devastating power. Kaiser dismissed the technique's origin. He fought only for the thrill, not legacy. Their duel intensified. Explosions burst with every clash. Kaiser laughed, satisfied with the chaos. To him, fun was enough. Swords collided repeatedly in a dizzying exchange. The ground shattered beneath them from the sheer force. The youth stepped back, acknowledging he had expected pressure, but not at this level. Kaiser's strength surpassed his understanding. Still, he refused to give in, readying his strongest skills. A system response triggered multiple abilities at once. 1. Hit kill, dual slayer, slash, and dragonkin climb. Charging forward, his blade burst with fire. The strike landed, shaking the arena. Kaiser stood firm, impressed. The boy wielded dragonkin power without being dragonkin. He layered elemental force on top, pushing beyond natural limits to deliver one final attack. The blade split the air, a full-forged strike. Sever Kaiser finally reacted with urgency. The young man's strike collided with overwhelming force, leaving both fighters stunned. Energy crackled in the air from the impact. Fallen onto shattered ground, the youth looked up. Kaiser floated before a massive gate, calm and composed. Kaiser acknowledged his progress, noting that the boy had finally awakened and wielded multiple powers, including dragonkin and elemental force. As Kaiser inspected him closely, he noticed something unusual. Part of the boy's soul touched the spirit realm. Kaiser explained the phenomenon. Crossing death's boundary multiple times had created this rare condition. The young man, confused, asked for a clearer explanation as the terms overwhelmed him. Kaiser smiled, implying the boy's focus was too narrow. There was something greater than power or training. The youth stood silently, uncertain of Kaiser's deeper meaning and what exactly he had missed. Kaiser revealed the truth. The ultimate goal was not advancement itself, but mastering the elemental sword. The instructor unveiled the core elements: water, fire, earth, and wind, revealing them as the foundation of all elemental power. Drawing from those forces, he demonstrated the elemental sword, channeling energy through his form in a refined spiral. He unleashed Stormblade, summoning a cyclone of compressed wind. The power surged outward, a perfect fusion of control and might. The student watched in awe, noting how the demonstration resembled magic more than traditional swordsmanship. The master mentioned Aether as the source of elemental energy, but couldn't detect any within the student. Confused, the student asked how Aether converts to elemental force, but no clear method was provided. The student attempted to explain his power, but his flaming blade emerged instinctively, Without method, he grew frustrated, questioning why none of his teachers could explain his abilities. The master urged him to sense deeper. As Aether's flow was highly restrained, the student resolved to figure it out alone, gripping his sword again. He recalled his earlier strike, realizing it was recognized as elemental. He concluded that his full force technique already used elemental power. Channeling energy, the student activated his full force strike, wind gathering around him. He charged with violet energy, shouting the technique's name. Mid-strike, the master, surprised by the form, asked where he learned the mimicry of Dragon Tongue. The master confirmed Dragon Tongue was a power exclusive to dragons, inaccessible to humans due to the difference in soul structures. He warned that using such power must come at a cost, hinting at the toll it would place on a human body. Dragons possessed vast souls, a human could only mimic their strength, never matching its efficiency or control. He scorned the technique the student used as a poor imitation, calling it weak and incomplete. Despite the mockery, the student revealed he had seen real Dragon Tongue before, during a significant past event. He remembered the moment he absorbed Bahamut's heart in the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary, where the memory of Dragon Tongue surfaced. In that moment, a message had appeared, stating he had acquired Dragon Tongue, but could not use it yet. The system identified it as a Dragonkin skill, locked due to insufficient growth level. He theorized that once he matured enough to unlock it, he could finally wield full-force strikes without restriction motivated. He viewed it as a reason to accelerate his growth and face stronger challenges. After a harsh command, he stood to resume training, understanding that mastering advanced skills took time. With endless sparring and Kaiser's guidance, he gradually grasped the principles behind elemental sword formation. The technique required channeling Aether to attract spirit-based elemental force, functioning like a structured magical formula. Once he internalized the method, wielding the elemental sword felt natural and instinctive. Kaiser acknowledged his progress, ending the session with praise and a warning about tougher training ahead. After training, the student asked about elemental energy, realizing even floating particles were part of that force. He recalled when the master assumed he was a disciple of Shatten after witnessing his aura-based technique. The master explained that Shatten developed aura as an alternative for humans, who couldn't wield elemental swords like spirits could. With a bitter tone, the master expressed frustration that Shatten passed down only his own technique, ignoring others. The student was shocked to learn Shatten was a Draker, a legendary knight once believed to be a founder of his lineage. He questioned how such a significant historical truth had been erased from records and common knowledge. Shifting topics, the student asked about the spirit realm, trying to understand its relation to elemental power. Though he could sense the spirit's energy, he still couldn't fully grasp their domain's concept or rules. The master explained that the spirit realm acts as an etheric counterpart to the living world, influencing elemental interaction. The student remembered the earlier claim that part of his soul was already linked to the spirit realm. He realized the master stood before him in spirit form, proving travel between the two realms was possible. The master admitted it was rare, but achievable his own boundary. Crossing had been made possible through a dragon's aid. Shocked, the student reacted with disbelief. The idea of a dragon helping a human defied everything he'd learned. The master insisted it was true, claiming dragons cherished humans more than any other beings. Still skeptical, the student dismissed the claim, doubting the sincerity of any dragon's affection toward humanity. The student questioned the idea of dragons caring for humans. Remembering Bahamut's destructive history, he wondered if ancient dragons once had a different relationship with humans, now lost in time. Confused by contradictions, he began to question everything, until the master reminded him he himself was living proof. The master revealed the truth: Bahamut had personally granted the heart and fang now embedded in the student. Although Bahamut was known for his wrath, he had a softer side when given a heartfelt request. Their relationship had always been strange, perhaps to avoid the truth behind the slaying ever being revealed. The student confessed that Bahamut once praised his family's loyalty and gave him the items in respect. The master laughed, calling Bahamut loyal yet difficult, often clashing with Kronos due to his temper. Surprised, the student realized the kingdom's name, Kronos, may have come from a dragon one revered long ago. The master confirmed it, explaining he had been Kronos's contractor, and named the kingdom after him casually. The student was amazed that the dragon behind the legend was not the founder's descendant, but an original. He learned dragons once coexisted with humans peacefully, long before distrust and conflict divided the races. Dragons eventually limited their power, fearing it could destabilize the world's balance and threaten existence. To avoid disaster, they suppressed their strength and forged contracts with chosen humans to act through them. Those humans were called contractors, and the power behind ancient relics came from the dragons who aided them. The student questioned the reason behind the ancient split between dragons and humans. The master, waiting patiently, urged him to move forward. As the student approached, the master remarked that a few moments of delay were trivial after waiting 2,000 years to conclude the training. The master declared the final test, a direct sparring match between them. The student sensed a shift in energy as the atmosphere around the master became tense and heavy. New rules were imposed: no eating, no sleeping, and the duel would continue without pause. Additionally, the student could only use the same type of elemental sword technique as the master. The battle began instantly with fire erupting across the arena, forming a blazing domain. The master activated Flame Dance, unleashing precise and overwhelming control of firepower, with intensity rising. He warned that breaking the rules would only be wise for someone who had extra lives to spare. The swords of the elements began to awaken. The first to respond was fire, erupting in a pillar of flames that engulfed the area. Within the blaze, the wielder's blade surged with heat. Every motion threatened to incinerate, overwhelming with raw power. The chapter of flame released intense heat, melting resistance, and forcing the enemy to retreat under sheer pressure. Next, the earth responded. A heavy force crashed down, forming a crater beneath the user's feet. As the ground shattered, the wielder controlled mass and weight, locking his enemy's movements. Earth specialized in suppression, pinning targets with crushing gravity and limiting counterattack. Wind followed, breaking through with speed. The air whistled violently as the user dashed forward. Slashes wrapped in currents tore through stone, striking faster than the eye could track. The chapter of wind overwhelmed with precision and velocity, leaving no room to recover. Finally, water surged forth, spiraling around its wielder in a fluid shield. It flowed defensively and offensively, adapting instantly to incoming force. The chapter of water restrained movement, surrounding the foe in a binding tide. The enemy, caught in the flow, failed to resist. His strength wasn't enough. He watched in disbelief as power slipped from his control. Outmatched by technique, he realized the true gap lay in mastery, not force. Water surged violently from the ground, enveloping the trainee in an uncontrollable torrent. He reacted instinctively, excited by the raw display. Believing he had grasped the chapter of water, he shouted in triumph. Unaware of the flaw in his execution, his master swiftly corrected him, explaining that sheer force meant nothing. Water's true essence was not in power, but in control and subtlety. The master's words continued. While the other elements relied on power, water demanded a different mindset: softness. He demonstrated, emphasizing that the chapter of water flowed through adaptability, not forceful strikes. The student resisted the lesson, his pride clashing with the philosophy. He couldn't understand how softness could ever overcome strength. Memories of defeat haunted him, moments when he lacked the strength to protect or resist. He remembered what drove him: survival, conviction, and the desire to protect those dear to him. Fueled by past failures, he chased strength relentlessly, rejecting anything that sounded like weakness. Still skeptical, he launched a powerful attack, believing only brute force could prevail. The technique failed. The water didn't respond. Doubt crept in. Was he truly missing something deeper? He began to question whether his obsession with strength had blinded him to another path. Days turned to weeks. His training became endless sparring without rest. Though gifted with stamina, even he began to feel the toll. He realized infinite energy alone couldn't win against a master who exceeded even that limit. He finally understood: control, not strength, was the key. The master unleashed a precise wave of water energy. Its force was not in aggression, but in calculated flow, catching the student off guard. Struggling within the cascading surge, the student lost his balance. One arm was immobilized, and he slipped across the soaked floor. Unable to fight back, he realized his raw strength couldn't respond. Despite the pressure, a strange clarity began to settle in his expression. Water exploded upward again, shaking the ground with its release. He barely deflected it, surprised by his instinctive reaction. Though his defense held, his thoughts raced. He had matched power not with force, but by flowing with it. Kneeling, breath ragged, he heard the lesson echo: softness overcomes strength. He let go of resistance. As strength faded, understanding flowed in. The master's teaching began to resonate. His old training now felt like chains. Movement became freedom when he abandoned control. He moved like water, unblocked, responsive, and natural. Now completely fluid, his swordplay blended with his body. He no longer fought the water, he became it. This sensation wasn't new. In his past life, he'd once reached this harmony in battle. the unity between blade and self returned reforged in the flow of combat. His water technique danced sometimes explosive, sometimes elegant, the rhythm shifted like waves. He and the master exchanged movements, no longer clashing but flowing in tandem. Standing tall, he controlled the water around him. At last, he understood what it meant to wield the chapter of water. Water rose and spiraled around him as he entered a perfect stance. His movements aligned with the flow, not resisting but guiding. The master mirrored his readiness. Their blades crossed paths again, but this time, there was no hesitation. With sharp intent, the final technique emerged: chapter of water, horizon slash. A silent, clean strike split the space between them. The battlefield changed. Golden light engulfed the hall as the trial concluded. The master stood tall, now watching from above. The arena settled, quiet and still. Zeke knelt, breath heavy. Recognition followed. The trial was over. He was now heir to the master's legacy. Zeke awakens in silence, eyes adjusting to the glow around him. He's disoriented, his body heavy, vision blurred by fatigue. A flash of golden light floods his senses as he regains consciousness, lying amidst rubble. He's back inside the shattered hall. Struggling to sit, Zeke recalls, this is the second time he's blacked out. The first was against Duke, violent, overwhelming. This time feels different. That earlier collapse was triggered by overusing Dragonkin skills. This time, he simply hit his physical limit, no system intervention. He scans the ruined battlefield, whispering Kaiser's name, but receives no response. The spirit has vanished. Looking upward, he deduces Kaiser has returned to the spirit realm, leaving Zeke alone in the aftermath of the fight. Standing cautiously, Zeke wonders about the quest's outcome. His body aches, but he senses something has been achieved. Energy pulses from his hand as quest notifications flood. In missions completed, rewards gained, bonuses stacking rapidly. He confirms full quest success, karma points, random boxes, and system upgrades awarded. New features are now unlocked. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of rewards, Zeke mutters, "It'll take effort just to process them all." Among them, the system highlights a significant change: partial unsealing of Bahamut's heart. He checks the seal now at 90%. Previously, it was at 95%, meaning progress has regressed slightly since the last attempt. Zeke recalls how the system blocked his previous effort, warning of extreme risk and body failure. Knowing that kind of danger intimately, he realizes he currently can only wield 10% of the power safely. He reflects on skills like Dragon Tongue and Dragon Domination, still sealed, likely connected to the incomplete release of Bahamut's heart. Zeke sits among the shattered remnants of battle, turning his focus to the random reward boxes granted by the system. As the boxes open, glowing panels display the rewards: boots, leg armor, and earrings, each item forged from lightweight meteor iron. He notes their traits. No unique skills, but set bonuses apply when equipped together. The earrings boost mana recovery, valuable to any mage. In another memory, a shadowed figure shows matching gauntlets. Zeke compares. He now owns boots and leg armor, nearing a complete set, excited. He shifts focus to the next reward: the golden random skill cards. He observes the glowing cards with anticipation, confident that skills are hidden within them, waiting to be revealed. One by one, the cards explode in light. The system registers them as new skills: static electricity, flash bomb, and dissonance. All are C rank. Disappointed, Zeke still activates one static electricity to gauge its practical effect. Sparks erupt from his hand, the energy crackling. He's surprised by its force. Given the low rank classification, Zeke grips his blade, channeling electricity through the steel. Its power feels solid and adaptable to various combat forms. He plans to combine flash bomb and dissonance for stronger effects, potentially surpassing artifacts from earlier tests. Recalling the system update, he searches the new interface, looking for newly unlocked administrative features. He finds the new item shortcut slots menu. Tools can now be used like skills, slotted for quick access. The realization strikes this feature could save his life in critical moments, bypassing delays in item use. Thinking aloud, he debates replacing potions with something more tactical. Then, something in the system catches his attention. Zeke reflects on the weaknesses hidden even within powerful skills. No ability is without flaw, not even his healing factor. He recalls a past opponent, one so overwhelming that even infinite stamina couldn't guarantee survival. He can't afford to rely blindly on strength. To prepare for worst case scenarios, he purchases a top-grade healing potion, Salvation, and registers it in the shortcut slot for instant use. Though expensive, he judges salvation a worthwhile backup. Its potency may rival his own healing abilities. He then reveals his true reward, the Fairy King's Tear, said to possess mystical powers, tied to ancient legends. Reading the description, Zeke realizes the vial can summon the Fairy King himself, a being once linked to the lost hero Kazier. Legends claim the Fairy King grants wishes. If true, the item could change everything once. Zeke debates its use, knowing it's a single-use item. The temptation is strong, but the cost of using it recklessly is higher. He tightens his grip and resolves to save it. A time will come when such power will be necessary. Zeke exits the ruined hall, light pouring through the doorway as he steps into the world beyond. A portal activates beneath him. With a flash, his form vanishes, transported instantly to a distant location. Moments later, he reappears inside a tranquil forest clearing. Leaves flutter around him, and he breathes in the fresh air. Looking around, Zeke recognizes the area. He's arrived at an adventurer outpost, proof that portal travel now functions perfectly. The village is peaceful, but his mind races with possibilities. This upgrade changes how he can operate across the world. Grinning, he acknowledges the truth. The system's new features are far better than he expected. Everything is coming together. The system portal travel interface appears, letting Zeke select any destination on the minimap with a single command. Locations vary and cost, some require no points. Others, like Kazier's sanctuary, demand more. There are no restrictions beyond distance. Zeke grins. With enough points, he could jump continents instantly, a perfect tool for escape, strategy, or surveillance. Suddenly, Zeke notices something strange: vibrant flowers blooming in the dead of winter, rustling softly under golden sunlight. It doesn't make sense. He's in the wrong season, or perhaps the wrong region entirely. Realization starts to form. The scene shifts to reveal Valhalla, the top knight training academy in the central continent, bustling with student activity. Inside Valhalla, the principal walks through the sunlit corridor, puzzled by a delayed applicant with an unusual situation. He remarks that in all his 10 years of leadership, he's never encountered a student arriving so late. Elsewhere, the student in question pleads his case. Trapped in training, he'd missed the opening ceremony but can't afford to wait another year. The young man argues that the guide mentioned late entry is at the principal's discretion. Denial now would waste a year. Desperation fills his voice. He urgently needs access to Terracon's secured archives. His mission cannot be delayed. He claims to have entered a trance while training, explaining the 4-month absence as a period of unconscious dedication. The principal, Flaubert Boris, listens skeptically. His figure stands firm in shadow, shaped by decades of combat and command. Flaubert was once the captain of the Tibea Kingdom's royal guard, a man whose presence still echoes across the continent. Legends even tell how Arthur Draker sought him repeatedly for Valhalla's leadership. Now, this same man weighs a student's desperate request. The student recognizes that Flaubert Bourges, the principal, is a man of discipline. Emotional pleas would only damage his chances. With sincerity, he admits his fault. There is no justifiable excuse for his absence, but insists his explanation is honest. Flaubert remains silent, but his expression softens. He acknowledges that entering a trance is no trivial achievement. If it had been any other applicant, Flaubert would have rejected them outright, but this one bears a direct recommendation. He offers a conditional chance. If the student's training proves valuable, he will approve enrollment. The student accepts humbly. For now, he is focused only on the opportunity, not the path that opened it. Flaubert instructs staff to prepare the training room and summon the professors for an evaluation. The order is acknowledged. The student stands ready, knowing this will decide his future at Valhalla. Moments later, the room is cleared and prepared, glowing beneath the academy's golden light. Inside the grand chamber, the student observes the formidable gathering of elite professors. Every instructor is a renowned figure, each recognized across the continent for their combat prowess. Flaubert demands results, proof of the training the student claimed. The test begins now. In a grand hall, nobles observed silently, judging the young swordsman standing before them. He stood calm, golden sword at his side, wondering what level of strength to reveal. He dismissed using elemental sword, it was too much. Instead, he let faint aura rise. A dense pressure filled the room. Those seated noticed it immediately. He knew simple techniques wouldn't impress them. They were elite, used to strength. He decided to release a portion of his real ability, letting blue aura flare. Bright energy coated his sword. The glow stunned the watching crowd. One man gasped in disbelief, recognizing the weapon's transformation. The aura blade shone, its power undeniable before the audience. Spectators whispered, He was already a Blue Knight at 15. Compared to others, he showed the potential of a Golden Awakener. Won scoffed, calling Aura a trick of the week. He remained silent. Let them think he was only a Blue Knight. Training under Kaiser had pushed his power far beyond that. With elemental sword mastery, he'd reached the level of a Red Knight. Zeke focused his aura into his blade, controlling its shape precisely. The weapon shimmered with intensity. He recalled the distinction Blue Knights could form aura blades but not reshape them mid-battle. Red Knights, however, could manipulate the blade's form without sacrificing sharpness. Zeke held back just enough to hide his full extent. The hall's tension eased. One instructor felt relief that Zeke hadn't revealed more. A wave of praise followed. The dean lauded Zeke's strength, claiming it exceeded time spent in Valhalla. Zeke was stunned by the dean's sudden warmth, suspecting a change in attitude due to his display. Humbly, Zeke apologized again for missing the entrance ceremony, taking responsibility for his absence. The dean turned to the council, asking for any objections to Zeke's enrollment. None opposed. The elders acknowledged the rarity of Zeke's aura blade mastery. With final approval, the dean officially welcomed Zeke into Valhalla. Zeke stood firm as his name echoed with recognition. Zeke Draker. Meanwhile, a wide view of Atlas showed the enormous scale of the training city. Zeke arrived at his mansion, granted as part of his elite entrance status. Opening the doors, he questioned if the celebration ahead was too extravagant. Confetti burst as staff welcomed him with cheers. His instructor stood among them, smiling. Zeke's instructor cheerfully welcomed him, praising his performance and teasing his absence from the official ceremony. The man grinned, proposing they begin the festivities now that the main character had arrived. Zeke, caught off guard, stood confused as the room burst into celebration. Confetti filled the air. Zeke learned that Duke and Andre had arranged a surprise party. Curious about their presence, Zeke wondered why Academy staff were in Atlas. It was revealed Duke chose to work as Zeke's housekeeper, while Andre had joined Valhalla as an assistant professor. The party escalated quickly. Zeke questioned why guests were enjoying his mansion more than him. Bottles and plates scattered everywhere, as guests lay passed out across the hall. As night fell, the celebration faded, leaving only silence and a messy aftermath. Elsewhere in town, a cloaked figure entered a tavern, requesting a drink and asking for someone named Kane. The atmosphere shifted. Patrons tensed as the man revealed an ominous crest. His glowing eyes and aura sparked panic. Whispers spread he was a Draker. The tavern fell silent. The cloaked man's presence drew nervous glances. With calm defiance, he challenged the room. His identity was clear, and his intent serious. The name, Draker, stirred fear. Everyone paused, unsure how to respond. The bartender hesitated but quickly apologized, sensing the cloaked man's status. He nervously reached for a switch behind the counter. Offering no resistance, he agreed to guide the man to the branch manager, signaling secret access through a hidden door. The man descended into a torchlit corridor layered with magical defenses. His target was Kane. In his past life, only two top intelligence groups existed, the Black Knights and the Rome Empire's Bureau. But there was also a lesser-known group syndicate, originally a smuggling ring. When Kay joined, she transformed it into an intelligence network through influence and strategy. In his previous life, Zeke was expelled from the academy and survived by working as a syndicate hitman. Kane, the branch manager then, found him and offered a contract to secure transportation routes. She aimed to expand Syndicate's power to rival the continent's strongest networks. Years later, Kay gave him intelligence on a powerful artifact the Emperor desired. Her help was vital. Without her, his path of revenge wouldn't have begun. That artifact marked a turning point in his fate. Back in the present, he knew information was power. Events could change instantly, like Abel's vision. He decided to nurture this alliance. If successful, it would shape his future advantage. His steps echoed into the secret room. His plan was already in motion. The cloaked man lit a match, its faint glow flickering against the dim walls of the hidden chamber. He recognized the distinct scent and setting, realizing nothing had changed about Kay's preferences since the past. A woman stepped forward, lighting her cigarette calmly, signaling familiarity with the visitor's presence. The room remained quiet, a single light casting down on the center, isolating their conversation. The man questioned her intentions, knowing her status and connections within the underworld. Kay responded without hesitation, casually acknowledging his arrival and her readiness to negotiate face to face. Zeke approached the Syndicate's hideout under cover. He demanded clarity and moved straight to business. He proposed a trade deal with the Syndicate, showing no hesitation despite the risk. The woman was surprised. A noble of the Draker bloodline, seeking help from criminals, raised questions. Zeke assumed she already knew about Valhalla. Her silence confirmed it. He criticized her cautious approach, implying she wasn't ready. She presented a pair of earrings, asking him to judge after seeing them. She revealed they were artifacts, not ordinary accessories. She speculated they enhanced mana recovery, unimpressed. Upon wearing them, she felt a strong magical reaction surge through her. Shocked, she realized her recovery improved by 15%, far above normal. Artifacts rarely reached even 3%. These were unprecedented. She questioned how Zeke obtained them. He was clearly not ordinary. Zeke asked if she was ready to talk. She stared in disbelief, questioning his identity. He calmly explained how to proceed. He wasn't here to trade. He was here to dominate. The woman finalized the offer: 10% per artifact sold, plus bonuses, per SLAYER milestone. She was pushing her limits. Despite her composed look, she realized Zeke already knew her identity as a magician. His knowledge disturbed her. She signed without argument, acknowledging the terms and wishing the young master luck. As she turned, Zeke asked one last question about her ghost ship. The mention caught her off guard. Her sharp reaction betrayed how closely she guarded that secret. Zeke grinned knowingly while her subordinate stirred behind her, uncertain of what he truly knew. Feigning innocence, Zeke laughed, asking why she was defensive. But the atmosphere changed as dark mana gathered. Zeke warned her threats had consequences. Power exploded around him. She froze, realizing she underestimated him. Her men hesitated. Frustrated, she admitted, her knowledge was lacking. Zeke's power overwhelmed any resistance she feared. Not even the Syndicate could stop him if provoked. Zeke casually proposed they relocate, asserting control without violence. At the Atlas Syndicate branch, a formal oath contract was drawn. Using blood as ink, both parties signed, binding the deal magically. If either betrayed the other, the punishment was death, ensuring loyalty through force. The contract's seal ensured loyalty. Any betrayal or assassination attempt would trigger an eternal curse. Zeke acknowledged her concerns and agreed that insurance was necessary in their line of work. With blood as ink, he signed the oath, binding their deal permanently. Magical symbols ignited as the contract activated, creating a vivid glowing seal. Zeke assured her that he had no problem signing more if that would build trust. With the pact sealed, he confirmed they were now officially business partners. Zeke casually shifted the topic back to her ghost ship, linking it to illegal transport. She reacted, exhaling sharply, unsettled by how much he already knew. Though reluctant, she admitted using the ship to distribute soma, a banned substance. Soma, a forbidden drug, spread rapidly in the South after the Civil War. Zeke deduced that the tip came from the Transcendent household, who monitored such affairs. She confirmed it, noting the risks of angering Ishtar, the Desert Kingdom blocking land trade. The southern routes were sealed, forcing merchants to rely on illegal sea channels. Zeke had exploited those sea routes via the Syndicate to bypass border control. She smiled, thankful that clients still paid well, despite the danger and secrecy. Markin and Pabella were rival syndicates, each controlling half of the southern region, split by the central forest. Markin controlled the north through land routes, while Pabella held the south and turned to sea trade. With Ishtar closing its borders, Markin was forced to find sea routes, following Pabella's lead, but by then, Pabella had already seized full control of the oceans. The woman shifted, asking how Zeke knew of her ghost ship. Still unsure of his source. The ship in question was veiled in magic, rendered invisible to conceal its movements across hostile waters. The ghost ship avoided pirates and military alike, becoming a vital asset to the Syndicate. Zeke smirked. He hadn't known in his past life, so this intel was newly gained. He turned her own title information broker against her, shifting focus back to her competitor's offer. She admitted Pabella's offer was twice as good, but required cutting ties with Mark and Zeke, advised rejecting it, explaining the strategic balance that would be lost. He hinted at a deeper truth: Pabella's pirate origins, once crushed by a legendary knight. She argued they were reformed, but Zeke dismissed it as a facade. Their true goal, he revealed, was to uncover the Syndicate's hidden sea route. Unlike Markin, who preserved it, Pabella would destroy the ship to gain access. Zeke dismissed her argument about Pabella and the pirates being separate. He demanded something in return for his insight. He asked for access to one thing: Don Juan, the boss of the Markin Syndicate, in return. Zeke offered to help her become the next leader of the entire syndicate. Later that night, Zeke moved through the city under moonlight, wrapped in his cloak. despite K's expansive network. He acknowledged it wouldn't be enough for his goals. He understood that manipulating the power balance would require taking over smaller factions. In his mind, eliminating rivals was the fastest path to syndicate control. He swore that the influence he gained today would eventually challenge Don Juan directly. His strategy was simple: ignite a controlled spark and let it grow into a takeover. Zeke sat on a bench reading, surrounded by other trainees enjoying the open courtyard. The environment was calm and informal, contrasting with his previous training grounds. The Valhalla Knight training facility stretched across a wide landscape, with dome-like structures and green spaces that encouraged freedom over discipline. Zeke stood silently, recalling that the dean promised someone would come to guide him. He waited without moving, scanning the area. An unfamiliar man approached from behind with noticeable energy, addressing him loudly. He quickly identified Zeke as the new arrival and stepped closer, smiling and confident. The man extended his fist casually, expecting a greeting, but Zeke showed no reaction. The guide commented on Zeke's stiff posture, noting he still carried the formal aura of the academy. Zeke asked if this person was the guide sent by the dean, showing no emotion. The man confirmed his role, unfazed by Zeke's attitude, and continued speaking. He explained he was assigned to show Zeke around every part of Valhalla. Zeke remained silent, listening while the man continued talking without pause. The guide introduced himself as Diego Villa and claimed to be a music evangelist. Zeke gave a small nod, acknowledging the introduction without interest. Diego assumed Zeke was becoming friendlier and began walking with him. Zeke watched him closely, realizing this eccentric man was one of the 5 Divine Knights. The 5 Divine Knights were renowned figures who shaped history through their achievements in battle and leadership. Among them were legendary titles: the Bishop Caster, the Freezing Knight, the Solar Knight, and the Lightning Knight. The final member was Diego, via the Metered Knight, who now stood casually beside Zeke, speaking freely. Zeke watched Diego speak and began questioning if the man truly matched the prestigious title. He remained skeptical but considered verifying the claims. Proving Diego's identity could strengthen his standing. As they walked through the academy, Zeke reflected on his past and hoped for a better future here. Later, over a meal, Zeke sampled the food served in Valhalla and was surprised by its quality. Diego praised the unique flavors, calling it superior even to his homeland's cuisine. He claimed the local shark dragon dishes were unmatched, especially by southern standards. Diego revealed he was from a southern kingdom, part of a royal family. He explained the collapse of the southern continent's central power and how he ended up at Valhalla. Zeke listened as Diego admitted his talent in twin swords led to his selection despite his focus on music. Though uninterested in swordsmanship, Diego emphasized his passion for music and invited Zeke to join his club. Zeke immediately declined, uninterested in Diego's extracurricular ideas. They then entered a lecture hall freely, where Diego explained Valhalla's rule: freedom over formality, learning over restriction. Inside the lecture hall, Diego explained that students could attend any class freely. Today's session, he added, was expected to be significant. Zeke quietly followed, ignoring Diego's endless talking, but noticed whispers among nearby students. Others began to recognize him as Zeke Draker, the youngest to ever enroll in Valhalla. News spread quickly. Diego was shocked to learn Zeke came from the renowned Draker bloodline. Zeke, surprised by the attention, asked what gave it away, confused by Diego's ignorance. The gloves Zeke wore were identified as marks of a pure-blood Draker Awakener, an unmistakable trait. Diego panicked, realizing he had failed to recognize the gloves and misunderstood Zeke's silence. Zeke remained calm as more students reacted, unaware Diego had no knowledge of such a basic symbol. Despite the confusion, Zeke noted this kind of reaction was expected when encountering a purer blood. Diego, instead of calming down, became louder. He openly expressed awe at Zeke's heritage. Zeke tried to stay composed, but Diego's energy drew more attention from others nearby. Students around them commented on Diego's increasing volume rather than his restraint. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent as the dean entered the hall, commanding attention. Zeke immediately understood why the event had gathered so many students. He realized this wasn't just any session. The special lecture was being led by the dean himself. The dean addressed the packed auditorium, acknowledging the turnout. Diego, distracted, tried sharing lyrics, but Zeke reminded him to pay attention. The dean skipped introductions and announced a special guest, an active Black Knight returning from the field. Heavy footsteps echoed as the mystery figure entered. Zeke noted the Draker insignia and wondered if this marked the start of international operations. The guest was revealed to be Sir Duke Draker. Students reacted with surprise and admiration, Whispers spread. Duke was thought to have vanished, but recent sightings near the Four Seasons Fortress were now confirmed. Duke addressed the audience, honored by their recognition, despite his absence from the academy. He urged students to take the lecture seriously, sharing how he began in a regular class before becoming a Black Knight. Though some students listened intently, many began losing focus as time passed. After 2 hours of non-stop talking, some questioned whether he would ever stop. As Duke rambled, the dean interrupted, stating they were out of time. He introduced the next speaker, an elite Guardian Knight, with no need for introduction. Zeke noted the significance. Guardian Knights were rare, and this one came despite a full schedule. A chart displayed the Knight hierarchy: normal, intermediate, advanced, and Guardian at the top. Zeke realized how rare Guardian Knights were, expecting the next guest to be highly influential. The dean checked his watch, signaling the next major appearance was about to begin. A woman with platinum blonde hair entered the hall, drawing attention with her composed presence. Her white armor reflected the lights as she walked forward, each step deliberate and silent. Zeke observed her from his seat, unable to recognize her, but aware she stood out. Students whispered, shocked to see her appear at Valhalla in person. Zeke realized her identity: someone of importance among the Draker family. She was Carly Draker, the White Silver Knight, and first direct descendant of the Draker line. Asen was a crucial maritime hub, connecting the central continent to the Dolta Republic and eastern regions. Its trade power came from geographic value, but decades ago, it was overrun by pirates from the south. Carly Draker, newly appointed Knight of the Draker family, began purging the pirate threat. Within 5 years, her campaign eliminated all pirates from Asen's waters. Under the Draker family's protection, Asen became the top port city in the region. The remaining pirates fled to southern waters, and Carly was named youngest Guardian Knight. At a formal assembly, Carly stood before a silent hall, commanding full attention. Abel, her younger brother, was shocked to see her as a leading figure. She was now a top contender in the succession battle. Carly's presence was unfamiliar to Abel, erased in his past life. She clenched the podium, prepared to speak with authority. She struck the desk, ordering silence across the hall. The audience froze, intimidated by her voice. She scolded their undisciplined behavior compared to her training. She reminded them peace came through sacrifice, not privilege. Carly Draker's speech dismissed easy ideals, pushing the cadets to become knights through hardship. Despite her fierce message, the younger cadets showed little interest. Abel noted their disinterest. Outside, Abel reflected that her words lacked effect on the current generation. They had already moved on. A cheerful cadet, inspired by lectures, casually bid farewell to Abel after finishing his tour. Abel, unaffected, accepted the situation. He shifted his focus to finding Terracon's secret library. As he prepared to leave, Carly appeared again, stepping directly into his path. Carly formally requested Zeke Draker's time. Confronting him without delay, they moved into Valhalla's training room, alone and face to face. Carly unsheathed her sword. The intense energy filled the room. Zeke recognized her weapon as the mithril sword gifted by the Holy Kingdom. The kingdom had supported her efforts by presenting legendary equipment in gratitude. With her white armor and sword, Carly had earned the title, White Silver Knight. Carly demanded a full display of Zeke's abilities without restraint. Zeke realized it was a duel. She'd heard of his aura blade skills. He accepted silently, stepping forward with his own sword, ready to fight. Zeke readied his sword, acknowledging Carly's demand to reveal his true power. He hesitated, aware that full exposure of his abilities could put him at risk. Despite the request, Zeke resolved not to reveal everything, citing the need for caution. Zeke reflected on the Draker family's principal power must be hidden until control is secured. He recognized the family would use him if they discovered the extent of his abilities. With no loyalty to the family, Zeke clashed swords with Carly, refusing to hold back physically. Their blades met with force. Carly's strength rivaled his, pushing him to react instantly. A system notification confirmed the suspension of Zeke's healing factor, increasing the duel's danger. Carly noticed his quick recovery and questioned it. Zeke prepared not to repeat past mistakes. They exchanged strikes with speed and force, the clash echoing through the chamber. Zeke questioned if he needed to go further, aware Carly was testing his limits. As his energy surged, he launched a powerful aura blade to shift momentum. The impact shattered the floor. Carly swiftly leaped, avoiding a direct hit. She retaliated with a sharp descending strike, her sword glowing with energy. Her blade hit the ground hard, causing a shockwave that rocked the arena. Dust surged through the training hall as the duel reached its peak. Energy bursts from repeated collisions obscured visibility. Zeke's weapon remained unbroken despite the pressure. The blade's durability was proven under extreme force. Carly maintained offensive pressure. Zeke held his position, resisting her strikes with growing focus. Zeke evaluated the situation. Fighting Carly while limiting his power created a dangerous disadvantage. He observed the distance Carly placed between them. She seemed to prepare for another technique. Zeke realized too late that he had misjudged her reach and combat rhythm. Carly released a large-scale aura technique known for its destructive force and long-range impact. The technique resembled a massive blade crashing down. Zeke attempted to evade its path. The impact launched him across the arena, slamming him into the far wall. Smoke filled the space. Carly's sword fell as she observed the aftermath cautiously. Zeke emerged from the debris, uninjured. He had controlled the impact to avoid serious harm. Carly was surprised by his recovery, unsure if she had underestimated his endurance. Zeke exited the crater with steady movement. His body showed no clear injuries. He internally confirmed that his actions successfully disguised his real strength during the duel. Zeke looked ahead calmly. His expression concealed any exhaustion from the exchange. A massive explosion fractures the earth, scattering debris into the sky as the shockwave ripples across the battlefield. Amid the destruction, a silver-haired warrior observes Zeke with sharp eyes. Despite the wreckage, he smiles in admiration. Zeke emerges from the rubble, his breathing heavy but posture firm. The impact failed to defeat him, surprising his opponent. The silver-haired knight lowers his sword, his tone shifting. He admits he has more than just a fight in mind. Before the sentence finishes, a dark shape blurs forward. Zeke collapses from the strain, shocking the observer. A voice cries out in the distance, calling Zeke's name as someone rushes over, concerned by his sudden fall. The man reaches Zeke and quickly checks his condition, alarmed by the severity of his internal wounds. Realizing Zeke's aura was pushed to the limit, he quickly retrieves a healing potion from his armor. He gently helps Zeke drink the high-grade recovery potion, urging him to take it slowly as he begins to recover. Zeke's body glows faintly with healing energy. Inwardly, he activates a hidden class skill, Healing Factor, to assist recovery. As the system confirms the request, Zeke pretends to act unconscious while fully aware of his surroundings. He internally explains that his weak appearance is a fafade, hiding his true capabilities far beyond that of a blue knight. Moments earlier, Zeke had intentionally received the blade's strike with minimal defense, calculating the risk for a greater plan. An opening appeared just before the hidden opportunity. Zeke instinctively used to stage his next move. He absorbed Carly's aura directly. Though his body couldn't use aura naturally, it resisted the force, triggering an unexpected reaction. Suspicion fills Zeke's thoughts as he analyzes Carly's assumptions. To her, his ability to use aura seems unquestionable. By feigning weakness, he manipulates the narrative his injuries appear as the natural result of overextending his powers. A weak groan escapes as he continues the act. Carly leans in, genuinely concerned, asking if he feels better. Instead of lingering in formality, Carly softens. She invites a closer bond, offering to be called sister. Caught off guard by her warmth, Zeke is visibly surprised. The moment shifts from tension to mutual respect. Later, in a disguised carriage on Atlas's outskirts, she presents tea, hoping he enjoys the rare Eastern blend. While sipping, Zeke recalls how even the patriarch knew about his tea preference, a detail spreading too fast. Outside, the royal cityscape stretches under blue skies. The luxury inside the carriage defies its plain exterior. He questions her secrecy, wondering if their talk could stir trouble if overheard by the wrong ears. The phrase, butchering night, lingers in his mind. Carly admits she seeks power to stop Abel Draker. Zeke reacts with alarm. Carly calmly confirms her target is Abel, second son of the Draker family. Lowering her voice, she assures Zeke that her explanation will start from the very beginning. Despite the family's oath of neutrality, Abel defies it. He's already involved in a national dispute. According to Carly, he sides with the Rome Empire, opposing Alencia, in what appears to be an early move. Zeke wonders if the Four Seasons Fortress is unaware. Carly reveals they aren't blind, they simply choose to ignore it. Division spreads within the Four Seasons Fortress. Supporters of the Empire and the elderly assembly silently aid Abel's growing power. Not all have defected, but the remaining elders merely observe, hiding behind the veil of neutrality. Across the table, concern mounts. Carly warns that inaction will inevitably lead to widespread conflict. Zeke reflects quietly. It's been 3 years since his regression. yet the war Abel caused still lies in his future. He remembers a time where the skies turned red. The Drakers, under Abel's lead, brought flames and blood to the continent. As tea is sipped with quiet determination, Carly reveals her vow. She will obtain the strength to stop Abel. Abel's influence controls the Draker hierarchy. He moves unseen, assuming blind loyalty from those below him. True knights, she insists, follow justice, not authority. A pledge to righteousness defines real strength. Her plan is clear. She will gather knights loyal to their conscience and ignite resistance from within the fortress. Despite her strength, she offers Zeke freedom. No demand follows, only respect for his path as a pure blood awakener. As he sips tea in silence, Zeke contemplates her intentions. Behind her resolve lies adaptability and compassion. The opening she left during their sparring match may not have been a flaw, but a quiet act of care. Though she bears the name, Draker, Carly's soul shines with gentleness, strong, yet humane in her convictions. She warns him of the price. Joining her may mean being branded a traitor. Zeke rises calmly and bows in firm resolve. His decision is made, and hesitation no longer has a place, despite her inexperience. Carly speaks with sincerity. She expresses a strong desire to walk beside him on the path of chivalry. A gentle smile forms. Gratitude fills the moment as she quietly thanks him for standing with her. As the sun sets over the Valhalla research facility, Zeke arrives with steady steps, thoughts lingering on his past life's discoveries. A darker memory surfaces. Draker's corruption ran deeper than he imagined, long before the war officially began. His earlier plan to abandon the family had been rooted in survival and avoiding Abel's inevitable uprising. However, discovering someone like Carly, sharing the same mission, changed everything. Her presence made staying a valid option. His past role had been forced. A knight's armor never fit his true self, yet necessity demanded he play the part. Eyes locked on a digital map, Zeke tracks his location through the maze. Like halls of Valhalla, he arrives at the towering Great Central Library. The objective is clear. Access Terracon's secret vault of knowledge. Grand halls unfold beneath a golden glow. His steps echo as the system notifies. Destination reached. At the center, disappointment surfaces. The so-called secret library seems mundane, devoid of valuable insight. Rows of dusty books offer no clues, nothing unusual, nothing powerful, just empty promises on polished shelves. Doubt creeps in. If the system guided him here, then why does the place seem so ordinary and hollow? Frustration builds. Expectations of powerful relics or hidden artifacts dissolve into the quiet of the archive. Just as regret starts to rise, a pulse triggers beneath his step. A hidden data restoration point awakens before him. Zeke steps back as glowing symbols rise from the floor, signaling the hidden system's activation. His eyes widen as a prompt appears, confirming the detection of another administrator's secret library. Realization strikes, only someone connected to the system could uncover a concealed archive like this. Multiple windows display instructions as the library links directly to Zeke's system interface. Dozens of categorized tomes shimmer in blue light, offering manuals, techniques, and research materials. Rather than choosing randomly, Zeke commands the system to select what would enhance his growth most. He retrieves a glowing book titled Secret Technique of the True Dragon Swordplay. As he examines the cover, he notes its unknown origins and checks for the author. Shock fills his expression. The book was written by Shelterin Draker, advisor to the Hero King. The grand chamber remained silent, bathed in faint beams of morning light. Its emptiness carried weight, as if it waited for a truth long buried to be unveiled. Double doors creaked open as Shelterin Draker prepared to disclose a legacy, the swordsmanship of the true dragon. Seated within, he began writing. He traced the origins of dragon, human relations back to the great Hero King, whose bond enabled humanity to form contracts with dragons. Despite these ties, Shelterin noted that dragons offered aid out of pity, not respect. Their assistance was never guaranteed. As more humans gained dragon contracts, civilizations flourished unnaturally fast, awakening a deep unease in him. He feared the dragons. If compassion was the only barrier, betrayal could be just as swift. Should dragons turn, humanity would be defenseless. A single day could erase all existence. Driven by this fear, Shelterin sought a way to resist them, to stand on equal ground. Magic was his first thought, but he realized dragons had given it. Humans could only use it because dragons allowed it. Magic, then, was unreliable. He considered the elemental sword, feared even by dragons, but it was a unique, inherited power. Determined, he poured into research, seeking a force that only humans could wield. He explored foreign sword arts and mystical traditions, Ironically, his greatest supporter was Kronos the Hero King's own dragon. Together, they uncovered Aura, a power distinct from mana, one born solely of human will. With the Hero King's spirit world clues, Shelterin developed Aura further. Refining its use in theory and battle, he completed his manuscript and named it True Dragon's Swordplay, a human answer to dragonkind's dominance. In a world dominated by dragon-crafted artifacts, most people pursued quick power, ignoring paths that demanded discipline and effort. The True Dragon's Swordplay, which required time and training, was abandoned by those who sought faster results. Though Shelterin's fears never materialized in his time, he believed a day would come when humanity would need his teachings. The protagonist discovers Shelterin's book, triggering a quest window that sets a challenge: master the secret sword technique within 3 months. He immediately recognizes the reward: access to Kronos Kingdom's treasury, rumored to hold overwhelming artifacts. Realizing the time limit is tight, he wonders if mastering the swordplay is even harder than learning elemental swords. Determined, he commits himself fully to the training. He acknowledges that Shelterin's warning was right all along. Some time after the Hero King's era, dragons betrayed humanity, sparking the Liberation War just as Shelterin had feared. The young man requests more data from the system, specifically seeking Tarakon's journal for additional guidance. The system confirms the request, identifying a single record matching the criteria: Tarakon's journal. As the log activates, the space around him warps, pulling him away from the secret library. Transported through light and distortion, he arrives in a mysterious location under a dark, star-filled sky. He assesses the situation, recognizing that this artificial space is likely a construct of the system itself. Suddenly, a surge of light erupts as a new figure materializes before him in a blinding flash. Descending from the rift is a monstrous dragon-like entity, its form crackling with energy as the warrior braces for battle. The system activated a defensive skill in response to the threat. The warrior's body reacted instantly, reinforcing itself against harm. A powerful beast crashed into the field, its massive form disrupting the terrain. The threat was confirmed to be a dragon. The warrior identified the creature as Bahamut, a dominant force among dragons, and known for its destructive nature. Another figure began to appear behind the warrior. Unlike Bahamut, this one had a human shape and emitted no pressure. As the figure approached, the warrior realized he had not sensed the man's presence until he was nearly beside him. The man's appearance triggered an instinctive warning. He was dangerous, not like a dragon, but in another unknown way. The figure moved through the warrior's body without resistance. The warrior remained unharmed but confused. He assessed that the environment was not real, but a constructed memory stored in Tarakon's journal. The scene was from a historical event, a battle between Tarakon and Bahamut, previously known only through stories. Bahamut launched an attack with full force. The scale of its power became clear as it shattered part of the ground. Tarakon responded with precision and calm. His movements showed clear mastery and experience in combat. The warrior realized this memory was not exaggerated. Tarakon's strength was real, and the battle was authentic. Bahamut continued to press the attack, but noticed hesitation from Tarakon. The battle's rhythm briefly changed. Tarakon remained quiet and still. His body was prepared, but his mind appeared conflicted. The system revealed their connection. Tarakon was Bahamut's contractor. The warrior began to understand the deeper history. The warrior was shocked upon learning that Tarakon had once been Bahamut's contractor, similar to the bond between Kaiser and Kronos. He questioned the historical narrative, confused about how someone with such a connection had supposedly defeated Bahamut. Before he could reason further, the memory collapsed, the world distorted, pulling him violently out of the scene. Tossed into glitching space, he struggled to understand the rapid changes around him. Though Tarakon and Bahamut continued speaking, the system's playback scrambled their voices into incomprehensible noise. The warrior called on the system for support, but it failed to process his request, leaving him without answers. Suddenly, a flash transported him to a different point in the memory. He heard past dialogue where people questioned the impossibility of a dragon betraying its contractor. This conversation hinted that betrayal wasn't only possible, it might have originated from the human side. A scholar spoke firmly, claiming that while dragons could betray, the deeper risk lay in human disloyalty. The scene shifted to a chaotic clash, with Bahamut's form overwhelming the surroundings. The warrior finally understood the betrayal in the past had likely come from Tarakon himself. A chaotic rift expanded, releasing distorted light as Zeke sensed the true danger coming. Not from the beast but from its contractor. The summoned creature unraveled, its body dissolving into purple mist while Zeke stood watching its collapse. The remaining energy scattered across the field, and a distant figure observed the fading aura in silence. A sudden pulse erupted, and Zeke turned as a glowing object emerged from the distortion. A dragon heart floated before him, wrapped in red rhythmic pulses that resonated through the air. He recognized it as Bahamut's heart and fang, wondering how such a remnant remained after a dragon's death. Inspecting his gloves, Zeke considered that their dragon leather build might have reacted to the fragment. Light fragments burst around him as the environment began to distort again. Moments later, the scene vanished, leaving him alone in the archive where the recording ended. Exhausted, Zeke sat in the library, trying to understand the fragmented vision. Night settled outside as he decided to leave and regroup. He replayed the diary, but the crucial part remained too corrupted to hear. Searching further, Zeke uncovered a new detail within the records. The true origin of dragon-slaying arts came from the swordplay of real dragons. Tarakan had simplified it, weakening its power until it could no longer kill a dragonborn. The simplified sword technique lacked the power of the original, but when combined with innate traits, it could still damage dragons. Tarakan had reduced its destructive strength, but increased its practicality for real battle use. Zeke focused on the discrepancy between recorded legend and the hidden truth in Tarakan's diary. Public records claimed Tarakan defeated Bahamut and brought peace to the world. This version aligned with typical heroic tales shared across generations, but nowhere was it written that Tarakan and Bahamut had once formed a contract. The absence wasn't accidental, it was intentionally erased from history. Zeke received information from a trusted source who had researched the story across multiple regions. The source confirmed that the contract was missing even in untranslated versions of the legend. No documents recorded contracts between humans and dragons, including those involving legendary figures. The same suspicious phrases kept appearing, suggesting historical manipulation. Eventually, the researcher was warned directly by the Draker family to stop investigating. Zeke understood the Draker family had restricted knowledge about Bahamut and Tarakan. The motive was unclear, but the interference was deliberate. To uncover the truth, Zeke chose to re-enter the secret library. Zeke entered the quiet archive, the doors closing behind him with a faint echo. He noticed the unusual silence. The system's security should have blocked all entry. A sound above caught his attention. A masked figure moved silently along the ledge. Zeke activated the monitoring system, triggering administrator access. 2 life forms were detected, one inside, one outside the building. Zeke considered whether the tracking dogs from the giant mountains had located him. He concluded the attackers likely weren't linked to past events in the forest. Instead, he focused on identifying the one who sent them. The masked figure crept closer to a secured door, remaining out of sight. Zeke spotted the figure overhead, suspecting a connection to Abel. He theorized that Abel, despite their alliance, had dispatched an assassin. Zeke stepped forward to confront the intruder, gloves ready to engage. The masked figure attacked first, but Zeke blocked it instantly. With overwhelming force, he countered and disarmed the enemy. Zeke made it clear he had more than one way to extract the truth. The corridor filled with motion as multiple masked figures charged. Zeke dodged and countered, striking them down one by one. He closed the distance and knocked one enemy to the ground with a precise strike. A second attacker rushed him, but Zeke deflected the blade and forced him to retreat. After exchanging attacks, Zeke recognized the assassin's combat technique. The masked man's movements were deliberate, hinting at formal training despite his concealed identity. Zeke identified the unique knife style distinct to the Gorkha kingdom of the northern continent. The kukri blade and posture confirmed the attacker was a Gorkha ranger. Gorkha rangers were elite, often tasked with classified operations by the central continent. Knowing their code, Zeke realized they wouldn't accept assassination missions, which ruled Abel out. Zeke noted the rangers' defensive stance, which contradicted standard Gorkha combat behavior. Despite deliberate exposure of weaknesses, the attacker never tried to capitalize on them. Zeke concluded the goal wasn't to kill him but to capture him. A projectile flew toward him from the side. He sensed the movement outside. Someone else had joined the assault. Recognizing the item's properties, Zeke confirmed it was a sedative aimed to subdue him. Zeke inhaled the sedative and felt his consciousness begin to blur as his resistance skill activated. Despite the weakening effect, he decided to test the bracelet's poison resistance further. The system confirmed activation, but his body still collapsed under the drug's influence. One masked enemy lifted Zeke's unconscious body toward an exit. Another figure joined, preparing to escape with him. Elsewhere, a man observed events unfolding, unsure who was behind the abduction or why. At the edge of Atlas, the farmlands lay quiet, under morning light, hiding the tension behind its fences. Chains tightly bound Zeke Draker's hands as he sat restrained, the metal cold against his skin. In a dim room, masked guards flanked him. Across the table sat Cliff Lionheart, head of the Reinhardt merchant group. Zeke recognized him. In a past life, their paths had crossed during war. The Reinhardt group, powerful and connected to the Alencia kingdom, had influence far beyond its walls, but war loomed again, threatening to reduce both the kingdom and empire to ash. Back then, Cliff had passed key intel to Zeke, before vanishing into collapsing Alencia. Zeke never saw him again, left only with questions and betrayal. Now, Cliff apologized for the harsh capture, but Zeke remained silent. Unchained, Zeke stood, his presence calm but commanding. He dismissed Cliff's gestures, cutting through diplomacy. Dark energy surged. "What do you want?" he asked, eyes cold. Cliff noted his composure more than expected from someone so young. Even seasoned knights would tremble, but Zeke showed no fear. Cliff realized he'd lost control before talks even began. Instead of answering directly, Cliff placed a sealed envelope on the table, asking for a review of its contents. Zeke calmly opened it, pulling out neatly folded papers that rustled under his grip lines. Of names and notes detailed a pandemic, spreading across southern regions, information too specific to ignore. Brows furrowed as Zeke scanned further. Cliff's gaze remained steady, watching for a reaction. A single name on the list jolted his thoughts: Elena Stone. Recollection surged. She had once been ill, but Liam, her son, had saved her with Zeke's help in the past life. Papers scattered across the table as Zeke demanded clarity behind this exposure. Cliff explained the disease: Rose disease, unforgiving, and always fatal. Yet Elena lived. A miracle no doctor could explain. Her case shrouded in mystery. A quiet smirk formed. Zeke understood Cliff's motives without needing further words. With death certain for all others, a cure's value was beyond calculation. Potential power over nations. Still, greed wouldn't blind Cliff if he recognized who sat before him. A transcendent threat. Silence broke. Zeke admitted the truth: he was the one who created the cure. A chair toppled in shock as Cliff surged to his feet. Desperation overtook him. He begged to buy it, offering any price for ownership. A raised hand interrupted the tension. The sudden motion halted Cliff's outburst mid-plea. Calm and slightly amused, Zeke questioned the desperation in front of him. Accusation followed. Cliff's behavior didn't match a merchant. It hinted at something more personal. Mockery laced Zeke's voice as he proposed a deal, masking sharp calculation behind a smile. Understanding bloomed. Cliff's motive wasn't profit, it was saving a life. In return for the formula, Zeke requested 3 favors: terms vague, but firm. Curiosity rose as Cliff asked for details. No specifics were offered, only that they'd be named later. Reassurance came quickly. Zeke promised not to ask for anything unreasonable. With negotiations steady, Cliff signed the contract while Zeke passed him the written cure. Before finalizing, Zeke paused. A personal question lingered: who was the one Cliff sought to save? No direct reply came. Deflection followed, cloaked in merchant logic. Zeke pressed harder. The signs were clear: this wasn't business. It was personal. Past actions came under scrutiny: military force, kidnapping, raw emotion. Cliff had stepped out of line. Silence returned as regret settled in Cliff's posture. Eventually, truth emerged: it was someone from Alencia's royal family. Zeke demanded to know who. Refusal came instantly. Cliff couldn't reveal the person he aimed to save. Surprise flickered across Zeke's face as he tried to guess, but the truth remained hidden behind silence. Warnings from the past echoed. Returning to Alencia meant certain death amidst growing chaos, despite knowing the danger. Cliff had chosen his path, one that led straight back to Alencia. Exhausted, yet resolute, he spoke with clarity. If death was inevitable, he'd face it on his terms. Regret tinged his voice. No further details could be shared, but his determination was unshaken. Something had changed. Zeke noticed a new fire in Cliff's eyes, no longer dulled by despair. Alencia, though fragile, stood in defiance against the Empire, its political state unstable and divided. Various racial disputes and internal weakness left the kingdom vulnerable, torn by conflict. Still, hope lingered. There was time before total war. Aligning with Alencia could prove valuable. With a composed gesture, Zeke let the secrecy slide, ready to proceed regardless. Papers exchanged hands. The contract was sealed, agreement now in effect. Cliff's grip tightened, unsure what demand might follow. To his relief, the request was simple. Zeke wanted to be hired. A smile formed. This wasn't a favor but the start of a deliberate move. Zeke meets with the merchants and requests a fake identity for temporary use. They misunderstand his purpose, thinking it's business-related. He clarifies he needs the identity for travel to the southern continent, known for danger and lawlessness. He emphasizes he can't afford mistakes. Zeke points out that the Reinhardt merchant group has enough influence to deal with, even the criminal cartels in the region. The blonde merchant accepts Zeke's reasoning and offers his cousin's name for the fake identity, which won't raise suspicion. Zeke demands regular transport to the south, a house, and large storage space, tossing gold coins to the table confidently. He mentions the kidnapping that brought him here, implying they owe him. The merchant reacts angrily to his nerve. Preparations are agreed upon. The Rangers will provide a horse and finalize travel. Zeke suspects Reinhardt has reasons for quick agreement, hinting at hidden motives. He notices someone and calls out, shifting the focus with sharp intent. 2 Rangers escort Zeke to his horse. He follows silently. The horse stands ready. Zeke observes its strength and build. He nods, saying he'll make good use of it as he mounts. Zeke mounts the horse with ease, his readiness clear. The Rangers say their task is done and begin to leave. They question if their contract is truly over, surprised by Zeke's behavior. Zeke grins and casually remarks about money, proposing to hire the Rangers for a task. His tone is calm but deliberate. The Ranger leader recognizes the name. Zeke mentions someone connected to McCain, causing a shift in mood. They hesitate. One silently checks something in his hand while the others look uneasy, unsure how to respond to Zeke's offer. Zeke asks if the issue is about payment. The Ranger responds, "It's not the money, but Zeke's identity." That's the problem. He explains that their king forbids dealings with those from transcendent households, which includes Zeke. Zeke reveals that Reinhardt is giving him a fake identity, that Alias will handle the contract, avoiding political complications. The Ranger accepts the logic, but reminds Zeke that something must be resolved before they proceed further. Without warning, Zeke strikes. In an instant, he disarms one Ranger, stealing his kukri blade mid-motion. The others freeze, wide-eyed, realizing he acted faster than they could react, overwhelming them completely. Zeke examines the kukri, the ceremonial weapon of Gorkha's Rangers. It symbolizes one's status as a true warrior. Taking it without them noticing is equivalent to taking their very identity, their pride and combat honor. He calls it repayment for kidnapping him earlier, riding away as they remain stunned in silence. Fury builds in the Ranger's expression as he calls Zeke a monster, overwhelmed by frustration. Zeke, unbothered, remarks on the Ranger's fluency, mocking the situation with confidence. He disappears into the distance, declaring they'll meet again. Meanwhile, he begins searching for reliable allies. Zeke reflects on his objective, to recruit the 5 Divine Knights, future legends from the Continental War he once lived through. He believes that winning their loyalty now would turn them into strong allies when chaos eventually erupts. With the support of Dean Flaubert, Zeke discovers they all graduated from Valhalla, but the challenge lies in reaching them on time. Some knights are already out of reach, one has graduated, another is away for training, and one is on medical leave. Zeke considers Reyna, who will enroll next year but isn't immediately available for contact. Sitting alone, he realizes only one remains within reach. Diego, the last of the 5 still at school. Zeke finds himself surrounded by a loud band. Diego plays drums while classmates perform. Confused, Zeke questions how he ended up here while trying to make contact. He remembers entering Diego's clubroom with plans to initiate a proper conversation. The band drags Zeke into their chaos, assigning him a role before he can protest. Simone declares him the music club's newest member without asking for consent. Caught in the moment, Zeke joins the energy, deciding to embrace the madness temporarily. Later, Zeke walks alone, realizing Diego pulled him completely off his original plan. Upon returning home, he tells the servants not to disturb him and heads straight for training. He refocuses, knowing time is short and strength is still his top priority. Zeke studies the ancient sword and its aura control method. The text speaks of guiding energy through internal circulation. He reads terms like microcosmic orbit, struggling to understand the complex instructions in the training manual. Despite the confusion, Zeke realizes why Terracon reshaped it into dragon-slaying arts. It's built for something far greater. The technique detailed in the book is the foundation of the dragon-slaying swordplay designed purely to kill dragons. It requires immense concentration and aura beyond human-level training. The blade reacts to his grip with energy. Zeke breathes deeply, acknowledging that the exaggerated shape of the sword reflects its purpose. He activates his aura, compressing it tightly within the blade to prepare a precise slash with. A single movement, he swings. The force unleashes a shockwave that tears through the training room. An observer watches from a distance, stunned by the destructive result of the technique. Zeke smiles, impressed with the performance of his body. His divine constitution enhances everything. He senses his growth accelerating. The technique becomes clearer with each repetition. With every swing, his control improves. He feels the ideal path forming inside his mind. Zeke's body glows with power. He learns faster the more he trains with this technique. A burst of light erupts. He pauses, eyes wide, sensing a new presence in his consciousness. He realizes he's crossed a boundary beyond the Red Knight level into a new realm of power. Zeke feels the pressure building as he nears the threshold of the Black Knight realm, unsure if he can endure much longer. His muscles strain. Aura flares violently. He pushes himself further, desperate to reach beyond his limits. Before collapsing, he forces himself to swing once more. A strange red symbol suddenly ignites in response. A glowing sigil appears on Zeke's chest, catching him off guard. Something ancient is awakening. The energy flares. A vision takes over. It's the memory of Bahamut, the legendary dragon. The sword technique he used has triggered the essence sealed within Bahamut's heart. Zeke's consciousness drifts into a deep memory space. He sees through Bahamut's eyes. A figure approaches in the vision. The memory deepens. Zeke senses something important is coming. The cloaked visitor addresses Bahamut with reverence and proposes a serious request. The dragon listens silently as the visitor speaks of a sword technique. The visitor slowly reveals a sealed book, holding it carefully in both hands. He asks Bahamut to safeguard the true dragon's swordplay he personally created. Sheltern Draker reveals his monstrous form, towering with dark flames and jagged armor. His presence causes the ground to tremble. A voice acknowledges his madness, not just his cruelty. Zeke stands calmly, watching the scene unfold. The name confirms his suspicion. Sheltern is the true threat lurking behind everything. A cloaked man steps forward, questioning whether giving a dragon the power to kill dragons is truly wise. The cloaked man confirms his decision. Kronos, another ancient being, supports the plan, though unease lingers in his tone. Before the reason is fully given, violent energy bursts from the ground, interrupting the moment with intense force. Bahamut emerges, accusing Kronos of being misled by humans and losing his neutrality as a mediator. Bahamut launches into battle, hurling energy across the cave. The cloaked man evades with a swift leap. Sheltern rises, declaring all prophecies false and meaningless, rejecting destiny itself. Magical energy rains down like a storm, signaling the start of war. The cloaked warrior counters mid-air, clashing weapons with explosive light. They crash into the earth, scattering stone and dust across the battlefield. A flurry of strikes begins. Each blow echoes across the cavern. The warrior ascends, charging his blade with focused light. Energy compresses, and he dives toward his target with lethal precision. He slams down, striking Sheltern with devastating force. Zeke hovers midair, surrounded by the aftermath of the blast. The ground below trembles with the remnants of destructive magic. He analyzes the energy radiating from the spell. This was not ordinary power. It was the peak of ancient draconic magic, overwhelming in scale. Despite the intensity, Sheltern stands unfazed below. Zeke realizes that surviving such force makes Sheltern a true monster in his own right. A dragon roars, furious, its lair violated. It demands Sheltern's retreat, or threatens to redirect its wrath toward the Kronos kingdom. It warns of karmic sanctions if such destruction is unleashed, but Sheltern shows no concern, dismissing consequences as empty threats. With contempt, Sheltern mocks the very idea of justice. In his eyes, divine law means nothing to someone as powerful as him. Sheltern's power intensifies. He derides humanity, vowing that karmic judgment will never touch him, no matter how many lives he destroys. Another figure steps forward, calm and prepared. Kronos' prediction is about to unfold. He reveals a glowing relic, its golden eye awakening with divine purpose. A massive lance surges toward the newcomer, but time freezes as golden light expands from the artifact. The ground cracks as time magic activates, halting Bahamut's overwhelming charge. Sheltern scoffs at the idea of resisting him with borrowed power, mocking the effort as futile. Golden energy envelops the battlefield, casting a shield over the caster. Zeke watches, stunned by the sudden halt in violence. He realizes the attack Bahamut's destructive charge was fully stopped. The cloaked figure remains firm. As the dust settles, he senses something greater at play. This was no ordinary spell. Golden chains of magic bind Bahamut's massive frame. His limbs strain against the force locking him in place, unable to move forward. Zeke observes closely. Sheltern's spell is restraining Bahamut entirely. The pressure in the air thickens as power balances shift. The cloaked figure holds up the clock artifact. Zeke realizes the source of the restraint lies in Kronos' divine time magic. Sheltern dismisses the artifact's threat, questioning if mere divine tools can stop him. Zeke reflects on Bahamut's earlier reaction, realizing the clock must be a sealed relic infused with Kronos' raw authority. Suddenly, Bahamut roars and shatters the binding spell. Zeke braces himself as magic flares violently. Dust erupts from the impact. Bahamut crashes into the battlefield, his claws carving into stone. The dragon glares forward, growling Sheltern's name with deep hostility. He demands to know if the vision shown to him was real, a prophecy too detailed to ignore. Sheltern confirms it. The vision was Kronos' prophecy, the very reason he carries the dragon-slaying technique. Bahamut curses the fate they're bound to. He questions the contracts between dragons and humans as flawed. Resigned, Bahamut commands Sheltern to hand over the sword technique that could slay dragons. A magical book floats into view, glowing with cryptic markings. It holds the ancient secret true dragon swordplay. The book lands before Sheltern, its seal broken. The exchange is now irreversible. Bahamut commends the preparation. Sheltern had done all this not for conquest, but to protect the world. Bahamut sneers, mocking the idea of protecting the world. He accuses Sheltern of prioritizing humanity over all else. Sheltern remains silent, accepting the judgment without resistance. He retrieves the magical book and turns away. Though the prophecy remains uncertain, Sheltern believes humanity will eventually rise through aura alone. Bahamut warns that if humans awaken such power, he will annihilate them himself. He sees aura as a force too great for weak beings. Sheltern admits creating the dragon-slaying sword out of fear, but in the end, he trusts both Bahamut and Kronos. He recalls Kronos' words that one day even Bahamut would find someone worthy of trust. The dragon's thoughts echo, "You will find a contractor." The phrase lingers in his mind. Left alone, Bahamut reflects quietly, the chamber now dim and still. He scoffs at the idea of opening his heart to a human. The notion seems absurd, almost offensive. Yet deep within, doubts remain. He declares such trust will never come to pass. Meanwhile, a young man trains alone, still unaware of the greater war unfolding in the shadows. Zeke, reflecting on Bahamut's hatred, understands the dragon's pain. He feels it through the heart he touched. Despite that understanding, Zeke remains confused. He can't grasp how such power or hatred took root. He continues researching in secret, chasing answers from Bahamut's memories and training in the dragon-slaying arts. The truth about Tarakon's manipulated history weighs heavy. Zeke vows to uncover it and one day wield the true dragon's swordplay. A sealed letter arrives, confirming the completion of Zeke's first request through Reinhardt's contacts. He had asked for a cover identity that would allow him to act freely without suspicion. Unexpectedly, he's assigned the role of deputy manager for the Reinhardt Merchant Group's southern branch. Zeke glances toward the window. Sensing something significant has shifted, outside, he acknowledges the arrival of a message, bearing pigeon with calm certainty. The pigeon carries a reply. Ki has made her decision, and is ready to move forward as well. The Secret Garden Hotel stood tall under the Atlas branch's jurisdiction, its elegance concealing its true function past its ornate door. The VIP lounge bar offered a secure meeting place hidden from public eyes. Zeke entered, welcomed by a woman who spoke as though they were now partners. Zeke turned toward the night view, momentarily caught in thought. He'd been in Atlas before, but the calm lights now felt unfamiliar. His past memories showed a city burning in war, not this peaceful skyline. He admitted the lounge's presence in Atlas surprised him. She explained the syndicate used it for quiet, underground meetings. Offered a drink. Zeke declined, preferring tea over alcohol. She joked, but Zeke clarified alcohol had no effect on him. After his regression, his body treated alcohol as poison. He now avoided it entirely, favoring tea instead. She ignored his reply and slid over documents. They exposed Pabella's connection to piracy and unrecorded profits. Zeke realized the depth of their corruption ran far deeper than expected. Sharp green eyes narrowed as she revealed classified intel, sliding photos across the table without pause. Joaquin Fernandez, also known as El Menco, appeared in the documents. His dual ties to Pabella and McCain exposed. Despite the severity, she withheld the findings from her superiors. The danger of syndicate wide upheaval lingered too close. Darkness set in as a shadowy figure smirked, whispering that a grand scheme had just begun. Plans to elevate her status to syndicate boss emerged, promising a sudden shift in power. Outside, rain pattered against rooftops, while Zeke completed the last portal sequence under an umbrella. His method avoided direct portal jumps, preventing karmic suspicion from falling on him. Few possessed the magic to create such illusions, even Nirvana couldn't trace the trickery. Laughing quietly, he relished the chaos that would erupt once night fell. Flames erupted through buildings, panic spreading with each shout for fire mages. Smoke clouded the streets as bystanders questioned the cause behind the destruction. From afar, she cursed under her breath, realizing the blaze wasn't random. Watching the firestorm, she admitted this wasn't boldness. It was madness. A cigarette trembled between her fingers as she demanded clarification. Zeke confirmed every McCain warehouse on the central continent was next. Accessing warehouse coordinates triggered alarm. Her voice rose, warning about restricted executive data. No attempt was made to hide intentions. Assigning blame to El Mencho would shield everything else. Pabella's pirate ties remained unreported. That silence served the plan perfectly. She gasped. Realization dawning instantly. Shock gripped her features. No need for subtlety. McCain and Pabella were burying themselves. Drinks trembled as tension snapped. By handing over every traitor to Don Juan, justice would arrive wrapped in flames. A dark aura coiled around her as the implications settled. She questioned if he truly grasped the consequences. Her voice cracked. This was madness. Executing such a plan meant risking everything. Fury erupted from the table, glass rattling. Logic no longer mattered. All who stood in the way would burn. Power waited for those who acted. He made it simple. Follow or fall. Fold or fight. No room for hesitation. Silence lingered before she straightened, resolve rising behind her glare. Her fists clenched. She hadn't joined to clean up others' messes. Even so, she acknowledged that Zeke Draker's insight surpassed all expectations. Beyond analysis, his talents led to uncovering hidden ruins buried in silence. Recovered relics lined vaults, ancient artifacts once thought unreachable, now neatly displayed. She felt no fear, only resolve. Joining him meant risking everything, and she accepted it. Backing out seemed foolish. Fear couldn't hold ground beside such resolve. With firm hands, she grabbed the bottle and drank without pause. His eyes widened. Her response was clear: no retreat, no second thoughts. Flames of defiance burned in her eyes. She was going all in. Laughter escaped him as she declared her bet with fangs bared. This wasn't hesitation, it was commitment. He promised she wouldn't regret it. Outside, a cigarette flicked to life. Silence marked the start of another phase. Smoke curled above the ashtray as resolve solidified in shadows. From the balcony, her silhouette stood beneath moonlight. Everything now rested on Zeke. The fires left no trace. Reports buzzed of chaos across the continent. Alone in his estate, Don Juan clenched the paper, seething. Unseen, his threat echoed. The one behind this would suffer dearly. The academy stood beneath a calm sky as the semester drew to its end. Inside his room, Zeke paused from his studies, sensing a long-anticipated moment approaching. He reflected on the months since reaching Blue Knight level, a milestone that had elevated his status, yet added new pressure. His hand rested on the desk, steady but tense. The sealed invitation to the promotion celebration banquet lay before him. Even though he expected it, the formality of the message made his nerves tighten. The banquet honored young Drakers, who advanced beyond yellow swordsmen. Under bright decorations, new knights were formally acknowledged. Reaching Blue Knight before 20 was rare, giving the event its name, the Draker-style debutante. Zeke's progress made him a central figure. He remembered meeting the Patriarch nearly 3 years ago, and quietly hoped this ceremony would proceed without conflict. The central banquet hall filled with movement as guests arrived beneath the glass ceiling. Zeke greeted the Patriarch respectfully, drawing attention from nearby nobles. Abel approached with a composed expression, masking unease beneath formal courtesy. Guests noted the presence of many influential figures, making the event feel heavier than usual. Most eyes focused on Zeke, the continent's youngest Blue Knight. Abel watched him closely, aware that Zeke previously held that record himself. The Patriarch stepped away to prepare, leaving Abel to observe the hall's growing anticipation. Abel waited near the crowd's edge, his attention fixed on the space reserved for Zeke. A darker expression surfaced behind his calm exterior, revealing intent hidden beneath the celebration. Zeke adjusted his collar, feeling the weight of the banquet's attention. The atmosphere was stiff, and his expression hinted at discomfort as he moved forward. Walking beside him, his escort grumbled about being overworked. He hadn't even had time to visit home, now forced into the role of bodyguard by another's orders. Complaining about Arthur's schemes, he explained how he was pushed into this duty under the pretense of proper mentorship. Zeke chuckled quietly, realizing the visible stress came from long hours. As they continued down the grand hallway, they discussed heading to the Spring Garden, the only public zone within the heavily restricted Four Seasons fortress. Zeke recalled how the fortress was divided: spring for guests, summer for business, autumn for ceremonies, and winter for sealed relics. The halls they passed were richly decorated. Each section served distinct purposes, with Spring Garden being the only place where outsiders could gather freely. The winter keep stored ancient treasures, but Zeke had never seen it firsthand. It was unfamiliar. Even during his original timeline, he quietly reflected on his past. Before his regression, he wouldn't have even been present at this stage of the event. Arriving at a large door, his escort halted. Only the main guest of the banquet was allowed beyond that point. Zeke had to proceed alone. They shared a firm handshake. Zeke's companion reminded him he couldn't attend further due to other responsibilities. Offering final encouragement, he urged Zeke to be strong and do his best. The words held sincerity despite the formality. Zeke smiled faintly. It felt good to have someone genuinely worry for him, even if expressed awkwardly. The banquet hall shifted focus. Banners hung in honor of the rising star now entering, Zeke Draker. With confident steps, Zeke descended into view, drawing reactions from noble guests who recognized his rapid ascent. Whispers spread through the crowd. Not only had he reached Blue Knight rank early, he had even outshined Abel's academy records. At the center of the hall, Arthur Draker formally declared Zeke's first step as a knight. Zeke knelt in silence. The room hushed under the weight of the announcement. With determination, Zeke lowered his head, honoring the rite. The words spoken carried tradition, pressure, and expectation. Applause followed the declaration, but Arthur wasn't finished. A second proclamation caused Zeke to glance up, alert and uncertain. Arthur continued, declaring Zeke a formal knight of Draker. The audience reacted in disbelief, stunned by the abrupt elevation. Shock rippled across the banquet. Zeke's promotion at age 15 was far ahead of even the youngest predecessors. Zeke remained silent, noting that real accomplishments were usually required. This recognition broke the norm in the Draker family. Power awakened early, but formal rank was earned. Achievements mattered more than aura. Even Abel, previously the youngest Blue Knight, waited months before being formally recognized. Arthur's sudden announcement defied tradition, raising questions Zeke could already sense forming in the crowd. Although the patriarch had the authority to promote anyone, Zeke couldn't understand his motive. Arthur took the moment to introduce Zeke as his son. It was the first public acknowledgement of their connection. He praised Zeke's golden light awakening and predicted the boy would one day surpass him. Ending the speech modestly, with a final blessing, Arthur concluded the ceremony. The hall responded in unison, echoing their loyalty to the Drakers. Wine glasses raised, nobles cheered for the house. The ritual was now sealed with celebration. As Arthur drank in silence, others followed. The rite had ended, but its implications were just beginning. Zeke reflected silently. In his past life, Howard ignored his exile completely, but now that Zeke showed promise, the patriarch acted like a proud father. As Zeke quietly observed, Howard called his name. The shift in attention felt calculated, too sudden to be genuine. Zeke responded respectfully. Howard invited him to leave the banquet hall for a private conversation. Howard smiled and stated he wanted to speak as father and son, a role he never played until now. The banquet hall remained active behind them. Their departure didn't go unnoticed. Elsewhere, Abel's forced smile began to crack. A nearby noble advised him to control his expression. Abel's frustration boiled beneath the surface. His darkened aura betrayed envy, not joy, toward Zeke's success. He showed no signs of genuine brotherly pride. His focus shifted to urgent matters involving the prince. Abel and his ally moved quickly. Whatever they planned would soon be in motion. Alone in a corridor, Zeke examined the coin Howard secretly handed him. Its significance was unclear. Still confused, he muttered in frustration. Nothing about the patriarch's behavior made sense to him. He looked back toward the bustling banquet. It wouldn't end in a day, it would stretch on, demanding his constant composure. Zeke walked through the crowd, wondering how he would maintain a steady image for days to come. A voice called to him. He turned to find a young woman introducing herself formally. She identified herself as Melissa Alencia, first princess of the Zalana kingdom, her presence now adding to the unexpected. Before regression, Zeke remembered the Alencia princess disappearing, just as war tensions rose. all diplomatic activity stopped abruptly. Rumors of her assassination by the Empire spread, and with Alencia's fall, the truth vanished in the chaos of war. Now, in this life, seeing her at the banquet contradicted everything he thought he knew. Something had changed. An attendant confirmed her identity, royalty of Alencia. Zeke's eyes locked on her, stunned by her presence. She smiled gently. Zeke could barely believe it. Princess Melissa was alive, standing before him. He greeted her formally, masking his inner confusion. This meeting was not supposed to happen. Zeke welcomed her and acknowledged her past political influence, setting a formal tone. She seemed surprised by his knowledge. He explained his interest in her people, first reforms, yet. He noted criticisms of her policies, words chosen to test her reaction. Zeke mentioned her difficult position and acknowledged financial limitations. Melissa was caught off guard. His insight was unexpected. She admitted she was simply surprised someone understood her burdens. She excused herself politely, preparing to leave. Zeke wished the conversation could continue, but accepted her reasoning. As she left, he noticed silent stares from across the hall. Judging, watching, a faint smile crossed his face. No reason to be discouraged. Opportunities always returned. Behind him, Melissa let out a light laugh, vanishing into the crowd with grace. With the formalities over, Zeke finally walked away from the tension, exhaling relief. Banquets like this never suited him. Forced smiles and hidden agendas drained his patience. Quiet footsteps echoed behind as his instincts sharpened. Something unnatural was approaching. Unmistakable armor clanked on polished marble, a rare and inappropriate sound for such a venue. From the entrance strode a figure in golden armor, confident and uninvited. Recognition struck hard. Zeke's expression darkened as the man announced his name, Callus IV, Imperial Prince of Rome, a war-forging tyrant from Zeke's lost timeline. A gloved hand extended politely. The prince introduced himself with arrogance, barely masked. Feigning courtesy, Zeke accepted the gesture, mindful of the danger beneath. Respectful, greetings exchanged, but tension coiled between every word. Silence passed before Callus broke it with forced cheer. An arm draped over Zeke's shoulder, heavy and overfamiliar. Loudly, he declared their historic encounter, masking intent behind a celebratory tone. Wine spilled into a glass with exaggerated flair. Callus made sure all eyes watched. "Drink deeply," he shouted, forcing the toast on Zeke as others looked on, uneasy. Across the hall, murmurs spread. His behavior raised concern, especially given the Draker name. Callus laughed, pleased with Zeke's silent compliance. His voice carried pride and recklessness. Cheers halted when Abel approached, his presence cool and commanding. Rather than join the celebration, he requested a private talk, drawing Callus's curiosity. With a nod, the prince agreed. They exited calmly, leaving the room quieter. Still seated, Zeke observed the shift. Doubt stirred behind his composed smile. Nobles whispered. Despite the performance, Zeke saw their admiration now aimed at Abel. This wasn't random. The way Abel and Callus interacted betrayed history. More than allies, they moved like co-conspirators, hiding nothing from each other. Suspicion hardened. War might be closer than anyone dared admit. Abel's confident expression said it all. Something bigger brewed behind the curtain. Beyond the palace walls, silence veiled danger. Zeke couldn't afford to ignore it. A token in hand and mind made up. He turned to move. Time was short. From across the ornate table, Arthur questioned Zeke's progress toward becoming the continent's strongest. Praising the banquet's success, he shifted tone, urging Zeke to address him as father. In private, that phrase echoed eerily. It was the same line Carly once used, too precise to dismiss. Reflection hit suddenly. The same discomfort he'd felt around Carly now made sense. Abel's growing control was obvious. He'd even begun turning elders to his cause. Yet, if Arthur noticed all this and remained silent, it meant he had chosen a side. Zeke questioned whether Carly's name was used to manipulate him. Was it planned? No matter the answer, the truth was clear. Arthur had aligned with Abel. With a polite tone, Zeke acknowledged this shift, masking rising doubt behind a calm face. Arthur offered a reward, a token of motivation, and slid it toward him without hesitation. The medallion held power. It could unlock treasure from the legendary Winter Keep, a rare vault filled with priceless artifacts, yet also riddled with worthless distractions. Zeke accepted the warning and prepared to depart. Plans were forming rapidly. His path led underground, into the sealed vault of the Dragon Slayer's Winter Keep. Whatever the intention behind the gift, he vowed to use every tool available to him. Zeke arrived at the vault entrance, greeted by staff who had awaited him. The heavy magical doors loomed in silence. He was briefed on the treasury, over 17,000 relics, accessible only by token. Entry was unlimited in time, but allowed only once. Noticing the absence of guards, Zeke questioned it. The staff calmly replied, it wasn't necessary due to the security in place. Magic protections equal to the Patriarch's chamber covered the vault. Each relic inside was bound and tracked with magic, chains and spells sealed the relics. Theft was impossible. What looked unguarded was heavily protected. Zeke inserted his token into a slot. The system accepted it, triggering the vault's inner mechanism. Massive doors opened, revealing a chamber of towering relic shelves. Zeke's eyes narrowed as he took in the vault's vast scale. He muttered that it was excessive, typical of the Draker clan's pride. Alone, he realized identifying relics manually would take days. He requested system aid, activating Dragon Eyes as instructed. Understanding the link, Zeke smirked. This system was his to control, activating Dragon Eyes. He located the relic shadowless steps. He moved swiftly, testing his ability to navigate the vault. Relics lit up on the mini. Map 17 identified. Zeke advanced efficiently. Far more relics remained than expected. He refined the filter, removing basic items, consumables, and unclassified materials. Even after narrowing options were excessive. Another condition excluded all swords weaker than the Stygian blade. Items rapidly vanished from the list. One unfamiliar entry remained, yet its information failed to display, prompting suspicion. Following the coordinates, he moved swiftly through towering shelves toward the marked location. A confirmation appeared he had reached the destination. Shelves stood silent as he scanned them. A single bracelet lay in plain view. Despite its ordinary appearance, something felt off. Curiosity stirred. The bracelet emitted a faint glow before responding to his presence. Recognition triggered. It acknowledged him as Terracon Draker's heir. That alone confirmed its significance. Suddenly, details emerged. Identified as the Sacred Guardian Stone. It could summon a soul-bound beast, once equipped. Resistance was futile. Attempts to remove it failed. He was bound by lineage. Frustration brewed. He hadn't reviewed all relics, and now plans risked collapse. Instead of panicking, he reassessed. If this belonged to Terracon, its value likely surpassed most items here. Comment accepted. Activation of the Sacred Guardian Stone began instantly. Light surged. A powerful summoning circle formed mid-air, searching for a match. Lightning cracked through the chamber. Roars echoed his soul beast had arrived. Lightning surged through the vault, cracking the ground and walls as energy gathered into form. A majestic beast emerged from the storm, its mane flowing with thunder's current. Recognized as a holy beast draconic steed, its overwhelming aura radiated across the room. Eyes widened in awe. The creature's presence mirrored that of a dragon, yet retained noble composure. Questions surfaced: how many such relics had Terracon secretly owned? A touch from the beast silenced them. Connection sparked instantly. Despite being strangers, it felt like a reunion bound by fate. Warmth surged. Familiarity flowed between soul and steed, unspoken but strong. Instructions appeared granting a name would seal the bond and allow future summons. Bucephalus was offered. A soft nudge confirmed approval. Power hummed through the horns. Naming the beast triggered new data. King of the draconic steeds. Still, uncertainty lingered. Before thoughts could settle, Bucephalus leapt, tossing its master skyward without warning. A confused yell echoed. Trust had to catch up with action. Rather than flee, the steed circled back, kneeling to offer a ride. Mounting smoothly, he realized the beast anticipated his thoughts before he spoke them. With a sharp command, they charged ahead. Bonded, rider and steed raced as one. Thunder split the vault's silence as Bucephalus sprinted, leaving trails of lightning in his path. Without touching the ground, the steed shot forward, piercing the air like a bolt unleashed. Questions surfaced: was this power beyond expectations? It felt like wielding something otherworldly. Momentum carried them to the summoning circle, energy still crackling behind. A laugh escaped. Victory felt absolute. Bucephalus had proven unmatched. Elsewhere, curious eyes watched from a window. His display hadn't gone unnoticed. Reflections came later. Many relics held value, yet some were worthless behind the shine. Before activation, the bracelet resembled junk ignored, unlisted. Arthur may have seen it that way. Realization dawned. By sheer chance, an unrecognized treasure had found its rightful heir. Confidence returned. Regardless of how it was found, this was a major gain. Time to rest. He'd earned it. A long day of trials ended in triumph. As he moved to leave, a strange greeting halted him. Formality, unexpected, and awkward. Under a hood, the visitor introduced himself, Cliff Reinhardt, respectful in tone. Tension rose. Zeke asked him to avoid contact in public. His plans relied on secrecy. Cliff complied but explained urgency. Someone important had demanded this meeting. A woman removed her hood, revealing blue hair. Calmly, she reintroduced herself to Zeke in the ornate hall. She claimed leadership of the Reinhardt merchant group, speaking with composed authority. Her identity was unveiled: Melissa Alencia, first princess of the Alencia kingdom, hidden beneath a merchant's title. Zeke meets a cloaked woman who reveals herself as Princess Melissa Alencia, the true head of the Reinhardt merchant group. He had already suspected her identity, recognizing signs from past events. Melissa had recently vanished from foreign affairs, but reappeared at Zeke's promotion banquet. The timeline of her reappearance matches the sudden cure of a rose disease patient. Zeke connects the two events, seeing through the coincidence. Melissa acknowledges his insight and moves to the real reason for their meeting. She places documents on the table, requesting Zeke's assistance. Before elaborating, she asks him to examine the reports first. The rose disease has returned, appearing near the Alencia kingdom's borders. Zeke reads the documents with increasing concern. He questions the shocking findings written in the analysis. The disease is confirmed to be a magical creation. The Nirvana family's analysis proves the data's legitimacy. Zeke realizes the disease is man-made and spreading faster than before. He begins to question what his regression has truly changed. Zeke reviews the map and red markers showing the spread of the rose disease, which began on the border of two empires. Despite its origin near the Rome Empire, the disease's spread pattern shows it avoiding Rome entirely. Instead, every outbreak converges toward Alencia, suggesting deliberate targeting. Melissa confirms Zeke's suspicion the Rome Empire created, and is directing the disease toward Alencia. She illustrates the strategy by pointing to supply routes marked on the map. Zeke reflects that Alencia's sudden military inactivity in his previous life now makes sense. It was caused by the disease. He realizes Melissa's need for help isn't political, it's logistical. Zeke confirms her intent to gain rights for mass producing and distributing the cure. Melissa agrees, revealing her full plan openly. The previous contract only allowed nobles to access the cure, requiring a new agreement for kingdom-wide distribution. Melissa hints at Zeke's leverage, but makes it clear she won't leave empty-handed. She smiles, determined to make a business deal from this crisis. Zeke takes the offer seriously and acknowledges his authority to handle distribution. He prepares a counter-proposal and offers a fair trade, 20% of her merchant group's shares. Melissa is caught off guard, surprised by the scale of Zeke's request. Zeke assesses the true value of Melissa's offer, 20% of the Reinhardt merchant group, one of the top economic powers. He calculates the potential return, estimating millions in gold. If the war ends and the group expands further, the projection overwhelms him. Profits could soar into the billions if managed properly. Though tempted, Zeke withholds a decision and raises concerns about her transparency. He questions why someone who supported the empire would make such a bold offer. Melissa calmly agrees to answer, revealing her experience in sensing people's true nature. She explains she observed Zeke after the banquet, noting his distant behavior toward imperial officials. Recalling his subtle refusal to shake hands with the fourth imperial prince, she interprets it as disgust. Her perception proves accurate. Zeke acknowledges her insight silently. She dismisses further explanation, saying saving her people is worth the cost. Her resolve is clear. She offers the shares without hesitation. Zeke is stunned by her sincerity and sacrifice. A flashback reveals Alicia's voice urging Zeke to stop running. He remembers the bitter retreat and her decision to stand and buy time. If she could sacrifice herself to save their people, then Melissa's offer truly is worth every cent. Zeke lowers his head, burdened by a memory he had tried to suppress. Alicia's words echo in his mind, and Melissa's resolve reminds him of that same sacrifice. With a reluctant breath, he agrees to the deal, prompting Melissa to smile in relief. As she prepares to leave, Melissa asks him to keep her identity secret. Zeke agrees, and 2 weeks later, activity shifts to the estate's underground training hall. The space rumbles as intense sword energy explodes within. Zeke trains relentlessly, striking with speed and force. Blue aura wraps around him as he channels power through his sword. Caught in a storm of energy, he maintains control and focus. System messages appear. Zeke masters the dragon's steel play faster than expected. Achievement unlocked. He gains stat bonuses and rare items. He plans to reallocate unused points and prepares for the next objective. He attempts to view the Orpheus Kingdom report, but is blocked. The system redirects him to uncover seals that reveal the hidden coordinates. Zeke smirks, Recognizing this new challenge as another step toward changing fate, Zeke received a title but remained unimpressed, expecting more than recognition for his efforts. A new quest appeared, linking him to an ancient kingdom and tasking him with restoring dragon seals. He recalled artifacts reacting to titles and wondered if this one had a hidden function. He paused the quest, noting its lack of a deadline. Rushing wasn't necessary. Deciding to prioritize other matters, he left the chamber calmly. As he walked, he thought about Key and the southern merchants he hadn't seen in a while. In Port Goli, ships docked tightly, the sea air mixed with faint blood. Zeke stood still, eyes scanning the port, recalling old memories. Nearby, the vice manager gave orders, keeping the workers moving efficiently. Merchants saluted, grateful for Zeke's past presence. He noticed subtle differences. The tension wasn't just in the scent. Something had changed. He needed to stay alert. Murray arrived with 2 disguised rangers. Zeke acknowledged their attire fit well for this mission. He confirmed they remembered the plan precisely. The ranger confirmed his knowledge of the mission rescuing the imprisoned girl during the chaos caused by the merchants. Zeke approved but warned them to stay alert, as the mission included protecting and escorting the target safely. The ranger raised a question, concerned about the unknown chaos linked to the event. He speculated it might relate to a southern festival. Zeke replied with a grin, whatever was coming wouldn't be a celebration, but far more chaotic. The memory of McCain's looming downfall flickered in his mind. The operation would be decisive. Suddenly, someone addressed him. A guide from the merchant group had arrived, noticing he was in discussion. Zeke acknowledged the interruption. The ranger stepped aside as the guide prepared to lead him. They departed toward the carriage. The atmosphere turned cautious with mention of McCain's name. Although Zeke brushed it off as a joke, the tension lingered. War with McCain wasn't a simple rumor. As they left port, Zeke confirmed the safe house had been secured with merchant assistance. They agreed to review the plan again during travel, ensuring no detail was overlooked. The mission's complexity grew, and today's timing, Don Juan's birthday, added even more pressure. While traveling, Zeke explained the event would gather top executives alongside celebrations. Key's involvement and Zeke's attendance were both confirmed, prompting another round of briefing. Despite the repetition, the red-haired ally voiced her nerves. She wasn't made of steel, unlike Zeke. Zeke observed Kay's panic as she realized the risk of being linked to the warehouse burnings. She feared McCain's brutal retaliation. Zeke, amused by her overreaction, teased her to lighten the mood. To comfort her, he reminded her status as a mage might cause them to handle her differently, implying darker implications. He jokingly described how magic users were believed to repel curses, hinting she'd be kept alive for profit. Key screamed at the disturbing thought, imagining the necklaces as real fingers trophies from victims. Zeke enjoyed her exaggerated fear, but Key begged him to bury her body somewhere peaceful if caught. Zeke's smirk faded as he recalled his past. No one knew the South better than him. He had once built McCain's power as a hitman before destroying it from within. Captured as a runaway student, he was sold into McCain's brutal Soma plantation. On the plantation, survival depended on obedience. Zeke followed orders, harvesting Soma under watch. Later used as a human shield, he survived multiple deployments, likely due to instinctual healing. His resilience earned him a new role, Don Juan's personal assassin. As a hitman, Zeke became efficient at killing, even defeating Purple Knights with poison tactics. But Blue Knights resisted him, using aura to purge toxins, making direct kills nearly impossible. Still, Zeke mastered striking through small openings. Even Blue Knights couldn't escape his calculated blade. After killing over a dozen Blue Knights, Zeke secured his place in the McCain cartel as a top assassin. With rising status, he dismantled rival groups and was adopted as Don Juan's heir. But on the day the heir was to be announced, Zeke executed every executive, including Juan, and vanished. The blood-soaked conference room marked the end of his ties with McCain. Now sitting calmly in a carriage, Zeke dismissed it all as the past. His partner interrupted, demanding answers he'd long avoided. Ketty accused him of being a McCain spy. Suspicious of his intentions, she feared being used as leverage to gain control over the syndicate. Her reaction amused Zeke, who found her behavior nostalgic and teased her silently. They arrived at Don Juan's mansion, where a grand celebration was underway. Inside, the atmosphere was elegant but tense, filled with dignitaries and hired hands. Key and Zeke introduced themselves formally, stepping into a high-stakes environment. Zeke noted the diversity in the guests: former hitmen, rangers, and outlaws. It wasn't just McCain's loyalists. the entire underworld had gathered under one roof. Behind the banquet hall, a secret meeting room awaited the true negotiations. Kiki and Zeke were introduced to Don Juan, who greeted them with condescension, surprised that Ki was a female mage. He gave permission to speak, prompting Ki to reference the recent warehouse fires as a bold opening. Her question caused tension among the room's members, their reactions revealing shared anxiety about the incident. Don Juan casually acknowledged the fires, then shifted his tone into something more menacing. He demanded to know why Ki brought it up, cloaking the room in oppressive silence. Kay hesitated, caught off guard by the sudden pressure while Don Juan's intent grew sharper. In a grand hall, a lone woman accused someone present of being a traitor responsible for the warehouse fires. The claim caused outrage. One man stood, shouting insults and dismissing her as insane. Before he could act, he was struck down. Silence followed as a fist slammed the table. A powerful figure demanded she take responsibility for her words, questioning her authority. Zeke stepped forward, holding Joaquin at knife point, presenting himself without fear. He revealed Joaquin's true name, El Mencho, forcing him into the spotlight before all. Joaquin panicked, realizing Zeke had uncovered secrets even the boss missed. He yelled at the guards, demanding they act and protect him. Anger rising, he cursed their hesitation and questioned their loyalty. The guards hesitated, unsure how to proceed under the pressure. The red-haired woman stood silent, gauging the moment. A man gave permission for Zeke to speak freely. Zeke entered fully, subduing Joaquin before anyone reacted. He introduced himself to Don Juan, calmly and without fear. Zeke promised assistance, offering to expose the full betrayal. From the head of the table, Don Juan addressed Zeke Murray, acknowledging his unexpected presence. Calm but stern, Don Juan noted the irony. Zeke brought a weapon instead of a gift on his birthday. Guards assessed the situation, but Zeke's positioning made intervention impossible without risking Joaquin's life. Mocking tension. Zeke pointed out the misplaced suspicion cast on him, while the real spy stood trusted. Joaquin snapped back, accusing Zeke in return, though uncertainty clouded his tone. Ki silently activated a magic circle, and Don Juan responded with a spell of his own. Lighting his cigar, Don Juan reviewed a summoned report. He confirmed the documents revealed damning evidence of betrayal. Joaquin had secretly allied with a syndicate, coordinating with pirates from Pabella. Shock spread across the room as pirate involvement was mentioned. Zeke sensed the air shift. Southern leaders were especially bitter toward pirates. Memories of past attacks gave them strong reason to act without hesitation. Don Juan, recalling the death of his family by pirates, couldn't ignore the evidence. He examined the report and photo, overwhelmed by its accuracy. Joaquin cursed in disbelief, realizing Zeke had exposed everything: names, dates, and the deal's details. Ash from Don Juan's cigar drifted as he weighed the situation. Suspicion alone wouldn't sway him. Grateful but unsatisfied, he questioned if Zeke expected him to turn on someone he considered a brother. Zeke anticipated this. His eyes sharpened. He was ready to escalate the proof. A summoned soul, glowing faintly, answered Zeke's call. El Mencho's true self began to manifest. Joaquin's expression twisted as the apparition spoke, claiming full responsibility for betraying McCain. Shock crushed Don Juan's composure. Silence followed as trust dissolved. Rising from his seat, Don Juan slowly approached. Words felt meaningless now. A sudden movement, and blood spilled. Joaquin was struck down without hesitation. His body collapsed, blood pooling beneath judgment delivered without trial. Sword in hand, Don Juan declared the traitor's end, an act born of obligation, not certainty. Zeke silently noted how belief in oaths could be a weapon too. Justice wasn't pure, only practical. Power decided truth here. Truth wasn't the motive, necessity was. Don Juan acted because he had no alternative. Warehouse losses and case testimony left no room for leniency. In the end, Zeke's manipulation sealed El Mencho's fate. Victory came not through strength but strategy. Amid the chaos, the discovery that Pabella were pirates stunned the room further. Don Juan remained composed, dissecting each layer of betrayal with cold precision. Subordinates, however, faltered. Their fear and confusion betrayed the unity they once held. El Mencho's confession echoed. There was no turning back. Letting him live risked disarray. Authority demanded sacrifice. Zeke, watching from the side, acknowledged Juan's unshaken ruthlessness. Blood dripped from the cursed weapon as Don Juan activated its power. Crimson energy coiled around him, setting judgment into motion. Key's report had aligned too closely with unfolding truths. Panic began to spread. A blade landed on the written confession. The offer was clear: confess and die painlessly. one man trembled, calling it slander. He refused to yield. Kay remained silent, prepared for what would follow next. Hysterical voices blamed magic, demanding Kay be tortured for answers, before another insult could land. A sharp strike silenced the outburst. Bloodied but unfazed, Kay stood tall, her power unquestioned. Don Juan's gaze narrowed, confused by the unfolding situation. Zeke stood calmly in the aftermath. Without hesitation, Zeke explained that he had only aided in delivering justice to a traitor. He pointed out that Joaquin was already condemned, and those tied to him were equally guilty. Don Juan reflected on Zeke's actions, realizing there was a deeper motive at play. A smirk formed. Zeke had manipulated the moment to weaken Syndicate from within. Recognition settled in. Don Juan acknowledged that Zeke's cause was not random but calculated. Uncertainty filled the room. Don Juan questioned whether Zeke was divine or dangerous. Zeke denied both assumptions, keeping his intent shrouded. He called himself a business partner, ready to offer a new deal. Zeke meets with a powerful aristocrat to propose an alliance. The elder questions Zeke's intent, surprised at being approached as a business partner. Zeke responds with calm confidence, asserting shared goals. He proposes eliminating the traitorous syndicate and regaining stability. The elder acknowledges the political shift caused by Papella's exile, noting the syndicate's monopoly over oceanic trade and soma distribution. A bloodied corpse lies on the floor. Zeke's message is clear. The betrayal within the syndicate is no longer tolerable. The elder reflects on Zeke's insight, realizing he had indeed hesitated too long in dealing with internal traitors. Key, the red-haired enforcer, had handled all soma dealings until now. Her ominous laugh hints at violent loyalty. Zeke hurls a scroll at the elder's feet. He declares that from this point on, the syndicate's distribution will be under his control. The elder pauses, intrigued by the boldness of the offer and Zeke's certainty in speaking on the syndicate's behalf. Leaning back, the elder calls the proposal alluring, but warns that truth and proof are necessary to proceed. Zeke listens as the elder outlines a critical condition. Any deal must begin with trust, something not yet earned. The elder questions how he could entrust such responsibility to someone from a first meeting, despite Zeke's sharp presentation. Zeke answers with action, driving his weapon into the floor between them, demanding attention with raw force. Without hesitation, Zeke strikes, scattering papers and forcing the room into tense silence as his aura flares. Gripping his weapon, he slams it down again, this time aiming at a specific target, a document bearing Paulo Santos's name. With cold conviction, Zeke vows to raise every territory under Paulo's rule, proving his dedication and ruthlessness. Paulo Santos, infamously known as Cowardly Paulo, built a reputation by minimizing risks and avoiding direct confrontation. Despite his obscurity in the syndicate, Paulo remains aware of how others perceive him. His usefulness, however, overshadows his reputation. Acknowledging Zeke's boldness, the elder agrees to dispatch elite forces to support the mission against Paulo's stronghold. Skepticism flares as one operative questions the need to assist, hinting at personal ties to someone involved. Plans shift quickly. McCain assigns himself and Casey to guard the hostage, a move that reveals layered intentions. Zeke watches silently, recognizing the tactical move disguised as protection. He agrees to leave the hostage behind. Darkness cloaks the distant silhouette of the Papella cartel's core factory, a critical soma production site. A raised fist halts the strike team's approach. Zeke's infiltration plan is about to unfold. Commander Marvel, observing Zeke's strength, questions whether he's truly human after witnessing his overwhelming aura. Unnatural movement and flawless execution stun the squad. His actions mirror someone trained for war, not simple battle. Shredded werewolves fall one after another. His combat skill exceeds elite human standards. From a nearby ridge, he orders the squad to wait while he advances toward the enemy facility. Resistance rises, but the protest is silenced as Zeke points out their true purpose: observation, not assistance. From his vantage, he identifies the factory's layout, ready to strike alone while eyes monitor his every move. Shadows tense as he signals with his hand, and behind him, hesitation lingers in those left behind. Uncertainty spreads among the squad as they hesitate, unsure if they should intervene or follow orders. Camouflage preparations begin, but before plans are finished, an explosion from the factory breaks the silence. Eyes widen as fire erupts. Zeke has already launched the attack without waiting. Flames spiral through the base as fire magic scorches the facility's outer ring. Amidst the chaos, guards scramble to respond, but smoke and screams drown coordination. Recognition spreads. This isn't a small-scale raid. The defenders fear they face a full-scale magical assault. Zeke's presence is quickly noticed. one guard shouts, rallying others toward the lone intruder. Identified as a threat to cartel dealings, he observes their rapid deployment with calm focus. Instead of retreating, he charges straight in, forcing them to break formation. Fiery orbs gather around his blade as he channels the elemental sword technique. Blazing waves follow his strikes, engulfing multiple enemies in bursts of heat and force. His advance leaves scorched earth in his wake, clearing a path deeper into the enemy stronghold. With narrowed eyes, he spots the true obstacle magically. Enhanced tank rolling in to intercept. Hovering turrets fire explosive rounds, while shouts echo from atop the machine's hull. Dodging fire, Zeke hurls a flaming projectile skyward, bracing for the next clash. Fire and wind combine as a swirling elemental clash tears through the tank's armor with pinpoint precision. Sweeping through the battlefield, Zeke releases the full force of his wind field technique, dispersing flames and enemies alike. Power concentrates into a cyclone as the Tempest Sword activates, overwhelming anything caught in its wide arc. Past regrets echo as he recalls how, in another life, he couldn't even approach this place's depths. Now, explosions clear his path as the ground splits, revealing the concealed entrance into the inner compound. Within the basement, scattered corpses mark his trail, signs of silent execution and precise advancement. One guard reacts too late, as Zeke's attack eliminates him before a cry for help can escape. After wiping out several more enemies, he concludes the true leader must be nearby, monitoring from below. With quiet steps, he descends toward the final chamber, ready to confront the one behind the operation. A trap activates mid-step, releasing paralyzing mist and magical resistance fields designed to neutralize intruders. Status windows confirm his progress as system messages update the successful countering of enemy measures. From the darkness, Paulo Santos finally reveals himself, sword drawn, prepared to face the invader. In a dim corridor, a poisonous gas fills the air. Paulo Santos approaches calmly, confident in the trap he set. He offers an antidote in exchange for information, assuming his opponent is desperate to survive. But the masked figure stays silent, already recognizing the lie. The poison is known to have no cure. The gas lingers, deadly and well known across the South for killing within minutes. Despite that, the masked man remains unaffected. His body rejects the toxin entirely. Without hesitation, he strikes and destroys the antidote, stunning Paulo with defiance. The masked man steps forward. The poison didn't work, and it never would. He reveals the truth. Their men above are already dead. Paulo's confidence crumbles as the scope of the ambush becomes clear. Explosions and fire had consumed the elites stationed above. Paulo demands to know the attacker's identity. The name McCain surfaces, his worst fear confirmed. Paulo is accused of violating boundaries and lacking honor. He realizes Pabella's actions brought this retaliation upon themselves. The masked man declares McCain's mission to burn Pabella to ash. Paulo Santos turns and runs, panic overtaking him as the masked figure advances. His earlier control now replaced by fear, he sprints through the corridor. But the chase is relentless. His enemy doesn't slow. Far ahead, the cloaked figure calculates the timing. The layout isn't random. This place was modified for a trap. Recalling his path, the masked warrior remembers the hidden blades and shifting walls that tested his patience. He had moved carefully, aware of hidden watchers. Now, the silence felt too deliberate. It becomes clear. The traps were recent additions. Someone, likely Pabella, had altered the ruins for protection. Suddenly, another cloaked enemy appears ahead, blades drawn, blocking the path. Without pause, the masked warrior reacts, exchanging swift strikes with the attacker. They move, like shadows, blades clashing, steps echoing, neither yielding an inch. One assailant falls. Another approaches. The masked figure dodges, counters, and strikes again, surrounded by spiraling energy. He launches a fierce assault, overwhelming his opponent. The attack ends with precision. His enemies lie broken before him. Blood stains the ground. More enemies retreat into the darkness. He follows, only to find another group already waiting, relentless, organized, coordinated. He recognizes them instantly, the Empire's hunting dogs. They never stop. A large group of cloaked enemies blocks the path. Their leader curses the Southern forces for drawing them into this mess. He mocks the lone intruder, calling him a rat sent to do others' work. The decision to engage is made. He declares that no one who reaches this place will be allowed to leave alive. The masked warrior recalls the map. These ruins were flagged in the Empire's intel network. He wonders if this location hides one of the mysterious artifacts being hunted. The enemy observes the unusual dagger, warning his men to treat it like an artifact. As tension rises, The masked man pulls out a magic scroll. The enemies prepare for impact, but the spell isn't lethal. It forms a soundproof barrier, sealing the area, with no fear of witnesses. He smirks and prepares to test his abilities freely. He raises the glowing scroll and activates it, channeling mana into the field. One opponent senses something strange. This isn't an ordinary concealment spell. Realization dawns. They've been cut off completely. This space has become a sealed battlefield. Blue light surges as the masked figure draws his blade, now coated in raw aura. The weapon glows intensely. The enemy shouts in disbelief. An aura blade. Fear strikes. Only a blue knight wields such power, and now one stands before them. A massive beam of blue energy tears through the sealed chamber, shaking the structure to its core. Using the true dragon's swordplay. Chapter 1. Face Sky Slice. The masked warrior unleashes a powerful arc, splitting the battlefield. The aftermath leaves, enemies crushed and silence hanging as the energy barrier fades. He sets the corpses ablaze, masking all traces of identity or magic residue. The plan is simple: leave behind evidence that suggests McCain used both knights and mages. He reflects on the cooperation between Pabella and the Empire, realizing they likely searched for artifacts here before. Satisfied, he prepares to return. The mission is complete, and the ruins are scorched clean. Yet, something stirs. Cracks emerge, followed by a faint, unfamiliar sound. He pauses, mid-step. Someone or something else has arrived. A red, armored figure steps forward, radiating pressure and chaos energy. It observes the devastation and senses the fading traces of battle. The armored being recognizes the intruder's presence and prepares to confront him directly. Zeke paused as a heavily armored figure appeared from the shadows, radiating immense magical pressure. He recognized the armor. It resembled Hersian, legendary gear once worn by elite red knights of the Roman Empire. With complex enchantments and auto-restoration magic, the armor pulsed like a relic beyond its age. But this version looked modified, its red sheen deeper, aura far darker than the Empire's. Zeke questioned the figure's identity, unsettled by the armor's unnatural design. Before he could react, his opponent moved fast and silent, closing the distance instantly. Their blades clashed in midair, shock waves scattering through the ruined corridor. Zeke was forced back, struggling to match the raw force behind each strike. Walls shattered as they collided, Zeke barely avoiding fatal blows. A devastating slash followed, slamming into Zeke's guard and breaking his footing. The Red Knight didn't pause, pressing forward with relentless precision. Zeke's grip faltered. This strength wasn't human. His thoughts raced. That armor was unnatural in every way. With a blinding slash, frost exploded across the battlefield. A system alert echoed. Skill, elemental sword, steel field activated. The Red Knight stomped forward, each step thundering like a war drum. Dust and pressure followed him like a wave. A crimson energy sphere began forming in his palm, pulsing with unstable force. He launched the energy, shattering the ground as Zeke was sent flying into the debris. Just before impact, Zeke triggered a blinding flash of light. The enemy staggered, momentarily disoriented. Skill, flashbang activated. The field lit up with deafening brilliance, masking Zeke's movement. Seizing the chance, Zeke lunged from the side. His blade cut through the air, aimed with lethal intent. The Red Knight reacted in time, forcing Zeke to retreat. Both fighters landed, readjusting. Zeke's defensive skill activated. Dragon Scale Armor. A shimmer of scaled energy wrapped around his body. He moved with enhanced speed, dodging a crushing blow as their duel resumed in the ruined corridor. The knight acknowledged Zeke's resilience, intrigued by his unusual techniques. Zeke listened as the knight, calm and confident, finally introduced himself. "My name is Cain, Caingemins Constantinus," he declared, voice echoing through the chamber. Zeke's mind raced. The surname Constantinus was not ordinary, it belonged to royalty. He realized Cain wasn't just powerful, he was of imperial blood, tied to the Roman throne itself. Constantinus, a name reserved for those with the power to elect emperors. Zeke now faced nobility in battle. Zeke sensed something foul. Cain's presence wasn't just powerful, it pulsed with corrupted energy. A system alert confirmed it. Miasma detected, a dangerous anomaly linked to bonus point conditions, though he didn't understand it fully. Zeke recognized the threat and readied himself to counter the growing aura. Cain summoned a colossal energy blade, its lightning, like arc stretching to the ceiling with overwhelming force. Zeke muttered a quick incantation, activating a hidden technique, one designed to break through magical defenses. He launched his counter. Dragon Scale Thrust slicing through the air with concentrated momentum. Despite the hit, Cain remained unscathed. His armor, Hersian, continued absorbing the damage effortlessly. Zeke realized no physical attack would work, not while Hersian remained functional and intact. With no time to waste, he activated his last option Mana Reflection, aimed directly at the armor's core. Suddenly, Kane's system faltered. Hersian's glow flickered, losing its enchantment-based functions. Kane demanded answers. But Zeke remained silent, letting mystery shield his tactics. Kane laughed it off. To him, unraveling an enemy's secrets was simply part of the thrill of combat. They charged again. Blades met with crashing force, elemental power spilling from every clash. A final surge erupted. Kane's red aura collided with Zeke's blue, shaking the battlefield. The chamber cracked under the strain. One final strike would decide everything. A burst of red lightning erupted from Kane's body, tearing through the air as he unleashed raw destructive energy. The ground split apart from the impact, and Zeke was thrown across the chamber, weakened and wounded. System alerts confirmed a terrifying escalation. Kane's miasma had reached an administrator, class level, exceeding safe thresholds. Kane calmly acknowledged Zeke's technique as belonging to the Draker lineage. Recognizing the force that disrupted Hersian, he explained that only mana severance from the Draker bloodline could interrupt Hersian's functions, revealing deep knowledge. Kane also identified Zeke's sword technique as a dragon-slaying art, a rare skill tightly bound to Draker secrets. Zeke realized that the dragon-slaying methods had somehow reached the hands of those serving the Empire. He understood Kane's connection ran deeper than expected, threatening the secrecy of his family's forbidden techniques. Before he could react, Kane's blade pierced him again, corruption rapidly spreading through his body. Zeke collapsed from his injuries, unable to resist the spreading miasma or Kane's relentless assault. Kane stood silently above him, his figure steady in the pillar, lit ruins of the chamber. With cold finality, Kane ended the encounter, watching as Zeke's strength faded into stillness. In a silent hall lit by narrow beams, the red-armored warrior stood over a fallen enemy. He lowered his blade, offering final respect, turning away. He believed the battle finished. The lifeless body behind him remained still. A faint twitch went unnoticed. The enemy's body began to glow faintly with residual energy. The fallen man's eyes opened. His body surged with restored strength, catching the Red Knight off guard. A rare potion had activated, healing all wounds instantly and restoring stamina. He counterattacked with full force. The Red Knight narrowly dodged, staggered by the sudden reversal. Despite healing, the warrior coughed blood. Overuse of skills pushed his body near collapse. System alerts warned of excessive fatigue, and his vision blurred. He forced himself up, refusing to fall. Emergency shutdown began to protect his body. His consciousness faded. He muttered territory. Before going still, waking moments later, he spotted the dropped potion nearby, wounded and desperate. He reached for it. He needed strength now. Golden energy erupted around him, shaking the ground. Dragonkin's skill activated, his body regenerated and transformed. He rose, no longer human, ready to fight again. Power surged through his body. The system confirmed his absorption of a demonic bloodline, upgrading his skill to lightning class. Electric tendrils coiled around him, crackling violently. His body trembled as the transformation completed. He gasped, overwhelmed but alive. Realizing how close he came to death, he spotted a red armor glowing nearby. The system registered the armor. A prompt appeared, offering to bind it to him. With hesitation, he accepted. The armor reshaped and fitted perfectly to his body, feeling its lightness. He tested the movement. The functions responded to his will with no delay. Though powerful, he feared exposure. He decided to remove the armor temporarily to avoid detection. Wounded and cautious, he planned to retreat. Suddenly, a foul scent stopped him. He followed the trail. The stench of blood and corpses led deeper into the ruins. He discovered a secret lab. Machines and tanks lined the walls, glowing faintly. Human experiments were underway. Rage filled his eyes. Spotted by guards, alarms rang. Hostiles rushed forward to intercept. He charged in. Poison spells struck instantly. The system detected fatal poison. He injected an antidote mid-fight. Despite the danger, he advanced. Fire and chaos lit the lab behind him. Amid the burning wreckage, he searched for the lab's remaining research data before it was destroyed. A sudden memory returned a cold face responsible for the human experiments. Through the flames, the figure appeared. It was the man who had started it all, the one he had sworn to confront. Without hesitation, he charged with his aura blade glowing blue. The robed enemy recognized the weapon and began casting a powerful spell. The two forces clashed blade against sorcery, sending shockwaves through the room. The mage countered with coordinated magical attacks. Analyzing the patterns, The warrior realized the spell formation reflected mana. The system confirmed activation of mana reflection. The mage, surprised, questioned his bloodline. The mage panicked and summoned a monstrous creature. A synthetic chimera appeared, roaring as it emerged from a summoning gate. The mage declared it undefeatable, even for a Draker, and ordered it to kill. The beast charged first, forcing the warrior back with relentless strikes. He moved fast, dodging and countering with his blade at every opportunity. Lightning began forming beneath his feet, signaling the next phase of his power. The chimera struck, but the warrior responded with a ground-splitting counter charged with lightning. He dashed upward, evading the claws, channeling his energy through precise footwork. Using shadowless steps, he maneuvered behind the creature, preparing his next strike midair. He slashed from above, landing a hit, but the creature reacted instantly. With no weak points visible, the enemy's overwhelming size pushed him back. He realized the fight would consume time he couldn't afford to lose. Exchanging rapid blows, he searched for an opening in the beast's rhythm. A prompt appeared: innate authority, draconic control, available for use. He considered subjugating the creature instead of destroying it, sensing a unique bond. Zeke activates his draconian skill, and a glowing dragon eye manifests above. Intense power radiates outward, demanding submission. The dragon, sensing overwhelming dominance, locks eyes with Zeke. Fear grips its body as the aura crashes down. Crippled by pressure, the dragon collapses. System notifications confirm fear has taken hold, and control is strengthened. The system offers to activate dragonic control. Zeke confirms without hesitation, initiating the subjugation process. Chains of golden energy lash out, spiraling around the dragon. Its body thrashes violently in resistance. The subjugation completes. The dragon stills, its will broken. Zeke stands before it, victorious and calm. A hooded figure watches, shocked. His link with the dragon is lost. Panic overtakes him. Realizing betrayal, his face twists in rage. He curses Zeke in silence. His body collapses. Zeke observes quietly, piecing together what just happened. Zeke discovers the man was Gurav al-Rumani, a Scorpion clan leader. The dragon nudges him gently. A prompt appears, requesting a name. Zeke agrees. Learning that named dragons can be summoned at will, he names the dragon Gurav. A new bond is formed. The system registers the summon. The creature responds with a low growl. Elsewhere, a man claps. He speaks Zeke's name, now aware of his presence. A high-ranking elder, seated with calm authority, acknowledges Zeke for eliminating the traitor Paolo. His tone is respectful. Zeke replies firmly, declaring he keeps his promises. His eyes are unwavering, showing quiet conviction. The elder expresses trust, declaring warriors like Zeke deserve respect. He claims to value strength like his own children. Zeke bows his head, stating he wishes to be treated the same way. His stance is controlled and deliberate. A flashback interrupts memories of betrayal. A bloodied youth reflects on being treated like a tool, not family. His thoughts turn vengeful. Eyes filled with fury, he swears to kill the elder with his own hands. Back in the present, Zeke is told to examine a gift, supposedly a reward. A rival figure grins in a dark room, boxes stacked behind him. Zeke watches cautiously. The elder warns Zeke that true partnership requires proof. This box is a test. Zeke inspects the box silently. Its weight and shape confirm a dark suspicion. Memories flash of brutal killings. Blood and chaos fill his mind as he recalls fallen syndicate leaders. The truth hits. The gift contains the heads of the organization's executives, ruthlessly executed. The elder asks if he approves. Zeke responds with an eerie smile, calling him boss. He thinks to himself it's all going as planned. With the old guard gone, next comes Key's rise. But the elder turns away, stating there's still one unresolved problem. Zeke listens as the elder reveals troubling news. The Pabala faction has deduced who launched the prior attack. Zeke calmly acknowledges it could appear that way due to the use of knights and mages during the operation. The elder intends to respond with force. He wants to warn the pirates and declare that Murray rules the southern continent. Zeke volunteers. He agrees to go to Pabala and deliver the elder's message in person. But he requests a condition in return. He wants Key to be granted power. A vision of Key appears, engulfed in a dark aura. Zeke envisions her as the new core of the syndicate. The elder silently considers. Then, with a nod, he agrees to back Key fully. In addition, he assigns Zeke the cartel's finest men and elite squad. Reinforcements march in formation. Zeke watches, calculating his next move. Zeke prepares for departure. His mind sharpens. Allies like these will prove useful. He arrives at Pabella, Paulo Santos's territory, under the cover of night. Inside, Abel receives confirmation that the investigation is finished, no further clues remain. Abel suspects Imperial Knights were involved. The signs suggest mages and a fierce fight, however. Another figure disagrees. He states only one person was responsible. Abel reacts with disbelief. The implications are far beyond what he expected. Abel reacts in disbelief upon hearing only one person was behind the chaos. The traces of magic and swordplay suggest the attacker was at least a Red Knight. A scene of destruction unfolds. One warrior surrounded by flames overwhelms all enemies alone, confirming the scale of devastation. Abel and his men are stunned. He suspects the Intelligence Bureau covered something up, hiding the full truth behind the incident. Determined to uncover the truth, Abel decides to investigate what the Empire might be concealing. William warns of potential danger, questioning the decision to pursue the Intelligence Bureau's secrets. Abel presses forward, dismissing hesitation. His need for answers drives him deeper into confrontation. Abel insists something crucial lies hidden. His instincts urge him to act before it's lost. He reminds William how deeply he desires control over Draker and the Empire's future. Consumed by ambition, Abel's expression hardens. His resolve to dominate both grows stronger. At Rebella Cartel Port, Zeke approached silently as a boat departed under fading twilight. A guard spotted him and demanded to know his identity, suspicion rising fast. Zeke responded with force. In seconds, the guards were cut down by swift, lethal strikes. He launched himself onto the mast of the boat with fluid motion. Enemy reinforcements tried escaping, but Zeke struck first, disrupting them mid-route. The waters churned as enemies fell. Zeke stood calmly, observing the outcome. Simon appeared from the shadows, quiet but ready. Zeke recognized him, his trusted teacher in assassination techniques. Even after regression, their battle synergy remained unmatched. Zeke hoped to bring Simon to his side again. They discussed hidden routes within the city. Simon confirmed underground paths from the Holy Empire still existed. Simon doubted it, but Zeke activated a hidden ability. A system map revealed the underground maze's structure. With traps ahead, Zeke advanced carefully. Time was short. Zeke neared the target zone and split from the group. His allies were tasked with planting explosives throughout the area. As they dispersed, Zeke dashed deeper alone, navigating narrow passages with practiced agility. He paused near a drainage tunnel. Killing Mateo here would enrage the Rebella boss and trigger intercartel war. Zeke entered the sewer path silently, his feet pressing against discarded corpses. Doubt crept in. Was he being manipulated by Don Juan, the mission sponsor? Realization struck. Don Juan sent him here, expecting failure. Anyone confronting this force alone was meant to die. Zeke continued forward, unfazed by the trap laid before him. He rejected Don Juan's expectations. His intent was real. He would kill Mateo. Spotted by patrols, Zeke leaped from above, striking first and fast. Zeke slashed through multiple enemies. The battle started violently in the tunnel. But something felt off. The defenders didn't match expected placements. Suddenly, hidden reinforcements appeared. Someone yelled, "Capture that guy alive." He evaded blades and magic bolts, fighting through tight formations. As more enemies surged in, Zeke was knocked back by a magic blast. Mages prepared another spell. Zeke gritted his teeth, preparing for the next strike. Zeke activated his skill, swift steps, and surged forward with explosive speed into the enemy formation. He soared above them, blades glowing, slicing through a wall of attacks mid-air. Within the chaos, elemental swords swept across the battlefield, trapping foes inside a wind-infused barrier. Surrounded by mages, Zeke gave them a final warning before unleashing his true power. Dragon's dignity activated, golden energy radiating from his body as his aura darkened. His eyes glowed with fury. The enemy trembled, facing either retreat or certain death. As bodies fell, Zeke surveyed the aftermath. The attackers belonged to the Empire. Confused by their presence in the south, he sensed something darker was unfolding. A voice echoed overhead. Zeke wasn't just disrupting a plan, he was threatening it. Zeke turned. A cloaked figure had been watching undetected, now revealing eerie energy. Black magic surged as the figure raised the dead, flooding the floor with undead. A cultist bellowed, "We'll take your soul, invader." As their army advanced, Zeke clashed with zombies, cutting them down while analyzing the mage's power. A high-level black mage unaffiliated stood at the center. That raised more questions. Eyes narrowing, Zeke prepared to end this quickly before more secrets could rise. Zeke cut down a wave of corrupted zombie knights. their dark magic collapsing under his strikes. System notifications confirmed their defeat, awarding him karma points one after another. Grinning, Zeke moved fluidly through more enemies, gathering points with each precise elimination. He paused as the system chimed again. The final wave seemed to be over. Across the hall, the black mage stood still, silent, then began to fade into dark mist. Zeke watched the figure vanish, frustrated. The enemy had escaped without a trace. Zeke advanced down the hallway, determined to finish his mission. He passed through the grand corridor, closing in on Mateo's office. He calculated his timing. Mateo would arrive soon. Zeke intended to confront him directly. From above, Simon approached with flawless timing, weapon in hand. He descended from the roof, rejoining Zeke at the designated strike point. Their eyes met. No words needed. The final phase was about to begin.